You're watching JRB Debates, a subsidiary of BBDs. If you're on TikTok, drop me a follow. Tap the heck out of that screen, and thank you so much for the gifts. If you're on YouTube, subscribe, like the live, and thank you so much for the super chats. If you're a Christian, request up to save my soul and defend your faith. Oh, and try not to be a POSFF. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And now back to the spanking. Let's just give ourselves an actual focus here. And I think we're going to go a little bit further back, I think maybe. How's that? Yeah. Guys, welcome in. I've turned off the autofocus. I don't think this is focused. It's more focused back here. So let's just go more like that probably for the tubes. That is nicely in focus. That's a little bit out of focus, so we'll just get a little bit closer in here. Guys, thank you for the gifts already. Londro, hello. We've got Space Cadet Jen, welcome in. Diagoras, Eric, Kit Topper. It's okay to be mad, but people glad. Benny Wolf, hello. It's rare encounter to a real Chad. I don't know what a Chad is. Dino, hello. Girls Gone Godless are in the house. Thank you for the heart me. Emmy, good to see you as well. And of course, Shannon, I can't believe you're in the house too. Muff man. We've got Greg. I'm saying it, Greg. I'm saying it. Don't threaten me. Who else do we got in there? Just waiting for some more names. Fish Sandwich. We've got Jeremiah on the tubes. Happy Data 3 hanging out. We've got all the dumplings, and looks like the focus is good there. I'm just right in the pocket. Scrollborn Verse Breaker. That's a very Game of Thrones type name. Or, Gary Sands there as well. Or Game of Thrones, or what's another one? Lord of the Rings. Guys, thank you for the gifts so much. And I got to tell you, we're going to be going for a few hours here. AI gave that to you? That's fun. We're going to be going for a few hours. Looks like everything is set up nice and neatly, so it should all work. Let me see if I can hear myself in here. Yep, I can hear myself. So we're going to have a good time. Egg rolls. Good to see you. It's Murder Monday. We're going to have a nice time. We're going to talk about how God is just such a meanie. And I think I might use my list over here from the game show, from Quick Questions for Christians. Why not? And what else did I want to say? Oh, yeah. So our last live, I don't know if everybody was here, but we had Joel's Seventh-day Adventist Atheist Adventure. Yeah, it's a something that I made up a while ago. It's actually really cool, and a lot of people like it. But last live, at the end of it, you guys might remember Zach with the beautiful voice and the big muscles. He was in, and we said some rude things. We were talking about celador, and then all the other cool words like pavilion and no comment. Good to see you. And we will do the game show again. I think we're going to do it. We'll do it in the new year. I don't think we're going to do it before the new year. I'm not sure. Actually, maybe we will. I don't know. I have to look at, I kind of fly by the seat of my pants, but I do intend for sure to do it like early next year because it is fun. And I want to start the year with a bang. Is it Hump Day Dump Day? Are we starting with a bang? Anyway, we said pavilion, veranda, gazebo, but one of the things that we were saying, oh, good afternoon, Meatsos. one of the things that we, well, Laura, calm down, because this is my problem. Is Zach and I were saying veranda, and all these other different like nice sounding words, but we also were talking about P and V, or it could be P and B or P and M or any of these other like putting P in things whilst or F's in V's or B's or M's. Like you can do all of them. Beardsley, good to see you. Brittany, hello, bonjour. So we were being really rude. We were being, maybe you'd say vulgar or something like that. And hey, Tris, good to see you. Ordinary Heathen, hello. Jan, hello. So we were saying all these rude things. Well, and I did a post about this on YouTube. YouTube didn't like it. They thought it was too rude. Now, I haven't gotten any pushback from TikTok, but YouTube said, we're not going to put that on the live, like on the website anymore. So they took it down. I said hi to Brittany. Yeah, they're being rude. Hey, Casey, good to see you. I was like, what are you talking? Like, it was a few jokes. They're like, read the terms and conditions. Can't be too rude unless it's educational and other things. I'm like, it's joking. Hey, Tess, good to see you. I was like, hey, Joel, hello. I was like, I'm joking around. I'm being a goofball. I'm goofing, right? And Sunny, hello. So I did I was like, please just leave it up. And they were like, no, they don't say that. It's just the algorithm says, we have looked at your appeal and we have rejected it, right? So tomorrow, you guys have already seen it, but I'm giving you the heads up. I will be re-streaming it, but like without that part in there because it didn't give me the option of editing it out. And I want to have it available for restream in the archive because, if you're a member of the channel, you get to restream anything anytime you want. So you can watch hours upon hours of me bickering with Christians. And I just want that to be available. Aaron, good to see you. So if you see a live stream tomorrow, feel free to watch it, but it will be a restream. And I might be hanging around listening a little bit too, but it'll be just like putting it into the world. Just so you're aware, sometimes you have to do that because I guess I didn't realize that was a thing, but apparently that's a thing if you are vulgar, I suppose. I guess yeah, that's right, Greg. Justice for Joel. I guess we were being vulgar. So which is a little nerve-wracking. I didn't know that that's right, Mezzo. I didn't realize this is like a fluke. I think it was because of the repetition, because I have said so much. I posted a video and did a live stream where I know I was super rude about the story of Joseph and Potiphar's wife. And I was just like, she just wanted his big juicy. I probably said the C word, and I was just like, I don't know why they just like totally ignored that, but because I think we were repeating, effing on the veranda or something like that. Maybe just that F word repeated over and over again. Maybe that was the reason. I don't know. It's not hump day today, but we will be back on hump day. I didn't bash Jared. I encouraged him. If it was a toss-up between him and Moses, he's more humble than Moses. Maybe it was gazebo. Maybe they're like, what are they doing on the gazebo? That's too rude, But I was like, it's a joke. You can leave a comment, but I think it's AI. I don't think there's a person listening to it. And if it is, it's probably a fucking Christian. Is Jaron a scholar? That's the debate of the day. Oh, no, wait. The debate is the Bible God is a total meanie. And it's up for debate if you want to. If you're going to take the position that he's not a total meanie, then you are on the losing side. You can't win that argument because he is mean. The things he does is mean. He's not nice. And I think arguably it would be quite literally impossible to prove that the things he's doing that seem mean are actually nice. Like it'd be impossible to like actually prove that. So let's get our first guest in here. Let me put on these here headphones so I can hear everything that's going on, literally everything that's going on. And then I want to make sure that on the OBS here, we're hearing this TikTok feed and we're hearing my feed. I just don't want to have doubled vocals. So guys, let me know that, because I think oh man, that didn't work. The other person I was going to bring up left. The F is going on. All right, so what? Cancel that. What's happening here? Okay, we'll discard that. Oh, okay. Weird. Okay, let's do this, and then we will do this and hit that, and make sure that we can hear this guy. How do I pronounce your name? Yizu. Are you a believer of the Bible God?
Sure.
Okay, what's this? What's happening here? What is this? What's this going to be?
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I just don't know why you're being like, is it yes or no? Like, do you not? Are you on the fence? What's happening?
I'm sure about him.
Okay, so you when you say sure, you're like 100% for sure.
No doubt about it.
All right. Well, then you've read the Bible. You know that he's a meanie. You've just called up to probably agree with me.
I would say this. So, yes, he is mean, but he's nice too, just like you or me. But I will say this though. He's misrepresented. And I'm gonna show you why, and this is what the West does all the time. Do you know of this guy named Saint Nicholas? He's a real nice guy.
Santa Clausia? But
Yeah,
what Santa Clausia is based on?
Saint Nicholas, the guy.
Hannah, good to see you. Yeah, you're saying that the Santa Clausia is based on Saint Nicholas, or I'm saying that. Yeah.
Exactly. No, but you're right on point. So when you say the Bible God, right? Of course, God never heard of the word Bible. He wouldn't know what you was talking about. So somebody, in a sense,
hi Matthew,
took the Afro-Asiatic God, who is Yahweh, and they put a Santa Claus on him. And that's what the English Bible is.
Okay. So which Bible do you use?
All of them, because none of them, in a sense, are absolutely correct, right? They all have like, fallacies within them. All of them.
Well, let me ask you this, Mia. Good to see you. Let me ask you this, Yizu. How do we know that he is not a complete and total meanie?
Because you can't probably know that, and because if he's only bullying you and being mean to you, then that's all you can see. Only if he's like being good to you, then you can know like, oh, there's some good in him too.
But how do you know? So if we read the texts, we see he's a big old meanie. But you're saying that like we shouldn't even bother reading the text. So now
no, I'm not saying that. There's some clues of real stuff.
Yeah, but we can't know what the real stuff is from the fake stuff. How would you know that?
So you read all of this stuff, this information, right? And then you go out and you walk outside, right? And whatever comes to you as a coincidence from something that you read in there, that part you can believe.
Give me an example.
Okay, let's say, like I'm gonna say to you, right? You read something. It said a bird had a dragon fell down the stairs, blah blah blah. Jimmy cracked corn, right? And let's say if you walk down the street,
Sorry, there's a
and all of
bird. So
them,
in this, there's a bird and a dragon and Jimmy and some
right?
cracked corn.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you're walking down the street, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're walking down the street, and something says, "Look to the left," and then you see a bus drive by, and it says, "Jimmy cracked corn." So that part you believe. The rest of it, don't believe.
So okay. So then let's say that like that happens. I know that that's a very silly hypothetical, but let's say that happens. Then I go back to the Bible and I go, all right. So now I know for sure Jimmy cracked corn.
Well, how do you know that for sure? How do you know?
Because the coincidence matched the book.
There you go.
But the bird having the dragon, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I mean, why would you?
Okay.
You haven't
So
experienced the bird and the dragon.
what does the Jimmy crack corn? What significance does Jimmy crack corn have?
Now that
It seems like it's a non-statement.
Well, that kind of works like how, like science or fashion works. You know how they're never like at the end of science or the end of fashion. They keep growing in it. It's that type of thing too with these Jimmy crack corn coincidences and all of this. I can't answer that for you. Maybe for George Washington.
Well, let me like focus the question a little bit here because I feel like you're just going to talk about we don't even know what. So what I'm saying is there are significant sort of like quote unquote truths or things that are important to something like Christianity or the idea of God, right? Mm-hmm. And so some of those things might be we are sinners and we need salvation. I don't know if these are doctrines that you believe in. There is heaven. There is hell. Like there's these things. God wants a relationship with us. I don't know where that is in the Bible, but Christians seem to think that those things are true. How on earth can we read that and see something coincidental and know that that's true? Because those are such kind of ethereal ideas. I mean, do we have to see a man rise from the dead in order to believe that Jesus rose from the dead? Because at this point, I would say that nobody should believe that then, because no one coincidentally has ever seen anyone rise from the dead.
Disagree with you. I've been to hospitals where somebody got rose from the dead. Hey, he's dead, and then they came back. That's
after 3 days.
Well, not that that part could be. That part may not be true. Who said that?
They're not dead, right? They're literally not dead, and then they come back from like clinically dead. I don't even know if that's like I find your story dubious at best. Well, they wouldn't have been dead. They would have been like almost dead, probably. To put it in the voice of Billy Crystal, mostly dead. Well, I don't know what dead. I don't even know what. I don't think they know what. Like dead isn't something that like we actually go like and now dead, right? Like they're alive and now dead. Like
really?
Let's Google it.
So
when is someone officially dead? Someone's officially dead when the doctor determines there's been an irreversible cessation of either circulatory or respiratory functions, heart stops, breathing ceases, or all brain function, brain death, with brain dead being the key standard when life support keeps the body going, legally establishing death through specific tests or brainstem reflexes and activity followed by death certificate issuance. So are you saying that like that they were like, this person is fully dead, they will never come back, and then they brought them back?
The doctor said they was dead. Now I'm not no expert on
so then they like signed the death certificate, put the body in a bag, brought it down to the morgue, and then
that's what dead means. That's what dead means.
Well, they would go like, this person's dead. We're done working on them. They're fully gone.
Cool. Let's throw that out then, because I'm going to give you that because I don't care either way.
Yeah, because I would have thought that they would have, if they're still going to work on them and bring them back, then they didn't think of them as like dead. You know what I mean?
Really?
Okay, I don't know that they would be like, this person's fully dead. let's do some more work on the
Mhm.
body. Let's try to bring them back. You know what I mean? I think they would just be like, oh, they're dead.
That's what they say. They say we're going to try to bring them back. It's like back from what,
No,
you
they
know.
do. They
But
do.
I
They
hear you.
work on them, and then they go. I've seen this in movies, so this is how I know. They go like this. Time of death, 3:20
Right.
p.m. on the. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's what they do. They go,
The
and then they
doctors all
stop.
clock out and go home, and the priests come in and they try.
They do some praying. Quick, bring in the guys that are praying for miracles.
Let me ask you this question. Does because I do believe in the idea of resurrection. Like, I think that in the wintertime, a tree is dead. And I think that in the summertime, a tree is alive.
Oh, well, that's just, you're
Interesting.
way wrong on that.
I wanted to just, if I could,
Okay.
bring it back for a second to agree with Yazoo here. And sorry, Joel, I know
No.
you don't like it when
I
I make
hate
them, but
that.
I was trying to get some clarity on a Bible verse recently.
Mm.
And I know I told you about this, but in my neighborhood, the post office is testing out these, like, where they can deliver mail to your house with these kites. It's like this
Right.
long kite on a string thing. And so I'm looking at 1 Samuel 15:3, and I'm like, I don't know if this is true or not. I look out the window, a male kite right there.
Oh my goodness. There was a male kite.
There was a male kite right there in my window. And I went, this part, the mean part is true.
Right.
God is telling me he's a meanie.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I believe he's a meanie and he's nice, just like you.
Well, what's the evidence? What's the coincidental evidence for the nice thing? Because Mezzo's given us an incredible.
Yeah, now we're getting into something.
Mm-hmm.
Because if a bully, because a bully could be nice to his mom, but the kid at the school,
hey Leslie,
he don't see none of that. You know what I mean? Like he gets his butt whooped.
Yeah,
every
but
day.
if the nice kid who's nice to his mom commanded a infant genocide,
mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like at some point, it goes away from being a bully.
Is he like too mean?
It goes all the way to meanie. It's like might go to meanie.
He might. Look, it's been said
more mean than good.
You know, sometimes
it gets deep.
Sometimes these kids might be just like, oh, that's a troubled teen, but sometimes they're just a bad apple, right? And I think that God is like a proper bad apple, and you're looking at him like just a troubled teen, right?
No. I'm looking at him like the people he don't like. He's like Hitler. You understand? Like he's the worst. But then like the people he love, he's like Gandhi. This type of thing.
Hey Barbie, this is the thing.
Bye,
Mez. Good to see you. Hope you're coping with the cheese. Mezzo drinks a lot of cheese one day a year. So here's the thing, Yazoo, is that we've given you evidence of the mean stuff, but why should we believe any of the good stuff? And I would say that it's overwhelmingly mean in the world, just all the horrible things. And if God's responsible, bad news there. And the other question that I have, I'm kind of laying it on you, but how do we know which bad stuff is God and then which good stuff is God? How do we differentiate what's God and what's happenstance, or is it all God? Can you tease that out for me a little bit?
I like to do one question at a time.
All right, let's do 4 questions. Sorry, go ahead.
I think the first thing that you said, and it's slipping from me, but I think you said we have the proof of the mean stuff.
Yeah, so Mezzo said that he was reading 1 Samuel 15:3 where God says to kill the Amalekite children. He looked out the window and he saw a male kite that, because of the way the mail system is working out where he is, in Graceland area. And so then that was evidence for him that, oh, this God is a POS because he, piece of shit, fuckface, for the uninitiated, because he said, go kill those kids. So now we're looking for, where's the circumstantial evidence that God's actually a nice guy? Hey, Gretchen. Hi, Gretchen.
He doesn't have it.
Oh, so he's just mean.
I mean, this could be based on what he was looking at. So like he was looking at Amalekites or whatever.
No,
So then maybe
I'm
he should
asking
be,
from you.
huh? Why would
Have
you be
have
asking for me? I can give you.
like what's
I can.
your
I mean, I can.
circumstantial evidence that God's a good guy, that he's nice?
I keep growing in love.
That's you. You're great. You're amazing.
Yeah, he loves me. Like I can't
No,
speak for this for
I don't know.
everybody
Like
else.
what about that? It sounds like you keep growing in love. You're incredible. I can tell you're loving. You're a
Yes.
sweetheart. You're like I almost love you. I don't even know you because you're so
Yeah.
great. But he is not you. Like he's a separate entity. So why are you attributing your goodness to him and your niceness to that meanie?
Because of the consistency of me rolling with him, I've been getting better. But when I wasn't rolling with him, I was just like normal.
But could
since rolling with him.
that be a change in perspective that did that?
Yes, I think that I chose to look at, as opposed to the Malachite killing of God, I chose to look at the loving nature parts, and I think that that's what I'm becoming aware of.
Well, I'm saying that like maybe I don't know what your life story is, but maybe you were a piece of shit. Maybe you were immature, piece of shit guy, bad attitude, treated people like garbage. But then you grew up and you matured, and part of that was maybe taking on this belief. Maybe that for some reason gave you a bit of an epiphany. Next thing you know, you've changed your attitude. You're being a nicer guy, but that's because of you, the change in you, which, maybe because you imagine, but you could be imagining Zeus. You could be imagining Allah. It doesn't matter. It's just a change in perspective.
So I tried to imagine those other ones. I'm from Chicago, so like I grew up around Muslims and Moors
and wind.
And wind, the Bears, all of this stuff. I grew up around all that, so I've tried all of that other stuff. I was still a piece of shit. Only when I tried Jesus in particular that, I started to change this type of thing.
I wish that this testimony, like there wasn't the exact same testimony from a Muslim, because I know there would be, because I've heard it. Or from I have the testimony from Christianity to atheism, right? Because when I was a Christian, I was more of a bigot piece of shit fuckface.
I'm not a Christian,
now,
by the way.
What?
No, I'm not a Christian.
But we're talking about the Bible God.
Yeah, there's plenty of cultures and people who believe.
Oh, you're a Hebrew Israelite.
No. I don't even believe in the word Hebrew. I think that's all a farce. I'm a Nazarene. I'm actually the religion that Jesus actually was. Like he was a part of a religion.
Okay, Nazarene. What's that word? I feel like you're using it wrong. Do you mean Nazarene?
No, I believe in Afro-Asiatic language. So if I say like Shalom, Shalem, Islam, Selim, I know that it's all the same word. These are just different dialects.
That doesn't matter to me. Nazarene is what?
Yeah,
I don't recognize that.
GPT or something.
So, Nazarene.
Yeah, right there. You see how I spelled
I
it?
I just put an M instead of an N.
You put in Google or
Nazarene appears to be a personal name. Nazarene. Let's go religion. Did you make this up or?
No, it's actually in the Bible.
So is it Nazarite or Nazarene? Like, are you?
It's two different things. Nazarite is like a person doing a sabbatical. They don't cut their hair. They don't drink wine.
Yeah,
that's Nazar. Nazarene is a sect of people who are like long before Jesus even incarnated. They're called the Watchers or the Branches. It's even prophesied that Jesus would be a branch.
Okay, but why do we think he's a Nazarene if the Bible doesn't mention it?
It does. That's what I'm saying to you.
Where does it say it?
It's in Isaiah. What is it? I forget all of these books, man. You got me all over the place here.
Well, if only you were close to a computer and not driving.
It says the branch from the stem of Jesse. This is what it says. That word branch in Afro-Asiatic language is the word Nazarene. Paul is called this in the New Testament in the book of Acts. It says he's the ringleader of the Nazarene. So Paul was one of these two.
Where in Acts, Paul Nazarene, ringleader verse. This is not going to come up. Like there's not going to be.
Really?
Yeah, you're just saying things that are not true.
Well,
okay, hold on. This is where.
Did you just say something that wasn't
true? No, I say things that aren't true sometimes because I assume people are lying.
Oh, is that right?
But you are half lying because it says in verse 5. Well, I will read it to you. Acts 24, verse 5. We have in fact.
I just not knew something. Why I got to be lying? Maybe I'm ignorant of something.
Because I already said this to you, and you said no to it. Let me read the verse. We have in fact found this man a pestilent fellow, an agitator among all the Jews throughout the world, and a ringleader. Sorry. It's 3:30 p.m. It's still early for me. And a ringleader of the sect of the Nazarenes. Nazarenes.
Oh yeah, okay. Now you. So I'm not going to say that you're lying.
Well, I said earlier. I go. Do you mean Nazarene? You're like, no. I made up the word Nazarene. You know. I'm like, no. Nazarene.
Yes, no, maybe so. Can I talk? I don't know.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
Are we done?
Maybe.
Are we done? I want to make sure first.
Okay, stop. Don't be like that.
All right, so look. So all of the words in English in the Bible are totally transliterated horribly. Like there is no Israel. There's no word Israel. There's no word Jew. There's no word Hebrew.
So let me. That's fine. This is nobody. It's just like people just make up their own. Who you worship Jesus or Yeshua? Which one? Yahushua. Okay, so Yahushua. Yeah, type it out so I can read. Yehoshua. Actually, that was one of the most popular search engines for a while.
Yes.
It was between Google and Yahushua. So now, and that was one of my first email addresses. It was, whatever it was at yahushua.ca. So it says here on the Google AI overview is Nazarene refers to followers of Jesus of Nazareth. Do you disagree with that?
Yes.
The title in the New Testament, but also specific to a specific Protestant denomination, Church of the Nazarene, known for Wesleyan holiness beliefs, believing the entire sanctification of holy living, alongside other older Jewish Christian sects sharing similar names, like the historical. Yeah, am I getting any of this right?
From a modern standpoint, you are.
Like the historical Nazarenes who observe Jewish law. So you lean into the Jewish law a little bit. You accept Jesus.
So what you do is you ask it this. Say, show this word in the Bible, the first mention of it. Then you'll start.
I can't copy and paste that.
Sure you can.
No, that's on my phone, and I'm like on the on the computer.
Oh. Okay.
But like if you had scriptures to bring up, we could. But the thing is that Nazarene isn't a word in the Old Testament, if I am not mistaken. But Nazarite is. And I think that like some people I've heard, and I seem to like lean into that a little bit. What's that?
You seem to be an expert on something that you
Thank
don't
you.
really...
Thank you. I appreciate that. So some people seem to believe that the New Testament writers mistook or misunderstood Nazarite, and they did a sound-alike-y because of the town of Nazareth, which didn't exist during Jesus' time, apparently, and that's an anachronism that it became a place later on. Scholars debate this, but good afternoon, Megan and Freya. But the point is that these words all, just because they sound similar, it seems like you like to do that same semantic kind of nonsense. They go, oh, Jesus was a Nazarene, which is kind of like Nazarite because he's from Nazareth, and it's like, okay, what are we talking about here? And who
All of those words
cares?
that you just said were not Afro-Asiatic words. Those are English transliterations of
What
words,
is
which are
what is
horrible.
Afro-Asiatic?
It's a region of North Africa, Northeast Africa, going into the Levant. That area right there, they all kind of speak the same root word language, so to speak. So, like all of the words that are in like Arabic, Hebrew, Aramaic,
Mm-hmm.
Ge'ez, so on and so forth, the root words of all of them are the same. They're just like a different dialect. That's why I was explaining. If someone says Salem or Shalom or
Okay.
Islam,
All right.
whatever,
So you're
same
saying
stuff.
that well, I mean, the New Testament wasn't written in an Afro-Asiatic language. It was written in Greek. So it has nothing to do with
Well, they have
that.
New Testaments written in Afro-Asiatic language.
But originally it was Greek.
I don't. Well, I mean, that's like a theory too. Like I didn't meet the
Well, if
person
we
who wrote
don't
the New
have
Testament.
any reason to believe it was written prior and
Sure,
all
we do. We absolutely
Oh,
do.
what's the
And
reason?
I mean, because in a sense, obviously, Greek is not an Afro-Asiatic language, but all of the people that it's dealing with in the story are Afro-Asiatic, like every single one of those people.
Yeah, that's why we could just be like, oh, this is a fictional story. It's like if somebody wrote about Cairo in America in the 1930s. You know, they have really no frame of reference, but they're trying to write an exotic story. And they maybe like have read some like other writings that some people wrote about Cairo, and they're like, well, I'm going to write an exotic thriller where the hero goes to Cairo. And it's just like, oh, well, they don't really know what's happening in Cairo. And also they're placing it in the, the 1890s, but they're putting in ideas from the 1930s. That doesn't really work, but they don't obviously know what was going on back there then. So that's why there's
This would be a good
anachronisms.
theory if it was true what you're saying. Like if that would be a great excuse for what you like. That'd be awesome. But the real fact of the matter is, you have a bunch of different Aramaic Peshitas and Ge'ez Bibles. All of this
Yeah,
stuff.
but when are they
So like,
dated?
it's
When
too
are they
many.
dated
It's too
to?
many.
When are they
It's too
dated
many.
to?
What does that matter?
Well, I'm just saying, if the oldest manuscripts we have are in Greek, and the Greek manuscripts have anachronisms in them, from the, let's say, 200 CE, and they're telling a story that's prior to 100 CE, let's say, and this is roughly true. You can
Still
go
trying
talk
to
to my
see how
friend. You
they
can go
still.
talk to my friend Jaron. He knows more about this stuff than I do. He's a bit of a scholar, but if that were the case, then that is literally what I just described, right? Is some Greek people in like the third, or maybe let's say the second century, writing about the first century, getting things wrong or adding things in that they have in the second century. And and nobody involved is Afro-Asiatic. And you can kind of tell that
Yeah.
because they explain things in certain gospels a certain way. They say, the Jews do this. Like the people, whoa, that's cool. Thank you, Jennifer. Cool butterfly. The Jews do this. This is how the Jews do their thing, right? Like they explain it like the people reading it would not have a frame of reference for what's going on there. If you were Jewish, a Jewish person, and you were writing the story of how Jewish people live, you would never have to explain this is what the Jews do. Everybody would know. But it says the Jews do this. This is part of their customs. So that tells me that whoever's writing
Well,
this
in a sense,
or the
you understand
audience
that
isn't Jewish.
when you're reading this in English, in a sense, you're saying because like the way
Yeah,
that English
you,
words
I'm
things,
looking at a translation that originally was Greek. You're claiming that there's another Bible somewhere in history that was Afro-Asiatic that
plenty
did
of Bibles.
everything you need it to do for
No.
your particular
So
version of the cult.
there's not a one Bible. So Ge'ez are Afro-Asiatic people. They have a history of the New Testament written in Ge'ez.
I guess.
The
Oh, I
Aramaic
guess.
people, it's okay. The Aramaic people also have a Bible. It's called the Aramaic Peshitta, and it's in Syriac. So like all over the
No,
planet, they have
Bibles
a
have
million.
been
If I can
translated
finish,
into like
if I can
every
finish,
language.
if I can finish.
I'm just agreeing
And
with
then
you.
the reason why that your theory doesn't make any sense. Like, let's say I wanted to write about Native American culture, but I don't know anything about Native American culture. So if I make a fictional thing about Native American culture, like you're going to be able to see it. You're telling me that in a sense, some Greek people they knew the entire lineage of Jewish people. Like, where did they get that from?
Oh,
And then
like
like
the
they understand
they knew
laws and stuff
the
that's
law
in
and the
Jewish books.
prophets. They knew the law and the prophets. Like I'm not saying
Okay.
I'm saying like Greek speaker. I don't know if they were Jewish, like by religion or whatever. Like I don't know who these people were that wrote this. Okay, but they knew the prior scriptures. They had the Hebrew scriptures handy. So that's all you really need in
Which
order to,
ones?
and they didn't get them right. That's why they came up with this Nazarene thing. And that's why, Matthew's fucking around with all these like prophecies that don't really make sense. But this is an
The
anachronism.
Nazarene go back to the book of Exodus. Like this is way before,
Is it
Jesus and all
Exodus
of this.
or Leviticus? Anyway, you're right. It is in the Torah. But
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying is they know this. They read this. They obviously knew Psalms 22. They involved it into. They knew Isaiah. They brought it into the story, right? They knew Jeremiah. They brought these things
This
into
is
the story.
this is good. It just sounds like religion what you explain it to me. Like this is a good theory of what you're saying.
Well, it's just like
Do you have any
we
proof
know
that it's true?
we know that they knew those things. They quoted them.
Well, how do you know what somebody else knows?
They quoted it. They said, as the prophet says, and then they
But how do you
quoted
know
it.
but how do you know that the English people knew that? Because they added stuff in too.
Well, it was
You understand? Like,
originally, we know that the oldest manuscripts we have are Greek, and they literally quote the thing. And by the way, they quote it from the Septuagint. So they quote it from the Greek Old Testament, right? Which they would have, the Greek readers would have been reading. Like that's the translation they use. That's the
so
the
when
wording
we
that
got
they
the Dead
use.
Sea, when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, you realize that all of those scriptures were not the same. So somebody obviously was like adding to and taking from. It's like 2,000 variations of scripture. So if they're making a New Testament and they're using the scriptures that you're saying, you understand, then there should be some blatant mistakes in the New Testament because the Old Testament is not the same one of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Mistakes like what?
There's a bunch of mistakes. Like here's a mistake.
Yeah, I
They
think like
have Jesus.
huge mistakes they made in the New Testament were like, this is a prophecy when it was clearly not a prophecy.
Oh, it's not just the New Testament that they made the mistakes.
The
That's
whole
what I'm saying
the
to
book
you.
is full of, I don't know what you mean by mistakes. Like the book is
I mean, I
riddled
can
with
point.
contradictions and mistakes.
Yes,
So
that's
we
the point.
disagree
That's
that
the
the
point
book
of what
is
I'm saying.
trash. I honestly am completely
Well,
lost in this
now we're
conversation.
back.
I don't know what you believe. I don't know why you believe it. I know nothing. Like I've not learned anything from talking to you at all.
Okay.
Like I don't know what I genuinely don't know. You're basing a religion on maybes about a book you see as completely flawed,
book?
but you
What do
just
you mean?
assume. But obviously, you're basing it off of some sort of
I'm not.
manuscript. Oh,
No,
yeah, you
I
are.
base my religion based off what I told you the first thing we said.
Yeah.
I read something, I get
That's
information.
that's
I
that's
go
it.
outside. I go
Mhm.
outside. And
Where
let
do you
living
read the
entities
thing? Do you do this
knows
with
it to
Harry
me.
Potter?
I do this with everything. Yes, I actually do.
So you
do this with
you go like I read the dictionary, and if I step outside and the sky does look blue, then I go,
Yes.
well, the dictionary's right about that one. Stop reading. Why read? Just go experience the world and just be like, this world that I'm experiencing is true.
That would still be reading too. Like
Yeah,
I'll be
you
reading the
wouldn't.
world.
The difference is you wouldn't have the name Yeshua in your mouth
Well, I
because
just-
you
I
wouldn't
just
have
know what
read
that
about
means.
him and then gone
I just know what that
online
means.
and been like, Yahoo.com, Yahushua must be real.
Abinu, Beshemayim, Kodesh Shemek,
Like,
Melkuf,
you know, like I don't know what like just
Yashar, Beshemayim.
all right.
Nephilim and
All right, listen,
Shemim.
we've learned nothing. Thanks for coming up, though. It's been a pleasant conversation. I do enjoy you. I
Yeah,
think you're enjoyable to talk to, but I just don't understand at all what your position is.
doubt.
But have a good night, okay?
You too.
All right, bye-bye. What? You know what? You know what this guy was? This guy was a perfect, what's the word? Candidate for this. I don't like the meaning of that verse anymore. Please use a different translation. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, that guy didn't load. We thought that guy was loading, but he didn't load. Let's see if we get someone else. We may not have, sometimes you just don't, got's no one. Okay, nobody loaded. It's all right. We'll wait. It's interesting, these conversations, you know. You like something that you don't know when you're a Christian is just how fractured this thing called Christianity truly is, and the different types of Christians, the different wacky what I would call fringe beliefs, but I think they're all sort of fringe beliefs, you know, because it's like which one is at all could all be shown to be true, right? It's just like anyone, anywhere, at any time can just go like open the book and go, I reckon it means this. And then that's just as legitimate as the other 45,000 people opening the book saying, I reckon it means this, right? That's literally all it is. And so when I was a Christian, I was pretty confident in my version of the people that opened the book and said, I reckon it means this. Like the way they said it and the arguments they made for that, I was just like, okay, because I was told that. Like I was told that by my pastor and my parents, you know, the people around me, we agreed that was what it was. But then doing these sorts of debates, once I left Christianity and I didn't have a dog in the fight, people would come up and I'd be like, that's not what that means. I'd still have the dogmatic sort of like, you're getting the doctrine wrong. You don't even know what you're talking about. But they know just as much of what they're talking about as I did when I was a Christian, or how anybody knows. Like nobody knows anything. Like it's nothing. There's nothing to it. You know, it's literally it's like the most vapid thing. Vapid is the perfect word. Christianity has been changed so many times, constantly, that it ceases to mean anything, right? And so that's fun. That's a fun thing. Like Christian holds no meaning. The word Christian means nothing. And that makes it funny to me. But now I'm just not going to argue doctrine. Like I'm not going to argue what do you think this verse means, right? The only argument that I find interesting when it comes to these things is like, you think it means this, but it could just as easily mean that. So how do we know it means this? Faith. Jesus' blood-colored glasses, magic fairy dust, the power of the Holy Spirit. That's the only way anybody has any sort of clue. Well, they're just making it up, right? So interesting how the cult works. But let's see if this character loads here real quick. Ezekiel sounds like your name should be Ezekiel, but it's spelt differently. Is that
Yeah, I
is
try
that
to
what-
put the yeah, it's short. Zeke's short for it, but I try to put the eyes so it looks like a Zeke. But I felt like doing
Oh,
so.
it looked like Ezekiel, because the first I is
Yeah.
uppercase, the last I is a lowercase l, so it's very confusing.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
I was trying to make it look like dividers, but it came out. Yeah.
well, let me change. I'll change. I write these things out here. I'll change it just to Zeke. Listen, Zeke, are you a believer in the Bible God?
Yes, I'm a devout follower of Christ.
So if you're devout, you've read the Bible, so you know that he's a big old meanie.
So many times. Well, how do you define meanie? What does meanie mean?
Just like a mean guy. Like it's the opposite of nice. You know when someone's mean, like if I walked up to you and I just like flicked your nose and I just kept flicking your nose and you're like, stop, but I didn't stop, that would be mean. You know, like mean stuff is like, we know when someone's mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on definitions and context. But
So
sure.
like, let's say this, like, let's say I was an inventor and I was working on some great invention that would make like somebody who couldn't walk able to walk, like somebody who had maybe, I don't know that much about, but like
Yeah, that'd be a good invention. Yeah.
severed their spinal column or something like that, but like I could reattach it or something. I don't know how that works.
Right.
Anyway, so while you were a baby, I made you unable to walk. I made you incapable of walking for your whole entire life because I knew I was working on that. And a few more decades later, when you were around 30 years old, I did it. I was able to make people walk again. So I took you, somebody that was unable to walk the whole time, and I fixed it. I made you able to walk again, or for the first time since you were born. And then everybody like applauded me and they thought I was amazing, and it helped millions of other people be able to walk because I fixed this problem. Do you think that would be mean for me to make you unable to walk just so that I could show how cool I am by making you able to walk later?
For you as a human, no, but I think as God, giving him glory in that sense, yeah. Why wouldn't
That's not mean. If God did it, it's not mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to make a special clause just for God.
Your special pleading, they call it, yeah.
Yeah, special pleading. Yeah. I like to use that.
That
that's a better
sucks.
phrase of using it.
That's like
Well,
I don't. Is that
he's
fair?
God.
But what's that mean?
here's
That
the
doesn't
thing.
hold any water. That's just you saying words.
Why not? It's just human opinion then at that point.
Well, you're just going, well, it's God, so God can do it. But why, when God does it, is it not mean? But when I do it, it is mean? What's the symmetry breaker?
Well, it might be mean to you, but it's just a human opinion, is it not?
Yeah. So I'm asking you, like, was it mean when I made you unable to walk for your whole, like, most of your life, and then healed you later?
Well, I would ask why. Why'd you do that?
Just to show off. I wanted to like be able to have somebody to make walk again, right? And you were sort of like,
Just for the sole reason of showing
yeah,
off.
to show my power, to show how amazing my invention was, right? And I was just like, this person close to me, you know, you were in this story. Well, actually, you know, you don't even have to be close to me. I find you as a baby in the hospital, you know, make you unable to walk, then leave. I just know who you are, you know, keep an eye on you. And then later on, when I've figured it out, I go and I find you and I heal your legs. I go, isn't that exciting?
I know,
Yeah.
but I don't really see the problem if it's God. If he can do that and then
Well,
he chooses
you
when
do
and
see
how
the
and
problem when
where
I
and
do
why.
it because I would be mean, right? It'd be mean for me to do that to you.
In that specific context as a human being, sure. But
Yeah,
I
so
think for
if
God,
everything-
well, hear me out. Did you create me?
No. You just
Okay, did you
were born.
hold on? Did you create everybody on Earth?
No, they were just
Did
born.
you create? Wait, hold on. Did you create the Earth?
No, that
So
just
you're
happened.
different from this being. This being is
Uh-huh.
different from you.
Yeah.
So I can't use the same metrics when I'm talking about
yeah,
this being.
but that's fair.
rather
That's
than a human
fine.
being.
But what I'm
That-
saying
that's
is,
not my point.
yeah, but
That's my point.
that's not enough. You just saying that
Why
God,
isn't that enough?
because it doesn't do very much. It's just like this God did a bunch more stuff. He made stuff. So all of a sudden it's not mean to incapacitate someone for 3 decades just to heal them to show off later. Like that doesn't make it not mean all of a sudden, because experientially it's still a shitty thing to do to somebody. Like they still
But
have to
to you
live.
it is, but hold on.
To you it would be. To you it would be. So the difference to
Not
you,
necessarily. I think in
the
this
difference to
aspect-
well, hold on. The difference to you, Zeke, like not being able to walk for 30 years is the same. So if I did it to heal you later and show off versus God doing it to heal you later to show off, you'd still be having the same experience. So is your experience better when God does it or the same?
It's different because I'm a human.
No, the experience is the same, right?
How
You still struggled.
because-
You still struggled for those 30 years. When
but
I did,
but knowing that he eventually healed me, and again,
you don't
during
know
time,
that.
in
You don't
context-
know
In that
that.
context, hold on. During that time, in that context, we still don't know everything. And look. This is what I will say. I want everybody to hear this. I want everybody to hear this. Quote me on this. If God, this higher being that created everything, if he wanted to destroy all of us, he can absolutely do that, and there's nothing wrong with doing that.
There's nothing wrong with it.
So
Let me bring this up real
because
quick.
He's the one that created
Let
us.
me
He's
bring
the
this
one
up
that-
real quick. Let me bring this up real quick.
You
Just
didn't
to
create me, so you don't get to really decide. Like that's the thing. Humans are different from this being that we call God. He's not the
we
same.
know.
as us.
We get it.
He's unique.
So let me ask you this question: if I created a bunny rabbit, okay,
Sure.
and this is like a bit sci-fi. I can make the bunny rabbit
get it. I
from
get it.
scratch, okay. So I didn't breed the rabbit. I fully was able to make life out of non-life. I abiogenesis it into existence. It's like a paper mache craft, but it's a living, breathing, feeling, real, organic bunny rabbit. Okay, little fluffy, adorable bunny rabbit. I made it, fully me.
made it.
I've full responsibility, but
get all
like
the credit.
I get the
You
credit.
get
I make the bunny. Is it good or fine or nice or justified or any of those words, maybe even loving, for me to take the bunny rabbit out to my back deck and slowly step on its head? Hold on. Sorry, I got a phone call. And slowly step on its head till while it screams and panics and tries to get out of from under my
God
foot.
doesn't
So
do
hold
that. I don't
on,
know where- Yeah,
slowly,
that would be bad.
slowly. It would be bad, and then its head
Yeah, but-
explodes and I kill it.
Yeah, but God doesn't do that in the Bible, so I don't know.
No, hold on here though, because you're saying that if somebody creates something, then whatever they do is okay. Actually, whatever they do makes it nice, even if it's something that's mean.
I'm saying God has full
A
authority and right,
creator,
we can
a
call it the-
creator. The only
yes, but-
symmetry breaker, Zeke, between me and God is that you say God's the creator. So God's the creator.
Yes.
So that means He can make you blind or unable to walk or whatever. And if He
Yes.
fixes it later and just did that just to show off His power, then that was justified and good and nice, and it can't be seen as mean. I'm saying that if I'm the creator of a bunny and I torture it to death, it can still be mean. So that means that even if someone's a creator, we can't just
But
take
what-
everything they do as fine and justified.
But how can you justify morality? I don't get that. It's just human opinion. You're just using human opinion to back up your.
What I'm
somewhat morality.
saying is, it's still mean.
How do you know that's mean though? What you're using?
How do
mean
I
as
know
a
it's mean?
objective-
It's
hold on,
absolutely.
hold on.
You think it could
It's
be nice?
yeah.
I'm asking you, Zeke. You think it could be nice to step on a bunny's head till it explodes, or to make somebody
I'm asking you,
blind
how do you
until?
know that's wrong? How do you know that's bad?
Because
How
it's
do you know
mean. What are you
bad? Hold on,
talking
but
about?
why? Prove to me that.
Because
it's
you would hate it. You'd hate that experience, and it's useless. There's no reason to do it. Well,
Hold
how
on,
is it
there-
not mean? You tell
on.
me. You show me that it's nice.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying.
Okay,
prove to me
that's it.
that it's
That's
bad.
I'm telling you, it's
What
mean.
if somebody? Hold on. What if somebody finds joy in that?
In hurting
What
other,
is it?
in making other
They-
people suffer.
I'm just saying. What if somebody thinks it's the best thing ever to do that? They just love doing it, and they find so much pleasure in doing it.
Then they take
just
pleasure
love
in
doing
things
it.
that are mean, in doing mean things.
Okay, but what
It
if
doesn't
they
make
don't
it not
see as
mean.
that? What if they don't see it as
That's their opinion, but it's still
that? Okay,
mean.
there we go, everybody. Opinion.
The-
So how
but it's
can
still
you
mean,
use
right? Like
an
it's mean. No,
Okay,
Zeke,
but
Zeke.
you're using mean as this objective standard by your own definitions and your own.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's
No.
mean. What your responsibility would be here is to show me that it's not mean, but you agree that it's mean.
No, you're
so
the one
I
that's
do
making the
not know
statement
what
that
this
something's
conversation
mean.
is. I'm completely
it's-
lost. So
my
you
whole
think
point
it's
is- my whole
not
point is
mean
without
to
God-
step on a bunny's head and kill it painfully?
No, I absolutely do.
Okay,
I'm saying
so I agree.
with you.
That's
I'm
mean.
just
Do you
saying-
think it would be mean for me to cut your spinal column or whatever just so I can fix it later, when like 30 years later or something? Do you think that's mean?
I would have to know the context. Why are you doing that?
To
Just
show
because-
off.
I don't think that's really the point when Jesus healed the paralyzed man, just to show off.
It's the blind man. I just made it slightly different. The blind man, it says in the book, it says specifically, why was
That's
this
fine.
man born blind? Born blind!
For the glory of
Born
Jesus.
blind! He
Yeah.
was born blind, not because of something him or his parents did wrong, but so that God could show off. So that's
Okay,
mean.
but you automatically put that as this
Yeah.
object. Okay.
Yeah, 'cause, like, I would say-
everybody's gonna see it as that.
Well,
Yes
if
or
you
no?
don't see it as mean, then we can have that conversation. But
No, I'm
you
just
don't want to
saying
have
how
that conversation. Do you think it's mean to do
Okay.
that or not? You think it's
My
fine?
main point is you have a human opinion on morality, and I'm
Uh-huh.
saying you can't justify that without a higher opinion. It's just human opinion.
No, yes, I can. I like.
No, you cannot.
I don't know what you mean
Well,
by
what opinion?
justify. I don't think I have to justify it. I'm saying
Well,
that
you
this
should
is
justify
mean.
morality. There's a reasoning.
I don't know that
why-
I'm making. I honestly
How
am
do
not
you
sure
know
that
that-
I'm
can
making
you
a
prove to
moral.
me
I'm not sure.
factually?
I'm not sure that I'm making a moral statement here.
So you're not making a moral statement. A wrong or
I'm
right.
saying it is mean
Okay, does mean to you does that mean
versus
wrong
nice.
morally? Okay, mean wrong morally. Is that
Do
how
you think
define it?
it's
Like,
do you think it's nice to
a
be
wrong
mean?
thing?
Do you think it's nice to be mean?
well, define mean. What does mean mean? You know what I mean?
Mean,
Yeah,
like
fine.
unkind, something
Okay,
that
well,
like
what if somebody came into your house and then took everything and then did a bunch of horrible stuff to your family? Are you going to be kind to them?
no, because they were being mean.
Okay, so would you be mean back?
Like if I don't know, I think I'd have the feeling that I want to be mean back. I think like what I would do, and let me finish this, I would certainly like defend myself. And if that would mean like using force in order to get them away from my family, but I don't think that would be mean in that moment. I think that would be a justified reaction to remove them from the situation, but I'd want to be mean. Just to be very clear, I'd want to also like step on their fucking balls or punch them in the face when I don't need to.
wrong to do?
I want to be mean because I'd be angry at them. So I'd have that feeling that I want to be fucking mean to these pieces, right?
But is there like, and I'm not trying
And
to
I
be
think
like,
I think that like if I were mean to them, as much as people could understand why I was mean to them, I still think it would be mean, right? Like it wouldn't
wrong to be
make
mean
the
in every
thing
situation?
not mean just because there was a reason to be mean.
I agree with you. Is it wrong to be mean in every situation, in every context, do you think? Is there any justified context to be mean? That's a better way of saying it.
I think that if we're using mean as like something that like you didn't have to do, I think that that's where I think mean has some of that. Like you don't have to do this mean thing, right?
isn't
To
that
use
so- but
force,
you
to
also
use
see how
force
subjective
isn't mean. To hurt somebody just for the sake of hurting them because you want them to be hurt, that's mean. Unnecessarily, that's mean, I think.
So do you think, and this is a fair question, so does it matter on the context onto which somebody is being this certain way that we can label it as mean?
Yeah, I think it would matter for
Yeah,
sure.
it would matter.
An action becomes mean or not mean depending on the context, maybe? Is that what you're saying?
Don't you know?
Sorry, my AI got
that the answer's
triggered.
in the context. You're never gonna
Sorry
get it
about
with
that.
the context. I
have
don't
this
know anything
AI
about the context.
when you
The
say
answer
the
must be in
word
it in the context. Don't ask me what the context is, but all I know is it's context.
When certain words
we
are
not say
said,
that word?
well, if you don't want to hear the song again, yeah, don't say that word. There's
Okay, I won't
certain
say that
words
word.
you don't want to say. Yeah.
Yeah. But okay. This is my main point though.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I'm not trying to disagree with you just for the simple fact of disagreeing, which a lot of people do.
So you're not
I
being
just want to
mean.
say this. I'm not trying to be mean, but this is my main point: is how can we objectively say that something is right or wrong or mean?
Objective morality.
What the fuck? How did that
You
happen?
wanna say that murder is wrong, and you know what I think
objective
it is.
morality, right.
But that's just an opinion, like saying this song is the shit.
This song is
but
the shit, by the way.
God loves to murder, baby.
That's mean.
It's just another claim that you can't prove, loosely based on a Bible that is full of abuse. It's just another claim that you can't prove. Morality is subjective.
All right. So do you want to have the moral argument? Is that what you're gunning for? Because you agree with me that God is mean.
I just want to hear your opinion, because you already know what I'm going to say, and you've already heard it.
What do you want? What are you going to say?
Can I say those trigger words again without it playing?
Yeah.
Okay. Just that. How can we factually, I don't want to use that other word, prove that something is right or wrong? I guess, how do you? Like, what standard, or how do you justify it, I guess?
So before we get into this, I kind of want to hear you say that what Jesus did to the blind man was mean.
No, because I don't think it was.
Well, why wasn't it mean? Like, because honestly, like me just being like trying to be completely
it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
But
It's a beautiful thing.
how is it beautiful?
Because he got healed.
But he made him blind.
So he made him blind. So that what?
So that he could show off. So he could show the glory of God through this miracle. Now, let me suggest this to you. He could have made the guy not blind, made the guy just 20/20 vision his whole life, and then for like 45 minutes make him able to see into outer space or see through clothing. He could have been like, now you can be a creeping, peeping Tom. I'm going to let you have x-ray vision. Go look around. Look at all the dongs you want. And then, after 45 minutes, boom, I'm going to make you just normal sight again. But instead, he made the guy blind. The guy lived blind it seems like most of his life, but it must have been decades. And he couldn't survive, he couldn't work. He was begging by the fountain. That was his life. So he was like somebody likely unhoused in poverty. And then Jesus goes, let me do this mud trick. And all of a sudden you can see, and aren't I great? Well, no, I think that's mean, right? I think it's mean because it was unnecessary and he used this guy as some sort of like stool pigeon or something like that. Like you gotta admit that that's pretty mean.
Again, like what do you? Okay.
But like we can do the moral conversation. But I just want to say like that's mean, right?
Let's say I agree with you. I'm like, yeah, that's mean. What then? Then can we talk about morality?
Sure, we can talk about morality. But yeah, you agree with me that it's mean.
Because I want to talk about morality. Sure, that's a meanie thing to do. But there's so much more context to that, and I want to talk more.
What
about
is
that.
the context? Like no, but this is the thing, Zeke. Like this is the wall. This is a wall. Because you know it's mean. No, you know it's mean. No, that's not true. So what could the case be? What could the case be that would make it not mean? Right? There would have to be other circumstances that would make it so that this isn't mean.
Like what?
Like let's say God wasn't all powerful and hadn't made him blind. Let's say that. Like this guy it was happenstance that he was blind, and Jesus was some sort of miracle worker, but he wasn't God. Then him, healing this guy's sight wouldn't have been mean. It would have been super, super kind because we didn't have that other element to the story, right?
So
but unfortunately, the way the story works, it's mean. What's that?
What about all the other times where Jesus heals? When he didn't have to?
Yeah, maybe there could be some of the healing that's nice. The problem is that like God takes responsibility in Exodus and other places for all the diseases and everything that people experience. Like he makes people blind and deaf, and
Yeah, I think he says that in Exodus, right? Does it say?
Yeah, so it's like, so it's hard because it's like if everybody is, but let's say that like maybe there's some sort of rule, again, kind of like on God, but maybe you can understand it. Like maybe there would be a rule where if you do XYZ, God will make you sick to the point where you won't be able to walk anymore. So there's a passage in Deuteronomy where God says, I will take all the diseases from you and I will put them on your enemies because they're bad and you're good. So it's like, I'm going to punish other people and I'm not going to make you sick if you follow my law. So maybe there's some sort of like morality of God where if people behave a certain way, maybe it's justified that he makes them unable to walk or something. And then for Jesus to come and heal the person who was unable to walk, which was due to their like consequences of their actions, let's say. And let's say that we agreed that the actions justified that kind of a punishment, just spitballing, then that would be more of a sort of like a beautiful story of redemption and some sort of like kind thing that Jesus does. But that's not the case here. The case is
but how
directly
we can't get there unless we
mean.
talk about morality.
No, because this is just like us.
Makes no sense.
This is just us.
We have to define things and then we can talk about labels.
No, because I'm not talking
can
about
never
right. I'm
define
not talking
things.
about good and bad necessarily. I'm talking about mean and nice, which are
But
not
what's
the
point?
same.
What's the point? What's the point of talking about good and nice?
Well, if Jesus is a meanie and like God's a meanie, then they're fucking pieces of shit. Like,
okay, but then that's a
why would he
moral-
be mean?
But then that's a moral just view then.
Well, I suppose that you would agree with me that that's a mean guy. Do you think God's mean? And if you're like,
But
no,
I
God's
can't
never
label him
mean.
as mean.
If you're
I
like,
can't
God's
label
never
God as
mean, then
anything. But I can't label him as anything if it's subjective.
yes, you can.
But then it's just useless. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it's useful. It's very useful.
Wait, hold on. If I label something subjectively,
You don't think
then
that's useful?
by definition, then it's just an opinion.
You don't think that you don't think your opinion is useful?
Well, I'm saying you can't prove that it's useful.
Wait, no,
it's
it is.
subjective.
I can prove that it's useful. Every single opinion,
how?
any way that this world has functioned, anywhere any of our moral standards and moral practices have come through humans' opinions. So they've been very useful.
Okay, but at the same exact time, if it's truly subjective, then you could label it or the acts of man throughout mankind, whatever man has done, killing or helping people or murdering or thieving or building buildings or giving to the poor, any of those acts of good or evil or bad or whatever good, you can't prove that one thing is truly right and one thing is truly wrong. And I think that's my main point, because people see things differently and people see things.
I don't know what you mean by
as different
truly good or bad. I don't like. I think that like you're just using words. I think what we usually do in our world is we look at things, we look at actions and behaviors, and we say, oh, I don't like that one. And people go, why don't you like that? Why is that your opinion? And you go, oh, because it causes this kind of harm, or because, I'm negatively affected, or,
But aren't those all moral words like negatively
yeah,
affected?
but those can be factual, right? Like harm can be factual. That can be something that's
but
true.
Factually bad or factually.
No, just like factually
bad.
true, right? So,
but what about harm? Like if somebody comes up to you and slaps you, yes.
okay,
it's
this
true
is
that
what I'm
they
going to
slapped
ask you to
yes,
do.
it's
This is
true
what I'm going to
that-
ask you to do, Zeke.
Yeah.
This is what I'm going to
Sure.
ask you to do. I'm going to ask you to like roll back your apologetic, okay? So right now you're looking for a way to turn subjective morality into a problem. This is what I'm going to suggest to you. Subjective morality is our reality, and that objective morality is something you wouldn't be able to prove if I pushed you for it. And we can do that in a second. But what I'm describing to you is literally how things work. And you can undermine that constantly, but it won't change any of the facts. Okay? So harm is something we can measure. That's factually true. And we can say, I don't like that harm. And the reason why and the fact that I don't like that harm is the justification for why I say this thing is wrong. Okay? And that's how I justify my moral opinions. And if somebody disagrees with that, then they can tell me their moral opinion and we can discuss it. And that's how the world works.
But what if somebody likes doing the harm? Which, again, I disagree with. I just
Yeah,
want to make that
then the majority of the people, usually, not always, but the majority of the people are going to go, ooh, we don't want to live in a world with this guy who is into hurting babies. Let's remove them from the society because we want our babies to be happy and healthy so that we can have a robust society full of happy and healthy people that feel safe.
And that's what God did. And that's what God did with like a lot of them, like the Amalekites. He destroyed them because they kept on killing all their babies and eating them.
That may be true for some Canaanite tribes, but not the Amalekites. Whoa, look at that. That's cool. Thank you, Brad.
No, the Amalekites was King Agag. King Agag definitely did that.
Oh, find the verse.
I don't know the exact off the top of my head, but
yeah, you're wrong about the Amalekites. That's just not true.
King Agag was the king over the Amalekites.
Yeah, I don't know anywhere where King Agag is killing babies. That's the Canaanites. I might have missed that verse, but I read the whole Bible. Guys, if you want to check out me reading the whole entire Bible, every single chapter of the Bible, check out my page, Joel Reads Bible. I read Bible. I read every single word, and I don't remember Agag being one of, or the Amalekites being one of the tribes that kills babies.
I might be wrong too, but I thought. Okay. I want to ask, what do you like about it? Is there anything that you like about the Bible?
Yeah, there's some humor in there that I think is funny and I appreciate.
Enjoy. What's some other things that you like about the Bible?
That's it.
Just that.
I find it interesting how absolutely how much of a failure it is in comparison to the ideas of Christianity. So like when you try to apply Christian doctrine to the Bible, it fails in every way, and I think that that's really entertaining. But Zeke, I feel like we got off the I challenged your challenge to me, and then you totally abandoned ship. Did you notice that? I can't hear you. You sound like trash now.
If we can never define that, if we can never say that subjective, like to me, if it's subjective, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
If it's objective, it matters.
So let's do this then. Why don't you prove that there is an objective morality in how we access it? Let's do that then.
Yes. If God exists, then He has given us a law to live by.
Okay.
Through the Holy Spirit and discernment, and yeah, that's how we should live.
How do we? So that's interesting. So you're saying that the evidence for God would be in that each of us has the exact same moral law.
No, that's not the evidence of God.
Okay.
Well, you could maybe say that.
Well, remember I said like how we access it, right? So if there's an objective moral standard, and you're saying that we know that it exists because it's inside of us, God has.
No, I'm saying we should know that it exists because God exists.
This is sounding really circular, but okay,
God
like
exists,
yeah. So let me grant you God exists. So I'm gonna do any old God. So some God exists, and that's how there's an objective moral standard. How do we know the objective moral standard? Where do we find it?
By the Scripture, by the discernment of the Holy Spirit, and what has God said to the prophets before.
Okay.
And also, there's things that that aren't in the Bible that obvious I think would be generalized. It's there. Like if you look at
Well, let's ask a
like,
moral
love your
question.
neighbor
Let's
well.
ask a moral question.
You know what I mean?
Let's try
Sure.
to figure this out. Okay.
let's do it.
So we'll try a really easy one. Should people hit children? Is it good? Is it morally good to hit a kid?
Define hit, and yeah, then we can talk about it.
Well, I'm just saying objectively. You can give me the objective answer. So
like if a kid runs at me with a knife, can I push him? Is that okay?
I don't know. Is that objectively moral?
Like if a kid runs at me with a knife, can I touch
Punch
him?
him
Anyway
punch him in the face? I don't know. Like you,
would that be moral?
I'm asking you. I don't have an objective moral standard,
Okay.
right? So I'm asking you.
Yeah. Is it okay to hit a kid? I would say in context.
Okay. So what are
Like,
the
in a severe context? Obviously, I think it's fine to hit a kid if he's coming at you with a knife. Just randomly,
self-defense?
Like, yeah, I want to go. Well, sure. I mean, I don't see how that's wrong.
But like, if a kid's running at you with a knife, can you kick him in the face?
Can I kick him like if?
Like he's running at you with a knife. This is a 3-year-old. He's running at you with a knife. Can you like drop kick the fucker in the face so he goes flying across the room? I'm just looking objectively, and I'm just looking for the object. Like, ask the Holy Spirit. Objectively, is it okay to drop kick a 3-year-old that has a butter knife?
I think. Well, see, now you're adding words like butter knife, 3-year-old.
This is the thing. We're talking about objective. This is the thing, Zeke. We're talking about objective morality. And we're saying, what's the objective moral standard?
If you can give me the actual situation with everything to know in the situation, then absolutely I can give you an objective way of going about it. But if you're like using like a 3-year-old with a butter knife,
all right,
then no, kicking it in the face would make no sense.
Okay, a 13-year-old steals
with an actual kid. Oh.
There's no knife. A 13-year-old, this is a different story. A 13-year-old steals $20 out of his mother's jacket that's hanging in the hall closet. Is asked about it and lies. And then later on is discovered like has something that they wouldn't have been able to afford, and they're like, where'd you get that? Eventually it comes out that they stole the $20. Can we hit this kid disciplinarily?
Hit the kid? I would say no.
Do you think that every Christian's Holy Spirit would say no?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, well, that's where you're wrong. There are people who would advocate for spanking that child for sure. So,
sure,
and that's a great point. Emp Atheist says, I would say no. You are giving me your subjective opinion, I hope you realize. There's no way for me to know that this is from God, especially since other people who claim the Holy Spirit would say that they should discipline the child by hitting them.
Like, my whole point is morality is a very generalized thing when it comes to the Bible and the principle of things of like, I don't know if there's a specific, I mean, it does say chastise your children.
It says, spare the rod and spoil the child. Paraphrasing.
I mean, with those principles of like, it depends. I mean, again, it's context, and I think that's where it really lies. Is it wrong to look at context? Because I think all context is differently. Like
but
like,
I described the context. I described the context,
but
Zeke.
Is this a 13-year-old kid that has done this many different times, and the only way to get him to really realize?
No, but they're nipping. These people believe that they're nipping it in the bud.
Okay, but did he need the money because he's really hungry and he hasn't eaten for days? Like, what's the context of the 13-year-old kid?
He's fine. He's in a really great, well-fed Christian home. Zeke, you're trying to add stuff to it. You're trying to add stuff to it like it matters. My point is, Zeke,
and that's a problem.
Zeke, the point is that you're giving me a subjective opinion based on what I told you. And let's say that's all the information. That's the full story is what I said. We don't have to add anything else. And
Well,
I
you
know,
should.
and I know, no, that's the whole story. And I know for a fact that there are going to be other Christians who will claim the Holy Spirit, which will disagree with you. So that shows us that no one has
No, I don't
access
think
to
they
this.
would. They wouldn't
You
disagree with
think everyone, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, that has the Holy Spirit would agree with me. Yes. Yes. How am I?
No, Zeke, what I said was,
If they're truly going by the Holy Spirit,
this is okay. That's the claim, but they would say the same thing. So the only thing that I can go by, they wouldn't. Okay, listen. This is how I worded it, and don't be disingenuous. If I could find probably Christians across the board who would say different. Oh, he's gone. Thank God. We know that we would find Christians of every denomination, every different version. I think Russell's becoming an atheist. Yeah, let's call him a runner.
Where did you run, oh Christian? Where was the Spirit? Why run from my simple questions? Don't you have the answers in your book?
We're going to get ours up here in just a moment. First of all, we want to say thank you, Matthew, for being a dumpling for a whole 4 months. More like Nazarong. Am I Nazarite? That's a funny comment. That's a funny comment. More like Nazarong. Am I Nazarite? Thank you so much, Matthew, for your support and for that hilarious comment. G-Force sent $2. Oh, holy day, jazz singers. Oh, holy day, jazz fingers. I think it's jazz hands. Joel is live, so thank you, G-Force. G-Force sent $5.17, interestingly. It's an interesting amount. To say, it is said in the Book of Truth, Joel's songs come from his wet box. That's where I pulled them out of, yeah. And Optimus Prime sent $5. I know Chris doesn't see it this way, but he's just saying he's too big of a coward to have his own opinion. And it's apparent he's never read the book. And then he sent $2 to correct that. Sorry, I meant Zeke. I think you're thinking about that other guy named Chris that we talked to who was insufferable. But yeah, this is just what I hate about it is it's just like just lying. It is lying to be like, yeah, all the Christians would agree. Every single Christian would agree with me. The real ones, it's like, okay, we get your game. Ours, are you a person that believes in the Bible God?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, yes, I do.
And do you agree that he's just a big old meanie? This guy.
No, of course not.
Have you read the Bible?
I'm actively on Isaiah right now.
Okay, so you've read Joshua.
Yes, I have.
So you know the part in Joshua where God says to hamstring horses. Did that not raise some eyebrows?
Yeah, of course it raises eyebrows. I mean, that's a natural thing. I'm not gonna say that I hear verses like that and just ignore it.
Okay,
But
it
I
seems
have
like
to
you did.
dissect to see why. Well, no, I dissect to see how I feel about it and
Okay.
balance it with truth. That's what I try to do.
All right, well, how did you come to understand that God could be nice, but then also say to torture horses?
It goes down to sovereignty and God's right over creation to do what he desires.
Now, I would never argue it within the myth that God doesn't have the right as far as like, I would say the ability. I don't know if right is the correct word, but he has the ability. But that doesn't make it not mean. You may not have been here moments ago where I did this analogy where I said like, people do not like this story, but like, if I was able to, from scratch in a sci-fi sort of way, make a little adorable little baby bunny, okay? And I'm the creator of it. I have full autonomy over it. It's my bunny. I made it literally from scratch. Do I have the maybe I have the right, but would it be nice and not mean, loving, kind, justified, anything like that, to bring the bunny out to my back deck and slowly step on its head as it freaks out and panics and tries to escape until I, crush its head and kill it? Would I have the right, or would that make me good or nice or any of those words? You get what I'm saying?
You know what? It's a good point. I don't think it's a stupid analogy, but I'd ask you, we're assuming that your morality is objective for this, right?
No. We're not talking about objective
Just for
morality.
this
We're
bunny. I'm
talking
just
about
saying,
mean and nice, and we're talking about, is it justified? These are things that we can just like comment on as people. So do you think if you like saw me do that, first of all, you'd think, let's imagine you saw me do that. You don't know anything. You don't know where the bunny came from. Would you think I'm being nice to that bunny?
well, no, but let me tell you
Would you try
why.
to stop me?
There's a good chance, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
But let me
hurting
tell you,
I'm hurting a bunny, right?
are we assuming that? That's why I'm saying, are we assuming you are God in this situation? Because we
No,
don't have to use a bunny. I
I'm
could have a
me.
child and
I'm
I can do
me.
that.
I'm me. It's
But
just
that's
that
what I'm saying.
it's just that I made it from scratch. That's why we're doing this, and it's just a sentient being that I made from scratch that's experiencing something. So that's what you have to work with. Okay, so I'm hurting the bunny. You want to stop me, but when you come to stop me, I go, hold on, Ars. I made this bunny from scratch, so it's my right to do that. Would you be like, oh, feel free? Yeah, you're torturing that bunny? No problem. It's screaming. But no, that's fine. Yep. No, I still like you. I think you're a great guy.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say, yeah, you got a point. It would definitely be a mean thing. But if we're talking about, we have to elevate you to being God and put you in the same situation rather than some
Well,
metaphorical bunny,
so
then it would be different.
let's talk about the real situation. So in Joshua, we have Joshua going and fighting these people. I think they're the Hivites, but we could look it up. It's Joshua 11. And God says, once you kill all the Hivites, I'm going to help you kill them. I think this is the one where he does most of the killing with hail or something like that. I might be mixing them up. But once they kill all the Hivites, he's like, then burn their chariots and hamstring their horses. So hamstringing the horse is like making the horse unable to walk. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, it's very, very painful. And it's putting the horse out of commission, but not killing it. So it just like slowly dies. It slowly dies on the ground, unable to get up, unable to be mobile anymore. That's torture. So God is saying, just torture these, disables them. That's it. Just torture these horses, disable the horses and torture them, and then go about your business. That's mean. There's no uptick to that. There's no way to see that as not mean. I don't know what we can do with that to make God not kind of a piece of shit, fuckface.
Well, you got to throw in all those flavorful words, huh?
Yeah, it's more fun.
Okay, well, I will say, in that context of the bunny, it's different. But with God, I mean, let me ask you a question. Why did he do that? Obviously, you don't assume that he just did it so he could have another good laugh.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't really explain it. I have theories, but yeah, I don't know.
For the sake of chariot during war, that's what I would say the context was, because those weren't just normal horses they found in the wild.
For the sake of what?
Chariots. They were, I believe, they were
like
used
these
in
were
battle,
horses.
correct?
Horses. Yeah, like this is a battle scene. So in the battle scene, we have horses and chariots. They come and they attack it. It is the Hivites. And God says, okay, what you're going to do is you're going to kill these people. Apparently you said context, which is a bit of a Pavlov's dog.
Don't you know
I missed it.
that the answer's in the context? You're never gonna get it with the context. I don't know what it means either, but the context. The answer must be hidden in the context. Don't ask me what the context is, but all I know is it's context.
You know it's context. We don't know what it is yet, but we're gonna figure it out. So they're fighting these guys. They come at them. There's horses involved. There's chariots. All those things. Now it's described a few times in the chapter, like 4 times, that they kill every single person They kill every single soldier, right? And then afterwards, they hamstring the horses and they burn the chariots. Okay? So they are destroying everything of these people. But the way they do that with the horses is torturesome.
So you would
cut
be
the
fine in
hamstrings.
that context if they just shot one arrow through the horse, no pain.
I think killing the horses quickly would be an improvement on the story. I think that the best case scenario, because the horses did nothing wrong, is to let them go. They could also like keep the horses for themselves. That's probably going to be a better one, right?
Well,
Like-
I don't know about keeping the horses. I'm pretty sure a horse it's like a dog, right? If you didn't tame it, it's not gonna be your friend, right?
I don't
If you didn't
know.
raise it.
I genuinely don't know that they couldn't like just be like, now we feed you, and they're like, okay. Like I don't know horses that well to know that they wouldn't like just go with whatever their new owner is that will now take care of them and lead them where they have to go, you know. But the point is that yeah, I don't think they needed to kill them. And if they did need to kill them, which again, nobody would say that, I don't think, in real life, they didn't have to do it in a torturous way. But God from on high says a couple of times, or maybe he says it once and then they do it the second time. It says they did exactly what God said. They hamstrung the horses. That is cruel and torturous, and that I would say that's
yeah.
mean.
I will ask you a question. If it wasn't a horse, if it was an animal that's known for attacking, would it be different?
No, because if you had to dispatch a violent animal, you still don't need to torture it. We're torturing the animal unnecessarily. That's mean, ours. Now listen to what you're doing. You're desperately trying to paint an obviously mean thing. If I were to be like, oh, you know what I did yesterday? I went out to a farm and I hamstrung a horse and watch it writhe on the ground for a really, really long time. It takes a long time, but eventually the horse died and I just watched it die in pain. You'd go, you're a fucking psychopath.
Well, I mean,
right? Like you'd be like, you're fucking.
According to my belief, but according to yours, you couldn't admit that it's a mean thing.
Yes, I could.
No, you could believe it, but it doesn't make it true.
Well, neither would it. It wouldn't be true under your view either, because your God says to do it. What do you mean? You can you can have an upper hand. You can have a moral. You're gonna be more. You're gonna do some moral gaslighting now. You're gonna say that you have the moral high ground. This guy has the moral high ground when his God with the objective moral standard is the one that said to do that. I've never said to do something like that, and I would never do something like that. You follow somebody that said to do it. So yeah, I think I have the better position in saying that that is absolutely psychotic and wrong. You don't. You've ripped off your balls and given them to God, so you don't have a moral opinion anymore. You just submit to God's moral opinion, which is to hamstring horses.
That's contrary to your belief. You can't say absolute and also.
You don't know my belief because we haven't had that conversation.
I've heard you before. I've actually talked to you before. You don't believe in.
You're lying.
Yes, I have. I'm
yeah,
Aaron.
but I'm
on
not.
Discord.
Okay, that's cool. I'm not a moral relativist. Like I am going to say that like it's mean because you're unnecessarily torturing an animal. I've justified that position by pointing out the harm that's being caused, which is objectively true. It is objectively torturing those horses. And you can go like, yeah, but we can always say that maybe it's good to torture horses. Well, of course you would. You're a Christian. You have to say that because God does say to torture horses. I don't hold that view. But that doesn't mean I can't say that, and it doesn't mean that I can't justify that statement, and it doesn't mean that it's not true that it's torturing the horses and that that's mean.
That's the thing. Okay, so
but this is but
actually,
ours. All you're
doing,
doing, by the way, ours. All you're doing is sidestepping the problem. Just like if I was like, fine, you win. I can't say it's disgusting. It's objectively morally wrong to do this. It doesn't mean it wasn't a mean thing for God to do it unnecessary and tortured horses. That never goes away. So as much you can always sidestep, but your God's still a piece of shit, fuckface.
In my opinion, I don't see it as mean. I do see where you're coming from. I don't
How do
think
you
you're
not?
crazy
What's
saying
not
that.
what's not mean about torturing a horse or a bunch of horses?
Well, how do you define torture? Like, let me just hear what you got to say about that. You would say torture. Why is
So
it torturous?
you're
It's
disabling a horse, right? You're cutting its hamstrings so it can't move anymore. So, and it's in agony. So it's physically in agony, also disabled so it can't go anywhere. So it's going to slowly die. It's going to slowly die in pain. I don't know what else we would describe as torture. Like, I mean, there's torture that you don't die. I guess you just rip off someone's fingernails. But this is cruel to an
and I guess
animal.
I do have a question. And when I'm asking these questions, that doesn't mean I believe it. I just want to hear your point of view.
Yeah,
Do you
but
believe
like
torture can be ever justified?
of horses, no.
Well, how about like humans?
I don't know. Good question. So, like, if you have to torture someone to get information or something like that, I don't like it. I think that, like, it sounds like a bad idea. I don't, I'm going to say no. Like, it feels wrong to me. But,
Like if you had to
but,
torture
but it's
somebody
a,
to save 1,000 babies, you would do it.
if there was absolutely no other option, but I had to torture someone, maybe, and save babies' lives or something like that.
So,
But
you
but
see
you realize
objectively
again,
without
ours what
100%,
everybody
it's a mean
sees
thing to
what
do.
everybody sees is you sidestepping the problem. You're bringing up something completely like out of
Okay,
blue
how can I
out
not
of
sidestep? Tell me how to answer directly.
deal with the torturing of a horse.
I don't think in that situation the torture was bad. I don't think it was mean. That's it. That's all I can say.
Why not justify
Because
that?
because if God is good, which God is good, God desires, then He could only desire good.
So it's a presupposition.
Yeah, but I'm not against that presupposition.
Yeah,
It's just
so
truth.
like it doesn't matter what happened there. So if I'm going to say something disgusting here, people, I apologize. But if they had been like, okay, hamstring the horses, and while they're laying there and unable to go anywhere, rape them with a rusty pipe, rape every horse 6 or 7 times, you would say, yeah, like that's justified as long as God said it. I'm so fucking
No, because it's
dumb.
impossible.
No, but like, as far as I'm concerned, the hamstringing is torturing the horses. You might as well be doing that, right? Like, because it's just like unnecessary
Well,
torture.
you already granted me that torture can, in some instance, potentially be
No,
justified. So we're past that already.
no, we're
You
not.
said maybe.
No, we're
Yeah,
not.
you did.
No, we're not. For
When I
God,
mentioned 1,000 babies, you did say maybe.
ours,
So we're already past that.
ours. Come on. This is God who can do anything any way he wants. And I said not for horses. So you're being disingenuous because, and again, trying to sidestep this.
And what gives the
Your
horse the value over the
justification,
human, I'm asking.
there's no overhuman. That doesn't come into, that's not part of the story. We're not hamstringing the horses to
What
save
if it
babies.
was an orangutan or a baboon or
Where
something?
it doesn't
animal
matter. You're sidestepping. You're a liar. Now you're just coming off as a lying piece of shit Christian, like you're God.
How am I coming off as a liar?
You're asking
lied.
questions that don't apply to this.
Yeah, it does.
If we go to a fantasy land where somebody has to torture one guy in order to save 1,000 babies from death or torture or something, then that's a conundrum. Who knows what would happen there? But let's come back to the Bible, which is a stupid myth, so I'm not going to say come back to reality, but let's come back to a world where a God who can do anything any way he wants commands people to torture horses for no reason and find out why that's okay. And so what you did was you said, because God's good by definition, and it says he's good, I'm going to presuppose he's good, and whatever happens in this story, I'm just going to see that as good. So I made it seemingly quite a bit worse. And I said, would that be okay because God's good? Now, what you want to say there is, no, for some reason, if we push it just a little bit further, it becomes bad. So is it the action or is it the presupposition? Because if it's the action, then I think hamstringing horses is bad enough to say that's mean, right? But if it's the presupposition, then anything goes. But you're wanting to have your cake and eat it too. Are you following that?
I am. I don't think you're crazy with what you're saying. Now I do have.
By
a
the way,
question.
I think you're crazy with what you've been saying.
That's awful,
just to
Joel.
be fair.
That's
Well,
awful.
because you were saying that you don't think it's wrong to torture horses. You
I
think
never
it's a
said it's
good.
not wrong.
Well, you
I
said it's a good
I'm
thing
trying-
that God said to torture horses.
No, look. This is how I'm operating. And I shouldn't say this as a Christian, but I'm playing devil's advocate with you. I'm messing with you, Joel. I want to see if I could break your point just a little bit before you for certain say that my God is mean. If you can't even for certain say that torture is bad. If
Well,
you
I
can't
don't
for
like
certain
that.
say there's
I
no
don't. That's not a
circumstance-
genuine conversation, then, right? And then,
Yeah, I mean,
then
I
that's
don't
not
think you're
very
genuine.
enjoyable.
You never came on here and tried to genuinely talk to us. You just try to slam dunk on Christians and admit it. You got music, you got playlists
Okay.
for us. So, like, come on.
Let me like be straight with you. So like this story, I was reading the Bible. I read full chapters of the Bible all the time. And this one jumped out at me. I was just like, what's happening here? God said to hamstring horses after everybody's been killed. Just hamstring the horses. That's just torturing horses. And that's awful. It's not me trying to slam dunk. All I want you to see is what is so apparent to most reasonable people on this planet that are not dogmatically Christian, okay, ours. And that is that human beings wrote this book, human beings that were barbaric, that liked the idea of conquest, who wanted to solidify themselves as some sort of superpower in some way. They wrote these crazy myths, and this is one of them. And so it's time-stamped with barbarism, right? God's not involved. This isn't God, right? That's what I'm showing you. So when you think God is all good and this book is true, those two ideas conflict. And that's why you have to do the presupposition. But if we push that to its logical conclusion, which, by the way, it pushes itself there because hamstringing horses is not good, then we're seeing that, this doesn't work. There's a conflict. There's a tension. You have to deal with that. You have to deal with that. It's not me slam dunking. It's me trying to guide you out of a cult. It's me like caring enough to talk to a person who is a Christian. I was raised Christian, and try to get you to see that this is fake, that this is false, that you're in a cult. That's what I want. That's all I'm doing. And that's genuine. And then instead you go, but maybe it's fine to torture somebody if it's going to save babies. It has nothing to do with killing, like torturing horses to death for no apparent reason by an all-powerful God. That's disingenuous.
Well, I already said I don't think it was for no apparent reason.
Then what
It
could
is
the
for-
reason be?
Well, I already went back in the beginning to sovereignty, so he does have the right for that.
That's not a
There's just nothing
reason. That's
against
not a
that.
justification. That's just saying that like he can. But we already established that like
And then
that
also
doesn't
these
make
horses
it
were
not mean.
These horses were for battle, so that's another thing.
What does that do?
It's a violence against God's people.
Like these horses were owned by enemies who rode them into battle, and then once they killed the enemy, now we torture the horses. Let them go, or kill them instantly, but preferably let them go.
I do respect you at least say that killing could be an option because
I would.
if these animals are trained to be battle horses, dude, you could train animals to do a lot of things. They're not stupid. I go behind a horse, it could kick me really
Yeah, but
hard.
they
So
don't
these
know.
things
They're not
could be
going to know.
violent.
They're not going to be like, oh, now this is a Jewish person, not a Hivite. Like they're not going to know. They're just going to be like oats, oats, oats. I think that like if the story said that he killed that God was like and burn the chariots and quickly dispatch of the horses, quickly kill the horses, I still would have a problem with that. Like I could still use that as a why kill the innocent horses question, similar to the flood. Look at all the innocent animals that God killed for no reason, right? But it wouldn't pack the same punch. This one is far more aggressively horrific because of the torture element. And notice that, like, this is not me just like pulling it out of my ass and like, oh, that's but it's true. Like, torturing an animal is cruel. It's mean, right? Anybody can see that. Any normal person would agree with that. But because you're a Christian, you have to get really weird with it.
Of course, it's not. In my opinion, I know it's not okay. I don't want animals to be tortured. I know that.
Mm-hmm. So there's this tension between what your actual, true, honest morality would be, and the God of the Bible's commands, which shows you that there's a problem here, right? And I think you're right. Like, any reasonable person is right. Torturing an animal for no reason is. Who just said that? Goblin brain is psychopathic. Like, it really is, right? Never a reason to do that. So what do we do with that? I would abandon the God character. I would say, okay, then this can't have been a message from God. Okay, so now we know of at least one passage that can't have come from God, but is quoted as God saying that. Okay, so what else is not from God? What else has people's hands in it? It kind of makes the whole foundation of the cult start to shake, which is good, because that's what should be happening until we can bring down that house of cards.
I mean, like, it doesn't matter what these people in the comments saying. Everyone thinks I'm retarded, but I
Don't
do see
say
where you're
that
coming
word,
from.
Rs. How many of these lives have you been in? Don't say the R word.
Why can't you say the R word?
It's rude. It hurts people.
objectively.
It hurts people. Fuck you. It hurts people. It causes harm.
So it doesn't cause harm or hurt when you tell people this stuff right here.
It should hurt you because you believe in
But
a
you don't
God
care,
that says
so you don't care
it's
if it hurts
it's
me.
good for you. It's not good to use ableist slurs. It's good for you to hear that your God is a piece of shit fuckface to get you out of the cult. You're believing something false.
So all those
That's a
bad
good
words. You know, retarded
thing.
is not a bad word.
Stop saying it. It is a bad word. People
Then stop swearing. You're offending people by
it
swearing.
it doesn't hurt people's feelings. Like, it doesn't affect them. It doesn't cause harm in the same way. The F word, come on, grow up.
No, I'm just saying you're.
Just use language that is more inclusive and kind. People I'm sure it's happened many times in lives where people say, don't say that. And people, Christians like you might use it so that they get dropped. But what you're really doing is like hurting people. Like, there are people probably in this chat who like personally feel a twinge of pain when they hear things like that because of their lived experience, okay? So just don't say that, right? Don't say that.
It's just, it can't be said.
It hurts people. Do you want to be unkind? Is that what God calls you to do, is to be a piece of shit and to say rude things and bother people?
Yes,
and then do yourself a favor and don't say that word. Like, there's all sorts of words you can use. Don't use that one, right? There's words that I like that I use my whole life that even recently, like one of my mods was like, should we use this word, that word? We talked about it. And it wasn't like a word, it's a word that everybody uses here and there and whatever. But it's like, is it gonna hurt somebody? If it's gonna hurt someone, I want to avoid using it. That's it. Just be kind.
I respect that. I do.
Yeah, that's all anyone's ever saying. So it's like there's a battle between like Christians who want to spread the love of Christ and be fucking mean.
Hold on, but I do have to say, you can't say that just because I am a Christian, I said say the R word, that means all Christians use language like
Just
that.
a lot of them do, and it's almost like if someone's going to say that word, I bet you they're Christian, and I
say it.
I'm sure there would be an atheist. I think that
Dude,
I think
I've grew up. You've been in high school and middle school.
Oh,
bro.
when we
People
were
say it and
kids,
they're
when
not
we were
Christian.
kids,
Come on.
when we were kids, we all said it. we were kids, every single one of us said it. But as soon as you like get that education and people explain it to you, and it depends like what you're like, if you care, right? So like,
Okay, but
but my point is that when I'm hearing it lately in these spaces, it's coming from the Christians, which is disheartening because like
man, you should read half the shit they're saying in these comments right here, all your buddies.
these heathens, they're not my buddies. I love them, but
Yeah,
they're not my buddies. No, but like,
these are the fruits of your people. These people,
what
you
are
don't hear
they
the shit
saying?
they're
What are they
saying?
saying? Dude, look, this is I'm saying this to you because this word. There's so many things that you can say. I mean,
Well, look,
you were
I will move.
earlier.
I'll
You
move
just
on from
said
that. I shouldn't have said
earlier.
it. I'll
You
give you
just
that.
said that like torturing horses might be okay. And did I yell at you? I was just like, all right, this is insane. Like, let's talk
You did
about
say
that.
psychopath and something's wrong with me.
Well, it is psychotic.
That could be
I was saying if
offensive.
people have that view, that's psychotic. Like if you let's say you had said, I love torturing horses, that's psychotic. If I painted the picture like if I went out and I was torturing a horse, did the hamstring thing, you would say I was psychopathic, right? I may have called you a fuckface. I said piece of shit fuckface. I think I was referencing God. But anyway, the point is I think you get what I'm saying. This is hurting like people that are just not in the conversation. We're talking about something completely different, and you bring in that word, and that's going to affect people
So what
negatively.
if I
Let's not
was
do
part
that.
of that community? I could not use that word. Like how people
I don't know.
N-word.
I don't want to weigh in on this. I
Okay,
don't
but
like.
hold on, new topic. Let me
Yeah,
ask
like
you a
I
question,
move
though.
on from this. Like I don't.
Look, I
that's
will-
not this. I don't think that's the same
Yes,
thing.
look, I
It's
will ask you a question though,
It's a horrible thing.
because I've been trying to join your Discord and it doesn't connect me. You're only on here.
No, that's interesting. So you,
Because I have tried to join the queue and you're just muted. I don't hear nothing, and then I had to get TikTok just to talk here.
if you come in and I don't acknowledge you, it's because I'm talking to someone else. But then I will come into the Discord. I haven't been getting a lot of people in there, and I think it's something with my YouTube algorithm. But like I will come talk to you there. I just like.
But I was gonna ask one thing. Okay, in my opinion, look, this is just me stating what I believe. I have a lot of different verses in the Old Testament that obviously I struggle with. I'm not gonna be here and say like I'm dumb and blind and I just don't listen. But I do balance it with, like I said, sovereignty, the ability to do it, and I don't see it as pure like it's evil. Rather, I see it as something that is done. Like some things could be done even if it's not necessarily just good or evil. I mean, like you yourself could say with subjective morality, you are hurting somebody, but that doesn't mean it was good or bad. We can't prove that.
I don't know. So the problem with the moral question is that like something being objectively good or bad is kind of I hate to break it to you, but like a nonsense phrase, because good and bad are stances. So the word subjective means stance dependent. It means you have to be, a subject has a stance, right? And let me make sure that you understand these things. And then objective means stance independent, which means there's no subject, there's no stance. It's something that is true regardless of a stance. So an example that I like to use is that my walls are painted. That's objectively true. If there's nobody to look at the wall or exist, like if all humanity was wiped off the planet, there were no subjects to see the wall, it would still objectively be painted. But whether or not it's painted the perfect color or a good color is subjective, right? That requires a stance. If everyone's gone, there's no good or bad when it comes to the quality of the color. That doesn't exist. So in the same way, murder is like objectively a true thing. Like it's like killing somebody, I should say. Killing somebody is something that happens. Somebody takes another person's life. That's objective. Whether or not that's right or wrong is a stance that somebody has. And they would decide that and justify it based on different factors and criteria, right? Is it justified? Is it not justified? That's basically usually what they do. So that's why like the idea of objective morality doesn't make sense to me, because I think in the language, it's literally impossible to be objective. It's always going to be subjective, right? So that's why it's a difficult conversation.
What if you could prove that wall is good? It just is.
Like the paint,
'Cause
the
that's what
color is good. So
No, not the color. I'm talking about the wall itself. Because
well, we're talking about the paint.
No, just give me a second here. I know what you believe.
The wall is
So-
God. You're saying the wall is God. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, but God, when people say objective morality, they're not saying it like, oh, God decide this, that makes it good, or God decides that, it makes it bad. It's just God is good. So it's like God is that wall. So good is that wall. Truth is that wall. That's why objective morality is a thing to Christians.
Good is that wall. Yeah. So good is something that exists, like outside, like just as a thing. The thing is that like it's hard for me to get my head around that, because it's like good is an adjective we apply to things. I'm going by like what we actually use it for.
Because the only way that I could describe it is if you've ever heard of divine simplicity with Thomas Aquinas.
I've
Where
heard the
that's how.
term.
Yes, that's what he basically said, that God's essence is simple, in the sense of it's not that God decides what's good, but God is good. Eternally, his essence has always been good. Eternally, he always is truth.
This is the problem, though. So where this goes then is that like your your moral duties are grounded in God, right? So like,
Yes.
the reason why anything is moral or not moral is because of like who God is. And so all your actions, if they're moral or not moral, are because of like who God is. Not because God says it, but because he is it. Right?
Yes.
So then we can go and look at like God's commands. And there's not that many of them, but one of them is to feed the starving. Right? You recognize that?
Yes.
So you're morally obligated to feed the starving when you can. True?
Yes, you definitely should be.
Right. Like that's, Jesus says it. I mean, that's what the sheep and the goats is if you've done this to the least of these, you've done it unto me. Those who don't do it go to hell. Those who do it go to heaven. Right? You recognize that parable?
Yes.
So he's commanding you to feed starving people when you can. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's morally grounded in who God is.
Yeah.
Okay. So God can feed just to double check, God's all powerful, so he can feed starving people always, anytime. He could feed every starving person today.
Could he feed every starving person today? Yes.
Okay. Are there starving people?
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously God doesn't exist, because if he did and was the moral standard, then there would be no starving people, because our morality is grounded in a God that would feed all the starving people when he can, because that would be God's moral nature.
Well, yes, but there's also permissive will as well. So God
what's this new move that gets us away from the other thing?
I won't lie, it is my move, but you got to grant me it a little bit. Come on.
Well, this is what happens. So what happens? Ours is that we have a myth.
I don't have a piece of paper where I have all my stuff listed.
I did that one off the dome. But let me say this: that what we're working with now is a myth in an old book that has a God hamstringing horses and just random stories and platitudes. And we're making stuff up on the fly afterwards and retroactively trying to make the God make sense. So,
well, that's not
because
made up, that's in the book if you read it.
Permissive
God
will.
Obviously, yeah, God obviously, like if you think about it, if there is sin in the world, God cannot in his belief, like be good with that. Sin and God cannot be the same thing, but he allows it. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
It's permissive.
God. So my argument was, you're saying our morality is based on God's nature. It is God's nature. It must be God's nature to feed starving people when He can, because it is our moral duty to feed starving people when we can. There are starving people, and if He existed, He could feed them. So it means God doesn't exist, or the whole morality based on His.
Wait, so how does that disprove if God can't? Okay, is
He
just
either
God
doesn't
allowed
exist,
to?
or the grounding morality in His nature is just not going to work. That's just not true. So what's the permissive will? How does that get you out of this problem?
So, like for example, right now, you could be you could be snapped dead right now. I could be snapped dead right now. It's pretty simple. But you are allowed to be alive under the love and guise that, you know what, Joel, he spends all day on lives talking to people. And this is our way of communicating truth to him. And we hope that he turns to be a follower. We give patience. We wait. We allow these
I have a
things to
feeling.
happen. It's like that.
I'm just going to make a prediction. This is not going to speak to my argument at all. Once in chat, go ahead.
Well, that's the answer. It's permissive.
That doesn't. I don't know how that at all spoke to my. Do you know what my argument was?
That God can't exist because starving people aren't being fed.
That at the very least, morality can't be based on who God is. That fails. So
Well,
let me
because
bring it up here.
But where is the step that you forgot to make, that God has this morality, but it turns into an automatic action?
Just because it is a command to us, right? So if
Yeah,
we're
to us, yeah, I know we're supposed to be doing that.
yeah, but it's not like God saying, "This is what I want you to do." It's a moral imperative because it is grounded in who He is. So it must match. It has to be a 1-for-1. So like if it's wrong for us to murder, the reason why it's wrong for us to murder is because God wouldn't kill, or God is life, or something like that, right?
Yeah, but I'm trying to get at, where do you prove that God has to fulfill the action?
Because it's in His nature. You think God doesn't do His nature?
There are times where he does not, yes.
So God acts outside of His nature.
That's yes and no, because of the two wills of permissive and perfect will, yes.
Well, then how would we
You
know?
have to,
Then
I
how
mean,
do we know God's nature?
by what is good and what's implied and stated.
In what? Where?
I mean, in scripture, you gave me an example how starving people, we are to feed them. That's stated.
Okay, so when He commands the hamstringing of horses, good or bad or permissive, or what's happening there? How do we make up that somehow works? I don't know. He's telling humans to torture horses. So obviously, if it's moral for them to do it, then in His nature is torturing horses. Or maybe He's going against His all good, beautiful nature to do something evil, or tell people to do something evil. Like, all bets are off. You understand that all bets are off, and it seems like somebody post hoc making up stuff as they go along, just to kind of avoid any sort of.
The example that I heard is, it's always objective that breaking the law does deserve the punishment. But if, let's say, a child breaks that law, which we are basically, in the
That's
eyes of
not
God,
answering the
children,
question again.
then that doesn't
How
mean
does
that
how does
that's
this come
broken.
into this? I'm
Because
asking
you
about
permissive,
God telling somebody to do it. God is saying, hamstring the horses, torture the horses. Is it in God's perfect, righteous, holy, good, all good nature to torture animals? Is that a good thing? Or it's not a good thing because it's like not, but it's like him being permissive or something to like, so that we circumvent the problem of it being shitty. And then we can say that God is still good,
I mean,
but
look, I
he
do have a question
commands
just to see
things.
if I can't use people because you say humans and people don't have the same. If you were to, I guess, if you were to shoot somebody but you didn't kill them, was that torturing them? Because that hurts. The bullet is in their body.
What does
They're
this
in
have
pain.
anything to do with anything?
Because maybe in that circumstance it is not torture. It's torture to you, but it's not
Ours,
torture.
we're torturing horses. Just stick on the point. You're going off on like other tangents.
I don't think it's objectively an evil torture. Maybe there's a purpose
You
that I don't
think this
fully
is a
understand.
good, it's good, in this case, it was good to torture horses. That's the Christian
Well,
perspective on
believe
this.
me, if I was in that situation, I would probably have some questions as why we have
Well,
to do
when
this.
you read it, you said you had questions. But at this point, you have to say that torturing the horses was objectively morally good. Ours, you have to come back to the app or I can't hear you. But you're
no.
you're saying it was
Oh, okay, I didn't
objectively,
know I left.
yeah, sorry, it was
Yeah.
objectively morally good to torture the horses.
So by definition, that is torture. That's what I looked up. I believe, right? But when I think torture, I don't think like, I don't know, maybe because I'm biased. I think of like you grab the horse, flip it upside down, skin it, and then keep cutting until it's dead. Like that seems like torture. Is there
There's more way.
like
There's
low
lots
level
of there's
torture
lots
and
of
high
ways.
level?
There's lots of ways to torture things. But in this case,
Like
it's hamstringing the horse, and it slowly dies a torturous death.
But isn't there intent that's important? Like if I broke your arm, like because I wanted to just see you in pain, versus I broke your arm because I was angry, would that both be torture?
Yeah, like it would be torturous to the person.
You would say it feels like torture, but I don't think it's like the actual act of torture.
Well, I don't know. We're getting bogged down with the word torture here. The thing is that God
I don't think that there was an intent to
unnecessarily
torture those animals.
God unnecessarily. Well, the thing is that it's God, right? So if God is doing something knowing, because he's all knowing, that this is going to torture the animals, it's going to be torturing, to like they are going to be tortured, they're going to feel torture, right?
They're going to be in pain.
They're going to
yes,
be
of course, yes.
long, drawn out pain. I would call that torturous. But anyway, I don't want to get bogged down. They would feel pain for a very long time, unnecessarily, until they slowly succumb and die painfully, like in anguish. Okay, so God is purposely telling his people to do that. That's cruel. I would say that would be, seems bad. But you're saying that that's a good thing. It's a good thing to cause animals to slowly die.
Well, I did look.
Stop leaving the app if you're trying.
I looked it up. It can heal naturally if it's hamstrung. So in that day and time, who knows? Maybe the intent wasn't to kill them because they could one day heal and be alive. We don't know. Is there anything written where it says they were dying until, I mean, they just died? We don't know that.
You're right. So they just hurt the horses so that they would lay there in pain for a while until they healed in a field somewhere. So they just put them in pain for however long it takes for horses who are laying there not being fed to slowly heal. Is that what you're like? You think it's better that if they don't die?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just throwing questions.
Actually,
out
maybe
here. I'm
if
genuinely
you
trying to see.
maybe if you hamstring horses, sometimes it feels nice, and then they just lay there and have a nap, and when the nap's over,
it doesn't
their
feel
legs
that.
are better.
No, I'm not
Well,
saying
you're saying
that.
just
It's
fucking
pain.
stupid, shitty nonsense here, buddy.
See, Joel, here we go. Like, why can't you take any of these questions with?
It's
with
a dumb
seriousness?
question. Why would I take that seriously?
But then I'll be like, okay, well, your whole title, the Bible God, is a total.
He's
also dumb, 'cause
mean.
You can't even objectively say he's mean.
Of course he's
You can
mean.
the only way you can
You-
say he's mean by coming in the book and saying that you believe it for a second. You have to
Hamstringing
acknowledge it.
horses is mean. That's what I'm saying. Hamstringing horses is mean. And if you think that hamstringing horses can sometimes not be mean, then that's the argument. That's all it is. So you're now doing the proper argument. You're trying to make hamstringing horses not mean, but you can't do that because it's always mean. That's the whole thing about it. It's mean. And God commanded it. And God can't be a moral standard
But I will say,
if hamstringing horses is part of his nature.
Is it fair to say that if I was an atheist, I still couldn't agree with you? Like, if I was an atheist, I could say, okay, yeah, you know what, Joel's right. It is mean for God to do that because his objective morality doesn't make any sense. But how could
it has nothing to do? It has nothing.
Mean?
Nobody's saying it's objectively mean. You can't say anything's objectively mean. That's a misnomer. I already told you that. I explained that to you.
So then, at the very least,
when I explained that to you, what happened? Did you like go into a coma or something? Like what part of that conversation did you miss?
And the color. I do remember all that stuff.
Yeah, you're not getting that. Like, we can't say things are objectively mean or nice or good or bad because they're stances. That's the whole thing, right? What we can say is that the color I painted the wall is best for this goal. Okay, so this is interesting. This is hopefully you'll get your head around this. So, like, if I paint my room, let's say black, right? And let's say that like my whole goal in my bedroom was sleeping, and having really dark walls is scientifically proven to make sleeping better, like daytime sleeping if I work shift work. So I sleep during the day. So having dark walls is ideal for being able to have a good sleep. And, then that would be objectively the best color for the walls because of the goal I've set, right?
And science has proved this, that black is the best color to go to sleep.
Let's just say. So I'm subjectively setting a goal. I'm the subject. I have a goal. I want to sleep during the day. And so I'm going and saying, what is objectively the best color? So now we can say that this is objectively the best color because of my goal. So if my goal is that animals don't experience torturous pain and slow deaths, right? If I'm like, my goal would be that we don't torture animals because it's cruel, like they hate it, it's mean, they feel awful, it's a horrible experience for them, it's not kind, then I would say that this hamstring of the horses is bad. It's a bad thing to do objectively to achieve the goal of not putting animals in unnecessary pain. So that's how we could get there if we wanted to bog it down. But colloquially, I think we can all say that it's mean to hamstring horses and to torture horses.
So what you're saying is that when you have this title, the Bible God is a total meanie, you can't say that it is objective, but you're saying that we could take a stance and use our evidence to say that it's most likely a meanie.
Well, he's a meanie. Like, you would agree that it's mean to hamstring horses, but you just can't bring yourself to say that because your God says to do it. And that's just where you should focus on that.
That's
like,
the thing, though. I don't think it would
stuff
be.
Going
if I was an atheist, I don't think I could prove it would be mean. I could prove it's torture, probably. I could prove that it's hurting them, yeah, but I can't prove it's mean.
So that would be the proof that it's mean. So if you go, oh, it's torturing them. Oh, it's causing them long drawn out. It's killing them it takes a really long time for them to die unnecessarily. Oh, that by definition that's mean. Like, that's it. And you can do that. You can do that.
It's not a fact, though.
What's happening to them is the fact, and because of that fact,
true.
It's mean.
That's a stance, I thought.
The meanness is the stance. Yeah.
Then it's over.
No, you're just sidestepping the problem. So all you can say at this point, Ars, is that, hi, I'm Ars. I'm a Christian. In my opinion, it's nice to hamstring horses. And then I'd say, oh, fuck, gross, psychopath.
Oh no, I'm not here saying that it's nice. I'm just
saying that's where that's disingenuous, right? Because in real life, if you were honest with yourself, by the way, This conversation ends, you go away, I'm here. I still feel confident and feel human in my understanding that it is mean to torture horses, right? You have to go away and go, I think it's okay to torture horses sometimes. I think actually it has to be good because God's good. So it's good to command to torture horses sometimes. Like you deal with that. You're the guy in the cult. You deal with that. I don't have to deal with that. There's no cognitive dissonance for me. I know the horse is being tortured, and I think that that's mean. And that works. That makes sense. Those things work together. You unfortunately don't get that benefit because you believe in God, who's all good and all loving.
I do believe that at this current moment in time that I would definitely go back to the drawing board and see what I could better come up with.
Yeah, and if you can't come up with anything, then just like leave the cult. Try that.
But I'm telling you, there's just few things that even if I could say, all right, this is not true, I just don't see how I could live life with the stance. And like I've heard people that are atheists say, well, we could never objectively say that killing a bunch of Jews was evil. How am I supposed to live in a society where atheists say that that's a
so
proper stance?
you think that it's objectively wrong to kill, that the Holocaust was objectively wrong?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But I've never heard of atheists.
Let me ask you this question. If God commanded Hitler to do the Holocaust, would it still be objectively wrong?
To kill all the people in genocide.
God had a bone to pick with the Hebrew people, the Jewish people, and so he used Hitler to enact his wrath on them.
But isn't that appealing to hypocrisy? I'm talking about atheism right now.
No, what we're doing is we're trying to see which worldview offers us objective morality. Neither of them do, but I'm just like showing you that you can't say the thing you want to say either.
Because what you're saying is if I'm reading it right, you're saying I could prove that although you say you have wrong, I could prove that I could make a wrong situation right. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is what I'm saying is that in my subjective opinion, it is mean to hamstring horses. Now, I think that the hamstringing of horses is far less egregious than the Holocaust, and I'm not comparing them to like lessen the Holocaust. But God commanded the hamstringing of horses, and you're going to say that God is good, so whatever he commands is good. That's divine command theory. So if we apply that to the Holocaust now, if God commanded the Holocaust, and if Hitler was just following orders from God, then is that objectively okay now?
If God commanded Hitler to do what he did, I mean, God did do similar things where he commanded the Hebrews to kill a lot of people.
That's a problem because we have precedences that, yes, he has done that with the Amalekites, for instance. So now we can't really say, just because we don't know what God said to Hitler.
But then we could say it's objectively good to kill all the Nazis, like soldiers that were partaking.
We can say it's objectively good or subjectively. What are you saying?
I mean, yeah, now I'm starting to get confused.
What ends up happening, is that under my view, we look at something that occurred and we try to understand what it was. Like we try to like develop a stance on it, right? So we go, oh, this was they tortured human beings, they killed millions upon millions of people. Is that right or wrong? Well, it's wrong because of, XYZ, these people's experiences and, whatever. But you can't do that. Under your worldview, all you can say is, if God commanded it, it's good. If God didn't command it, it's not. I don't know what God commands and what God doesn't command because I don't know all of the everything. So I can only say that it might have been, I don't know anything is right or wrong.
The best thing I could say is, and it is sidetrack a bit, so I'll give you that before you tell me it. If God had said, let's say, kill this person, versus God said, grape, I'm going to say grape because I know we're online here, grape this person. The second one is just impossible. that's not something that God could command, because there's never a situation where raping somebody is good.
Okay, but
That's the only way I could
have
answer
you
it.
read in the Bible that God says that he is going to have women sexually assaulted to punish other people?
I've seen that, and the answer that I've heard is it's through prophecy of what's already going to happen, because God's eternal, not necessarily that God Himself is causing it to
But
happen.
he gives he says it like it is. So this is the problem with apologetics, like taking the what's the word, the the credit away from God, who's taking the credit in the book. Like in the book, again, these are like people who are barbaric, who go like, oh, you know what? Okay, so women were treated as property in that time. So he's like, oh, this is going to be cruel. We're going to take your property and use it the way you don't want your property used by other men, right? They really hated that. They had a lot of laws regarding that. And so these horrible piece of shit bros who created God are like, God says, I'm going to have your property, raped in daylight.
Well, what if I were to say, like, okay, let's say you're my child, and I'm like, if you keep acting up, you're gonna have to move out, and if you move out and live on the streets, people are out there and they could rape you. And then I said, well, now that I'm kicking you out because you were bad, you're going to go out there and there are consequences. You could be raped, like something like that. Or I could
But
say
that's
you
not what's
maybe.
happening. That's not what's happening. What's
That's
happening
just how I see
is
it.
God is saying this is like the things that are going to happen because of the wrath of God, right?
Because that's kind of a Calvinistic point
So it
of
says,
view. I don't see it as that.
therefore I will make the heavens tremble and the earth will shake. This is Isaiah 13. I'm starting in 13. The earth will shake from its place, and the wrath of the Lord Almighty in the day of his burning anger. Like a hunted gazelle,
Crazy, I
like
just
sheep.
read that today. Yeah.
And you didn't give you pause.
Well, I have notes written down. I think is it verse. There's like a 21 or 16 that talks about children, and I did have a question about
Yeah,
that.
it says, in 16, their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses will be looted, and their wives
Like
violated.
before everybody here and you say I'm super disingenuous, I will write down notes and say how do I answer something like that, because it doesn't seem
You
right
know
at
what? You
first.
shouldn't write that down that way. You know what you should write down, and this is like not me going like you did wrong, but like for your own sake, you should write down, what the fuck is this? Like you should go like, this is saying that God's wrath is burning, and so these horrible things are going to happen, and or he's going to bring this kind of wrath upon these people, and that's going to include babies being dashed on the rocks and women being raped, because that's what verse 16 says, and houses being looted, but who gives a shit about the houses?
I don't remember. I mean, was it in that verse that he said, I am going to cause these things to happen, or I'm going to cause vengeance, and these things
So
are going to happen?
he goes, therefore I will make the heavens tremble and the earth will shake from its place at the wrath of the Lord Almighty in the day of his burning anger. And then it's listing the things that he's going to bring, right?
And a lot of times,
but listen, it says,
yeah.
see, I will stir up the Medes against them, who do not care for silver and have no delight in gold. So the Medes are going to come. They're going to do these things. I, God, am stirring them up. He takes the credit for it.
The answer that I've heard, and I'm ready for you and everybody to say it's BS, is that since evil is a privation and does not exist, and for God to actually allow judgment, it would be him pulling away what is good in protection. And then
It's
that
just not
judgment
what it
happens.
says, right? So you can make stuff up, but he says, I will stir up. I am the person that will actively stir up the Medes to result
Yeah, he
in
does. He
this
does stir 'em up,
happening.
but how does he stir them up?
I don't know exactly. It doesn't really say. But you think he stirs them up by privating his goodness or some stupid shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to get into privation theory. We've already been talking for an hour, but you don't believe evil exists, so that's interesting.
But before, well, no, it's not that. I guess, yeah, you would say it doesn't
the
exist, but
privation.
it's.
I I already dealt with it. Privation of evil theory is very silly, so I would avoid that.
Before I leave, I do have a few small questions if you don't mind.
All right, but I got to get on to the
So
next person.
no, I know I'll be gone. I'll be out of your hair. So look, when you're reading the translation, are you going to read 66 books or are you going to read the deuterocanonical
I
books?
do 66, the like Protestant canon.
Why not? I did want to call a while ago to say that. Why not read the 73 Catholic or
It's
even the
because I
Orthodox
was
76?
raised. It's because I was raised Protestant, so I just do the Protestant one. You know, there may come a time when I would read more, but it's kind of like, you know, a specific. Like I read it as an ex-Protestant Christian.
I see. So would you say like you would if like Christianity to you seems more Protestant or more Catholic? Like which one do you feel like
I
is
at this
if you had
point,
to say what would be more true?
none of them. They're
I know
all
none of
the
them, but if
same.
you had to say which one's less ridiculous to you,
They're all the same.
then I would say, would you read the 73? Because I do see clips of you, and I'm like, oh, he's gonna skip some of these books that I do believe are
Like I don't know.
true
Like
books.
it'd be interesting if like something in the other ones like fixes like the hamstringing of horses. Like I'd be fascinated by that, but I have a feeling that they're not going to do
I've read a
anything
few. You're
more.
gonna see some stuff that would probably give you some good commentary.
It's also going to be just going to be worse, just as bad. I don't know why you're encouraging me to do some of the like more of the bad stuff. But you know, who knows? Like after I'm done the Protestant canon, maybe I'll go back and just read the other. Like, because I think there's like 88 in all the different.
No, that's 7 extra. 73.
I think they're. Are you sure that's the
If
biggest
you're talking
one?
about like the Coptic one, that's the biggest one. They're like 91.
Yeah, like maybe I'll just read all of them. Who knows? But I also might just give up because, like, at the end of the Protestant one, because it'll probably have done my head in. But listen, look, really, don't just read this stuff to go. How do I do apologetics for people? Just like truly wrestle with this yourself. I know you have the presupposition, but like, how does it make sense that a good God says I'm going to like dash babies, or I'm going to tell people to hamstring horses or kill children? And if we can't say that something is right and wrong because of divine command theory, then that puts us in a position of having complete moral bankruptcy and not having moral agency anymore. And these are really scary positions to hold. Whereas you can come over here to atheism and live in reality where, yeah, morality is subjective, but at least we have moral agency and we can have stances and we can make points and we can, you know, show why we're saying something's wrong and then come to
I've thought about it.
agreements.
I don't think I could do atheist, maybe like pantheist or spiritualist, because there's got to be some better explanation than, well, this is a stance. I know I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole with you again. I just feel it's insufficient. I really do. I feel like you guys are just like a plain cracker. I don't think there's something else to life.
This
than
is
what
the
y'all
problem.
have.
This is the problem. Is that like that's reality. So I get the fantasy part. Let me tell you this. If I started believing that when I walk off cliffs, I'm going to float, that wouldn't make it true that when I walk off cliffs, I'm going to float. I'm still going to fall and die, right? So even though you might want to believe in your fantasy that there's an objective moral standard somewhere, so when we make a moral stance, it's actually could be based in some sort of like objective moral standard, that doesn't make it true. You're still falling to your death, possibly. What we actually have is the reality around us. We have to live in that reality. And that reality is that we do engage with morality subjectively and come to agreements with each other subjectively. And that's full stop, regardless of what you believe.
And you would really like the book of Ecclesiastes. It basically
I do like
takes
that
the
book.
point. Yeah, because it's like the most like, well, if God isn't real, this is all I got. You would like that book. If you already read it, you like it. I know. I actually did like that book.
Yeah, I don't mind that one a little
I'll
bit.
leave you to it.
Yeah.
For all the people here, I will say I did not mean in any bad intent to say the R word. I will say that.
Just keep thinking, okay?
But that don't mean I didn't feel that way though.
You didn't feel what way?
I can't say the word.
Dumb?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Is that what you mean? Look, it's okay to feel that way. Just use that and then like write down the big questions that are hard to answer. And if you don't find good answers, it's probably because the worldview is incoherent, not because his ways are higher, but because it just doesn't make sense. And if you have like 10 or 20 or 50 questions like that, and none of them have satisfying answers, then you can be like, yeah, this is a cult. I'll give. I don't need to be in this anymore. So that's what I would do. All right.
Yep.
All right. Take care. Okay. That was a conversation. That was a big one. That was a long conversation. But I feel like you never know with people because you don't know how open they are, even though sometimes they seem open. But I hope that Aaron is open. Guys, thanks so much for being here. We're going to move on to our next guest in a second. Juan sent a $10 super chat to say, God hates evil but exists. Him being all loving and all powerful contradicts that. It's if someone who only listens to piano music had heavy metal blaring in his room and he refuses to turn it off. Oh, that's so interesting. Like he has the option of getting rid of it, but he's just like, no, I hate it. I hate it. Just turn it off then. No, I just hate it. Devils Devils, let me have a look here. Devil's Public Defender sent $20. Thank you so much, actually. That's huge. Thank you so much for that, Devils. That's a massive gift. Thank you. Boy, this guest is a real horse's ours. Now that's funny. That's funny. Hey, Meeks, that was a good one. Yesterday in the Western world, interesting. Joel, you are very special. Thanks for the $10. You consistently show how biblical teachings make sense. If you understand them as a bunch of folk tales that confused people made up. If they make sense. If you understand them as a bunch of folk tales that a bunch of confused people made up. And you do it with style and grace. Well, thank you so much yesterday. I appreciate that. I appreciate you observing that. I'm just laughing because Mezzo was like 6 jokes wrapped up in one over the horses ours. No, but I do appreciate that yesterday. Thank you so much. Optimus Rhymes sent $2. 3 cowards in a row, and this is a wild hot hill to die on. Yeah, I don't know, like why. How hard is it to say that hamstringing horses is mean? Another $2 from yesterday. Could you remind us of Yahweh's opinion on yeast? You know what? He hates yeast. Yahweh really, really hates yeast. Optimus Rhymes sent $2 to say, this cope is hurting my stomach. Yeah, for sure. And Tim sent $2 to say, Joel is so beautiful. I'm in love still. Well, thank you so much, Tim. I appreciate your devotion and admiration and undying devotion. Okay, let's see who we have now. Oh, everybody. I had a bunch of people in the box, but it looks like they all left. And I don't think Elizabeth is here as a Christian. Because they are a subscriber, and it'd be surprise me to see that there's that she didn't load. Let's see if Silas. It says Silas is a fan. So Silas, are you a fan or a Christian or both?
If you asked me 2 months ago, I would have said Christian. If you asked me right now today, I would say I have no idea.
What happened?
Well, people like yourself, to be honest. You were not the primary one. I'm going to be honest. Your sense of humor was biting enough. I had a hard time with it.
Really? I'm too mean? Like I'm too crass?
No, you're too, how do I say this? I've started listening to your content more, but you're so blunt that it did not feel conversational enough for me to engage with it on the Christian side of things.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, like it like hurts the cognitive dissonance too much, maybe.
Very much. Yes, it
Yeah.
did. So I don't know. That was my opinion, but
That's fair.
no, I think that I am much less convinced. I am certainly convinced that the Bible is not the inerrant word of God. It is certainly not univocal, and I think that tipped me over the edge. And when you said you had not very many guests up, I figured I would take the chance to ask you one or two questions.
That's fair. Mezzo's asking, who was it that really?
Daniel Green is who I would.
God
credit.
damn it! The nice guy.
Alex O'Connor as well.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Alex, it's that. See, it's a good question of like, well, Daniel's a little bit more insight. Well, I guess Alex can be pretty incisive too at times.
Yeah, he was very gentle. He led me through it, and he just let me sit with terrible questions until I finally gave up. But I will say one of the hardest things for me to overcome still is what I would call parlays. Just this is my joking term that I'm referring them to, and miracles. I, as a Christian for 20 some years, have seen and witnessed things that I can't swallow a pill that there wasn't something there. There's 100 explanations, I get that, but like the parlays part of it for me is if you know, I'm trying to think of a specific example because a lot of them don't come to mind, but it's like I told God I wanted this and I needed this, and these 7 things all lined up at once immediately after a prayer. What do you have for that? Because that still to me is one of the hardest things for everything else to. It's still persuasive. It was genuinely foundational to my faith in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think that like a lot of those things are coincidental, but like I would say maybe, and it'd be hard to know like specifically how they panned out, but I think a lot of the times it's something like you start noticing all the RAV4s on the road when you buy a RAV4. So it's like you're expecting it, you're looking for it. Yeah, confirmation bias is the official term for it. Mezzo probably has a thought on it before I get into anything too deep in the weeds.
I wanted to just, sorry to go back even farther. The idea of saying like your sense of humor. This is so genius. Like I think this is like a joke I'm gonna write down and steal. Like your sense of humor wasn't any good. It was too blunt. And to say that in the most blunt way, like that is that's just comic genius. I loved every second of that line. I was like listening like, oh man, that's so funny. I don't like your sense of humor. It's too blunt. Just in one clear
because it's
sentence.
it's so on the nose.
Blunt.
There's no dancing around. Yeah, that's funny.
I know you weren't doing that on purpose, but it was really funny. It was really funny. That's what I mean. It's really hilarious. Yeah, I liked it.
Good. I'm glad.
And fair. But did you come up for more of a reason?
I have nothing else to offer.
Okay.
Right
So I think there may be a cognitive dissonance thing, but what I would like to sort of like, what is the purpose? What do you think the purpose would be of these prayers being answered?
Sure. I always wrestled with Arminian versus more Calvinistic or predeterministic thought. I never settled because I think that the Bible contradicts itself or offers stuff for both. But either way, I think that it would serve as a convincing measure, if it were real. It would serve as a convincing measure for those which were chosen by God in some manner.
Yeah. So he's revealing something to you.
Correct.
He's revealing something like his existence, essentially, right? He's saying, I really do exist, and I'm showing you through this personal experience of the answered prayer.
Correct. And I think the most coherent, not the nicest, not the most reasonable, but the most coherent tends to be more Calvinistic, because it simplifies down to everything is for God's glory. So if you don't like it, F you. And God chooses some and doesn't choose others, and that's all for his glory. The end.
Right. Yeah, that's why your prayers are being answered, not the other
Correct.
guys. But let me present this idea to you and see if it resonates with you, because I have this argument about personal experience, and I think that this falls under it. So these personal experiences are advertised in more than just Christianity, right?
Okay.
All sorts of cults all over the place are going to claim personal experiences from I prayed and God got me off drugs, but it could be Allah or Yahweh, or I don't know if the Hindus have that one. And then healings, spiritual healing. What would the word be here? What's the word? Anyway, healing magic. That happens.
Miracles?
Yeah, but like faith healings, that's the word. Occur.
Faith healings.
Yeah, faith. Yep, nailed it. Faith healings actually are an intrinsic part of the Hindu medical system. Faith healings, sexual healing, no. Faith healings are part of that. So these are all like magical things that happen when people pray, which are kind of, like you say, personal experiences in the way God kind of reveals himself through this magic. Now,
I would add to in even non kind of religious one, like people who are I'm spiritual but not religious, they'll like ask the universe for help and get responses.
Right.
Like that's a common thing among people who don't subscribe to any of the majors, but still just like think it works. And it is like a type of survivor's bias, like that's what's really happening. But Joel's is more interesting, so he should keep going now.
Yeah. So my argument for this, and this actually will debunk not only this idea, any personal experience, Paul, Muhammad, and Joseph Smith. It debunks all of this. Okay. So it essentially debunks all the cults.
Sure.
All right. So this is my argument. So a perfect being, you believe God is a perfect being. I'll just ask you as questions. You believe that God is a perfect being?
So again, I'm playing with this idea as someone who's very much unconvinced and teetering, if not on the doubtful side.
No, I know. But so like if God were if God were to exist, would he be a perfect being? Yeah.
Yes.
So this perfect being would by definition have to be a perfect communicator, correct?
Sure. Yep.
And a perfect communicator would use clear, consistent, and universally accessible methods when revealing essential truths like his existence or his will or anything like that.
Okay, so that's the part I wouldn't agree with.
Why not?
Because, again, the Calvinist idea would be he doesn't. I mean, hell and heaven would not exist as a dichotomy if all were communicated with clearly, unless you believed something more Arminian, which was that everyone is revealed that and communicated that equally, and yet some people choose a belief, which I also don't think is real.
Yeah, see, this is where it's so difficult, because it's like there is of course those verses in the Bible that the verse that says like God wishes that no one should perish,
which is weird.
Is
that one doesn't.
Is that true? Like if
that seems contradictory.
Yeah. If that were true, then we would have a reason to we would have something to judge the communication against, right?
Correct.
Because he would be wanting everyone to know and everyone to come to him. We have the Christian idea that I don't think is particularly biblical, which is God wants a relationship with you and loves everyone equally and wants a relationship with everyone equally. Again, I don't think that that's biblical, but it is doctrinal. So
it's because that's a coherent belief that allows for a loving God is some sort of universal reconciliation, I guess.
So like at this point, we have to already remove a verse from the Bible, which is that God wants no one to perish.
Okay. Yep.
In order for my syllogism, actually, it's probably just called. I think syllogisms are two premises. But for my argument to stand, that verse is pivotal.
Yes.
But if you want to now like white out that or blot it out of the Bible. But then I don't know, like, why are we, fun conversation, but like, you're not, just stop being a Christian. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're,
Right.
I think now, like, better.
I would agree.
So it's like, if the Bible God is real, then we should see clear, consistent, and universally accessible methods. Let's say it that way.
Fair.
If what the Bible says is true, and even without the relationship thing, right? Because he wants that no one should perish. So we should see that everybody would be having all the same experiences, and they wouldn't be private or limited, inconsistent, and culturally conditioned. We wouldn't have your prayers being answered one way, another person's prayers being answered in a completely different way, the Muslim guy having his, like, we wouldn't have this variety like this. We would have like something that's consistent, that everyone can go, oh, that's God. That's how God is. That's how God acts. Yeah.
Can I ask a question about just on this point about the like Calvinistic view? Because I never understand how this works.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like the idea is that God's perfectness and his perfect plan is that most people go to hell and he sends them there, and we just still call that perfect?
Yeah.
I don't know on most versus some. I'm not that deep into it. I'm gonna.
Well, just because it says you have to believe in Jesus to go to heaven, and most people don't.
Right.
Like the majority of people in history haven't. Right. So
And the Bible says the road to hell is broad.
Wide.
Yeah, wide or whatever.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
like
think
if
that's
everyone
the
on
idea.
Earth died right now, it's like 30% are believing in Jesus, and probably a bunch of them do it the wrong way. So it's I bet
Right.
like 15% of people would go to like it. This is a weird thing to say. Yeah, that's a perfect being who makes people whose entire like or like the majority of their existence is to suffer eternally. That's like not perfection as far as like that's hard to call that perfect at all.
Yeah, I think that's a correct understanding.
Yeah, Calvinism is a dark world, a dark version of Christianity for sure. But yeah, so my argument is obviously that God wouldn't do these types of sort of limited miracles, because a perfect God would not utilize personal experience to reveal essential truths. So it's an argument to say that like whatever you experienced was not this God,
Sometimes think about
or
it
a
like this,
perfect
Silas. I
or
like
a
to just-
perfect God.
Yeah, I like to kind of use this analogy sometimes about like, do you have maybe a school near you? Like, what do they use to pick up the kids from school?
Interesting.
Yeah, I think they have a school bus and a school nearby.
It's a big yellow school.
Big yellow
bus.
school bus. Interesting.
Yeah, but why wouldn't they use like unmarked white vans?
Sure. Probably because most parents would get ticked off and not trust them.
Right.
Yeah, and the kids would learn to trust the unmarked white vans
Well, they
that
would.
the kidnappers use.
Mezzo, can I say, like, they wouldn't know what van to get into?
Yeah, they
right?
all look the same. Right, and so, sorry, is my volume okay or too loud?
It's really loud to me, but I think it's fine. I think it's generally fine.
It sounds a little loud to me too. Let me just turn that
Mild
down.
loud over here, but solid. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's every time you call into Joel's, it's different because he changes his audio cords 50 times between each show. Sorry.
He's not a perfect Joel.
I'm not a perfect audio-visual communicator.
engineer, yeah. God would have one USB cord, and it would go in both ways.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be really impressive.
Yeah,
So-
you wouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, I don't remember the end of it, Joel. The thing I made up.
So basically, what we have with all of these cults, all preaching the same sort of prayers being answered, personal experiences, Paul, whatever. These are all unmarked vans. We don't know which one we can safely get into, right?
Because it's the same way it happens in Hinduism. It's the same
Yeah.
way it happens in spirituality, in Islam, in Mormonism, in Heaven's Gate cult. It's the same thing. People have these kind of like, the universe brought me this thing, or I had a dream, or like it's just so similar that they all match all the wrong ones.
So if
God's methods match all the incorrect ways.
Right. If God were a perfect communicator, it would be a safe, loud, obvious, big yellow school bus, right?
Sure. Sure. So it would be something like if invoking the name of Jesus specifically caused something in a reliable manner, it might be something like that. That would be what a
Yes,
school bus might look
I
like.
think that's an argument that, like, I would say if faith healings were a thing and God were unchanging, then we should be able to develop like a system. We should learn how it works to heal everyone anytime. Like we can go into a hospital and clear it out quite literally. And I know that sounds crazy when you're a Christian. You're like, no, that's not how it works. Of course it's not how it works. It's not real. But we would know, okay, we have to anoint with oil. We have to believe that it's already happened. We have to have faith the size of a mustard seed. We can go in there. We pray this way. This is how it's worked every time because God is consistent and we can learn how to do the thing consistently, right?
Right.
And it only works with Jesus. It doesn't work with any other gods. There's never a whisper of anything else working except for the one true God, right?
Sure.
So
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's how I would think that if it were true, that's how it would present itself. And so that's why that's my argument for like what you experienced, as much as it's a question mark, it can't be this God that you used to worship or believe in. That's gone.
That makes perfect sense. That leads me into a segue in the second and I think final question that I have for probably both of you.
Mm-hmm.
So as I was discussing this with a Christian recently, he sort of flipped my question and he said, okay, well, what would it look like? What would be the evidence that would convince you of God? And I truly floundered a bit because I'm like, I feel like I could cast doubt or I could explain almost anything. And I wasn't sure. So I'm curious what your answer would be to that.
Well,
I have a few.
Fine, go ahead.
I've thought about like if we found intelligent life, somewhere else in the universe, and, like we meet Klingons, and then they're like, hello, Kapla. They say Kapla.
That's how they say hello, yeah.
Yeah, that's
or is this just another expression?
Kapla's like, I think it's like cheers. I think that's
oh,
like
okay.
Yeah. So they'll say that.
They're hello, cheers, but they're saying Kapla, yeah.
Right. Well, they're drunks.
Mm-hmm.
They say that a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they go, hey, by the way.
But that's only because water makes them drunk and they have to drink water to survive. So it's just like they have no prayer.
You know the Star Trek lore so well, and I appreciate that about you.
I didn't know that we were stealing from sci-fi. I thought we were making it up, but okay. Anyway, go on.
Klingon saying Kapla is a real thing, Joel.
All right, I'm not a nerd.
I'm wearing my
You're
Star
on
Wars
TikTok
shirt.
talking about the Bible. You're probably
okay, fine. I'm not that kind of a geek nerd. Okay,
I'm
go on.
wearing the Star Trek shirt that I bought when we did our like dork one, the original Bible Gods,
the
of Total
original
Meanie, where we
meanie?
dressed up. Yeah. I actually just happen to have it on right now, which is a miracle. But so here's what I think would be impressive is if the Klingons were like, by the way, we should let you guys know this. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ died for our sins a long time ago, and like they had the same story. That would be really interesting. And obviously, you could still like have some doubts because like maybe like TV broadcast made its way there and they got some like idea in their head. But if they have like a really similar story of the same guy, like the Klingon name is Jesus too, like something like that, that would be really impressive. And other than that, I don't know. Yeah, I think the thing that you guys are saying, where if you say like it would work like consistently.
Yeah,
that would be impressive.
That's my only thing is consistency. So I would, if we could heal in the name of only Jesus, and it happened every time because we figured that out. So that would prove his immutability and power and things like that. So if that were actually true. Also, what I would expect, because I've thought about this, would be something like, when we talked about the unmarked van thing, would be something like God showing up to each individual person the exact same way. So I imagine every time somebody turns 12 years old, let's say that's the age of accountability. Nobody knows what it is, but let's say it's 12 years old. God, leading up to their birthday, their mom's like, God's going to come. God's going to come visit. He always comes. Everybody that turns 12 on their birthday, God shows up and has like a little powwow with the person. Can we say that? Has a little meeting with the person and goes, I'm God. This is my whole deal. Created you, love you, and this is how things work. I want this.
Maybe it happens in heaven. Like that. So
He brings them up to heaven.
Yeah, just a quick. Yeah.
The thing is that, like, in my view, in my version of it, it would be they don't know about heaven and hell, because I don't think that helps. Right. So I think it would be he doesn't give that dichotomy. He goes, I want you to get to know me for me. I hope we can have a relationship.
Run the show.
Ask me any questions you need. But he'll come back and visit if somebody calls on him and stuff like that, and try to answer questions and, whatever makes sense for our pea brains or whatever.
Just like generally existing would be.
But yeah, it's like a real relationship with a real being consistently with everyone across the board. But that's just it's never going to happen. Obviously, it doesn't happen. So
I have one more, Silas. The other thing that I have been asking people lately, because I used to do this thing where I was like, if God's real, do a prayer right now and have him open my garage door. And they never want to do it because you're not supposed to like test him or something. So I devised a different test that I think is a lot more serious.
Have you tried asking them to pray for wool outside your door to get wetter or drier? They might do that.
I like he only did that one time. He doesn't do that anymore. How about fire from heaven? He only did that once. But how is he immutable? Shut up! I'm leaving. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
We have tried to do the fire one. I've had him try to like light wood on fire. But with the thing that I did is I wrote down a like secret code word, and I got this idea from Houdini. By the way, I didn't ever tell you that.
Oh,
this thing Houdini did
one. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wrote down a code word that no one knows. My wife doesn't know it. My kids don't know it. My dog doesn't know it. The only person, and I like did this on a live, like it was off camera, but I wrote it down. The only person who knows is me and God, if he's all knowing and real. He'd have to be both of those things. Mm-hmm. And I put it on a sticky note and I put it in the back of my Bible, so it's in a place that's like, this is for God to know if he's real. And closed it up. And
it's French horn.
Nope. I ask people all the time. I was like, do a prayer and give it a shot. And
so
how I know
confident.
You're not a Christian, Silas? You know how I know you're not a Christian anymore? Because you tried. They won't try. They won't guess because they're too scared. They don't really.
Well, because heck, if I would have guessed it out the gate like that, I would have started to wonder it.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I keep telling them. I'm like, if you get it wrong, everyone is atheist is going to stay atheist. Everyone Christian is going to stay Christian. It's not that big of a deal. Like everyone's going to stay the same way. But if you get it right, I'm going to church.
Like, what if you spelled it wrong? Maybe that's why nobody can guess it.
I spelled French horn wrong.
It's French hom.
I'll double check. I wrote French horny, and it was just a little typo.
Close.
Freudian.
What did you just say? It's close. Oh, wait, what's that? Why is that? Oh, no, yeah, I did the wrong one. Hold on.
Though. Anyways, that's like a real test that I'm like running, and it would be good evidence if someone was like, hey, I prayed, and this is the word, and they said it. I would be like shooken.
That's a great test. I love that.
Yeah. But yeah, so Silas, feedback?
Shaked? Is it shaked?
Shooken.
Shakened.
Shooketh?
Shooked.
No, those are good answers. The answer that I ended up giving, I think, was something more akin to as science progresses, it seems to prove more and more of the Bible is, what's the word, like?
Myth.
Non-literal.
Stupid.
Sure. Yeah, see, there's the blunt humor that I was having trouble with. So
don't do that with this guy. He's going to revert.
I thought we were bonding.
He's going to backslide.
Sorry.
I've been trying to be so Daniel in this conversation. It's hard. No, I'm just joking.
Fine.
I'm teasing.
But anyway, no, the answer that I gave was if we had a book that seemed like pure myth and over time science proved it more and more correct. Like if at the time something like germs was real, and this something like that was then preserved, that would shake me to my core.
I was
Right.
just talking about how like someone should have asked Jesus a really hard math question. Like something that they didn't have the like, calculus wasn't invented yet, right? Because that didn't come around until Isaac Newton invented it. And if he like knew some crazy and they put it in there like, I don't know what this means, but he said to keep it in. And then by the time later we got here, that would be really interesting for sure. But no one asked him anything interesting. How
Right.
should we act?
Well, and because honestly, here's the funniest part too, because this is the person that sort of made me think of that answer. Because you know who one of the wildest people that contributed to my deconstruction was? You're not going to believe me, but I know you're going to know this name.
Ken Ham.
Ken Ham is
God,
correct.
what? That Mezzo's
Saw it
Jesus. How is it
That is
Ken
the word in the back
Ham?
of my
Because he's
Bible.
such a bad. That's Ken Ham. Because he's such a bad apologist.
Because he went against Bill Nye, and neither of these men are
Oh.
debaters. Let's be real.
Mezzo knows
Neither of
this.
these men are like insane. But as I'm sitting here thinking through and wrestling through these questions, I was like, oh, this debate has to be helpful. Surely this will help me. It did not help me. It hurt my faith. It took my faith out back and beat it.
Awesome.
And I think that proving something like the flood false is a big hit too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So anyway,
It's actually unfortunately it goes against this God as a meanie thing. If the flood didn't happen, that makes God nicer.
well, okay, so I only murdered 7 people, not 7,000 people.
Yeah.
Sure, but
No, I know you're right. And by the way, Born Again Atheist is another creator up here, and she has a similar kind of like during that debate is when something clicked for her that was like, oh, and I think she said it's not even in the debate itself, although it was really interesting and fun to listen to. They both have a good time during it, which I do appreciate that about. Like Ken Ham did a joke at one point, and I was like, okay, he did a thing. Like I appreciate that, even though he's a garbage man. But she said that there's this video where some other guy is like yelling from the background. He's like, but look at all this creation, and just like pointing at stuff, calling it creation. And she was like, oh. This is dumb. Oh my gosh! Like, what's
Right,
happening?
right,
Like,
right.
It just
we're calling
clicks.
it that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why we're doing this, Silas.
It's the spell breaking, right? Like you're under some sort of weird spell, and oftentimes we have that spell from childhood, so it's really not our fault. And then whatever it is, and sometimes it's what the non-Christians would like. It's the church hurt. Somebody hurts you in a big bad way, and that makes you go, what? And then you start looking at it critically. But like, that never happened to me. But like, but sometimes whatever it is, just that idea, something, and sometimes it's a long sort of like progress of like different ideas. And then something happens where you're like, wait a second, that can't be true. Wait a second, that can't be. Am I in a cult? But what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, actually, I think my deconstruction journey has been made a lot easier because I definitely was church hurt. And I've left 3 churches now, I think. Believe it or not, I'm actually currently in one, but we'll see how that goes over the next few months.
Abort. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
But they're genuinely people who I like being around.
They're
At the end of the day-
there's nice people in churches, sure.
So,
Not on
but-
TikTok, but in churches. Just
not on TikTok is probably correct. Yeah, I've met very few.
Yeah.
But so like I got to deconstruct church hurt. That happened a long time ago, and I got to separate in my mind sort of Jesus from the church.
Mhm.
And then I ran into another brick wall. I live in the middle of the U.S., and I hit another brick wall where I was like, whoa, we all worship Trump and Jesus. Is this right? No, this is not right. This is not the real Jesus. You're all following a false Jesus too.
Yeah.
And then I get to another church and they don't do any of that, but then their son comes out of the closet and the whole church has a funeral for him. And I was like, whoa, this is also feels disgusting and terrible. And so like step by step, I've been deconstructing for so long. And even my friend reminded me of this. He said, when you were like 16, you told me one day, he's like, you said verbatim, you follow truth. And if Jesus is the truth, then you want to find Jesus. And if Jesus isn't the truth, you want nothing to do with him. He's like, now, after watching you go down apologetics rabbit holes for years and then tell me you've deconstructed is like the least surprising thing on earth. He's like, you've been deconstructing long before you realized it.
I think that's true for me too. Like, I didn't know that I was deconstructing, but I have been deconstructing for long before I came to this position of just doing this stuff. Like, I must have been unknowingly for like at least 10 years deconstructing. No question.
I have this diary, Silas, from when I was like in high school and when I was doing kind of a similar thing. And one of the pages, it's like this just a scribbled mess of a journal. Everything's out of order. But one of them has like a thing that's like, here's things that are important to me. Like, I don't know if I was making like a little vision board or I don't know like what it was supposed to be back then, but like Jesus is on there as something that's important to me, and truth is on there. And that's funny that you brought that up, because I look at that now and I'm like, what the heck? Like, why did those don't seem to comport with each other? But back then I was like doing a similar thing, and like that's part of what was important to me. And so yeah, I think that we deconstruct for a long time, and I still am. Of some things. Like, I don't believe in God at all anymore, but there's stuff that was like instilled in me through the indoctrination of religion that I have to like shake off every now and then, like misogynistic tendencies and things like that. So yeah, it's an ongoing process.
Well, thank you both for your time. I'll probably hop down and let somebody else who's a quote unquote actual Christian hop up. But
Yeah, I appreciate it. Good.
Silas, when you're ready to like go up on a mountaintop and scream "There is no God" into the clouds, like to look up and do that, can you do it on like Joel's live or maybe even mine? Like, if you want, that could be better if it was on mine, just so because it would be like nice to document that for you.
I tell you what, I'll send a request up, or I'll send him a Venmo donation or something.
Well, come up and tell us at the very least. But yeah,
say you did it.
We appreciate you, Silas. And are you in the Discord? Are you on Discord?
I am in Deconstruction Zone.
Great. Yeah, yes. That's the one. All right. Good to talk to you. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, thank you both.
All right. Bye-bye. Love that, even though I'm a bit too jarring. I make it all about me. You know what? One thing I do want to say is, like, everyone has church hurt. There's not a person that doesn't have church hurt, and it's just not always the jarring thing that gets you out of it. But everyone in the church, people that are Christians forever, will experience church hurt because they believe fake things, and that's going to hurt you. And the people that had the funeral for somebody that was LGBTQ, they all have church hurt. That's hurting the person, that's hurting the family. Like, they are all hurting.
We had this thing too where it was like, I was like conditioned to think that it was fashionably reasonable to like wear those big white cargo pants with puffy pockets on the side, and then like a tucked in polo shirt to those, and like one of those rope belts, those kind of like old rope belts. So like, I mean, I had that too. Like, that's really something painful. That I had to undo a lot of that.
That hurts. Yeah.
And we had like the front of our hair poofed up, so like spikied up.
That's
and
just
that
like,
was just like, we thought that was right.
That's going to be damaging. Miko sent $5 to say, "Can you stop saying hi to me? You're making the others resent me because they're jealous. I know I'm your favorite. Just be less obvious about it." Whatever, I don't care what you just said. Navy Jet Fixer just sent $5 to say, "Alex O'Connor is coming around to thinking on philosophical grounds there may be a God of some form." I don't know what Alex ever believes about anything. He just is very... I don't know. I saw it. It doesn't matter. Who cares what Alex O'Connor believes?
We'll deconstruct him back.
We'll deconstruct him later,
side, and we'll get that big tally.
Yeah,
and then we get all his tallies.
Yeah, I don't know that that's true, but I'm also my understanding of things isn't tied to his. Brain Damage Songwriter sent $2 to say, you must play the Church Hurt song. Well, it's incoming in a second. Tim sent $5 to say, I need Mezzo to stop bullying Joel and let him have his moment of glory with this guy, LMAO. I don't know why there's a laugh after. I think that that's an excellent comment, and that resonates with me in a really big way. So thank you for making it, Tim, and I appreciate the support. GeForce sent 573, believe it or not, and he's doing GeForce is now doing comedy numbers. I have Church Hurt, now I have Joel and Mezzo. So what is that? Is that non-church healing? I think maybe.
Dude, you just got that church hurt. Your only argument is church hurt. You're hurting inside. It's not that the Bible is just one big lie. Are you really gonna lose your soul? Cause a few million Christians are horrible. Every point you try to make is illegitimate. If loving Jesus made someone treat you like shit, you wanna say my faith is incoherent cause things happen to you in a church basement. But boy, you give me your real reasons. Let me blurt.
Available on all streaming platforms. Hey, Ellie, are you a person that believes in the Bible God?
I'm not. Sorry if you were hoping to speak to someone who is.
I was.
I'm so sorry. I'll be quick. I am a new listener watcher. This is my first time seeing you.
You're welcome.
I stopped when I saw the Bible God is a total meanie because
He is.
this is what I've been saying and fighting with people in the comments about. But I also heard that you said a little earlier that you've been reading the Bible. And so does that include like the Old Testament?
Yeah, that's where we're starting. We're reading right from
That was in the Old Testament.
And we're reading the whole, by we, it's me, and I'm reading the whole entire Bible all the way from Genesis to Revelation or Revelations. Nobody knows what it's called. And it's my YouTube channel. I read every episode is a full chapter of the Bible where I just read it out and react to it. And we're just finishing. Today was Joshua 10.
Okay, that's so cool. Yeah, so I was raised Jewish, and like I didn't even know that the devil was a religious figure until I was like in high school. When my friends mentioned it, I thought it was like a Hollywood character. But I noticed that with conversations like these, talking to people who are maybe deconstructing religion or just are against even being open to that, it's usually in the thought of Christianity, and a lot of times like hell is being brought up and stuff. But I was just wondering if you had any advice on how to have those types of conversations with Jews who don't believe in hell and don't have like those types of backgrounds.
So like, I don't know, Judaism is a tough one because I mean, I've been trying to brush up on my Yiddish because I want to be able to communicate better with Jewish people. So that's why I'm reading Hooray for Yiddish. But no, it's that's a joke. But it is a fun book. But
I didn't know about that. But that's funny.
he wrote a couple of them, and they're just teaching you, I think, satirically teaching Yiddish words. But anyway, the point is that like it really depends on what the Jewish person believes, right? Because there's a lot of secular Jews, and then there's probably Jewish people that believe that God it exists, but he's like not good necessarily. So like you can't really lean into that. I think you like, I don't know how to solve a person's. Sorry, what's the you?
I mean, I'll try and rephrase. So I guess particularly with the God is a meanie part.
Yeah.
When people, talking, when you are discussing how God, isn't really this great, all amazing God, and like a lot of times quotes I might find from the Bible to support this or whatever might be from the New Testament.
So you think that the Old Testament is lacking in God being a meanie? That's where we find most of God being a meanie.
No, I guess that's not really much. I haven't read it, honestly.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but I just mean that I guess mostly when I'm new to this side of TikTok, and the arguments I see are mostly about like hell and how, if you are in another religion, then Christians believe you're going to go to hell, or if you do something wrong, Christians believe you're going to go to hell. And like, that's an example of God not being this all loving being. And so I was just wondering if you have examples maybe that you
Yeah.
could share with
So,
me,
okay,
or
I get it.
that
So,
aren't
like,
hell related.
yeah, for sure. So we were just talking about it today. God in Joshua 11 says to hamstring horses.
What does that mean? I did hear. I came in just
Yeah,
around
that's
when you were talking about that.
cutting the back of a. Just look up what hamstringing an animal would be. It's cutting the back of, I think it's the thigh of the horse to disable them. Like they can't move anymore, and then they're just in agony and they can't do anything, and they just are going to slowly die.
Why would he say that?
Because
That's
he's
so
a
wild.
piece of shit.
Yeah.
So, all you have to do, you know what? Just if you are interested, you can watch my videos, because like I read the whole, like what I've just finished the Torah essentially, right? So that's going to be like your book, right?
Yeah.
And it's full of horrific things. So I'm going to just like run down: owning other people's property, keep virgins as plunder from battle, killing a slave's child because of something that the Egyptians did, having 36 men die because somebody secretly stole a robe, threaten to rape people as punishment, kill a boy for being mean to his parents or saying mean things about his parents or attacking his parents. There's a few verses. Threatening people with either death or becoming your slave. So those are just some things that God does just in the Torah.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Well,
So I guess
actually,
I really should just do my own research and
the
try and
36
pull some
people
quotes.
one is from Joshua, but yes, everything else is from it. It's littered with horrible things. Reading the Bible is boring and annoying, but like on my YouTube, I have like hours of live streams. A lot of them are archived for members only, but you can watch those where like I'll bring up a lot of that stuff. I'm sure you can Google it. There's just like so much, just the flood killing all those animals. Like what?
Yeah.
Like killing all the people,
cool.
fine, but like, they were probably every single one of them was probably really, really evil. But why the innocent animals? It's good to make a woman marry her rapist, forced marriage, prisoners of war, killing breastfeeding babies and toddlers. God commands the Hebrews to do that. Like the tons of, like, it's unlimited how mean this God is. And that's all in the Old Testament.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that, because I feel like I just always hear talking about hell and like hating gay people as examples, so I don't really get to hear.
Yeah, I
stuff
think
like
I think the health stuff, it's interesting because a lot of the times we'll talk about the Old Testament God because he is it's just so obviously mean and barbaric because of the time that it was written, and that's just how that's just part of the character. But you're right to kind of point out that it's the hell thing, which is the worst thing, just comes in the New Testament. It's not part of Judaism. So, and that's way more aggressive than hamstringing horses or any of the temporary suffering that humans experience on this planet, right?
Not that that's like at all.
Doesn't make it good.
excusable,
Doesn't make it good, but it's way worse. So, you're saying like, well, if we don't have that big problem of hell, then what do we have left? Well, you do have all that bad stuff, and that God is a monster. So, if you wanted to get into those types of debates and conversations, I would just, read the Torah.
Yeah. I gotta do more research. All right. Awesome. Well,
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good to meet you. Take care. That's nice. It's nice because it's interesting because like Judaism is one of those things. The Jewish people that I know would never push back on any of the horrible things that God does or says. They accept it and then they go, he's just not good, or they have they just don't believe it in the same way, or this is a myth, and they have a different idea of who God is. So it's harder to you wouldn't bother debating that because it's just like you could still say, prove to me God exists, like give me some evidence. They still wouldn't, But yeah, if you get somebody that's really orthodox, that believes God is good and, Moses is great or something, then I think that's, you can have that conversation for sure. E for Brennan sent $5. Why would he do that? Yahweh is a one-eyed flesh tube. That's why. What? Eric sent $2 to say, have you considered nuh-uh? Checkmate, atheists. Yeah, that's a good argument and impossible to deal with when you get a nuh-uh. Oh, we got meat sauces back. I thought...
I can help you with that one if you need help. You just, with the nuh-uh one, you go, uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Interesting. So nuh-uh. Uh-huh. Let's see if that works with this one. See if they say. I have to, there's at one point, let's see if Coolio starts here, but I'd like to walk away for a second. And
okay. Can you hear me?
Coolio, are you a believer that in the Bible God?
I am, yes.
And do you find that like he's just such a total meanie?
I think it's important to like describe meanie. Like, what do you mean by meanie?
Like he's just he's mean. Like he's not nice. He's a real meanie.
I mean,
what do you
yes.
think? What do you think when people say mean? Oh, you took that as an answer. Okay.
Yeah. So, I guess like when I think of meanie, I think of like my dad's a meanie because I disobeyed him and now he's punishing me. He's being a real meanie. In that sense, I would totally agree.
Oh yeah. No, I mean mean in the sense that like he like let's imagine that your dad was watching you be sexually assaulted by a priest in church and he didn't do anything about it. He just watched it happen. I'd say mean in that way.
That's so mean.
So like I disagree in that because I think
you don't think it would be mean
like,
if your dad watched you getting raped by a priest?
Well, if my physical father was there, yes.
Yeah.
However,
that's what I'm saying.
I think it's a little bit different because
well, wait, hold on. So you used your dad punishing you as an example. So your dad being God is analogous. So that's fine. But when it comes to you being there, being assaulted by a priest and God definitely watching it, now all of a sudden the dad analogy goes away. Is that what we're understanding? So that wasn't analogous ultimately? So you gave me a false analogy. Fuck, man.
The analogy was about being meanie.
That's what I'm doing. I'm saying the same thing. So that we still have your dad. Now he's not punishing you for something you did wrong. He's just watching while somebody gratuitously causes you to suffer.
So I wouldn't really say that's meanie. I'd say that's more like almost diabolical.
Okay, so God is diabolical. We can change that. We can change the background.
Do you want me to update the background?
Yeah, we'll just say it. God is diabolical. We agree with that.
I wouldn't agree with it, only on the sense.
I like that because the Bible God and diabolical, like there's a little bit of like a wordplay.
Bible God, diabolical. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually really nice.
I kind of hear that.
And it's also Satan, Diablo. Like there's that.
Diablo. Yes, I hear it.
Yeah.
So I guess where I'm coming from is, let's just say, if the Bible is accurate, if all of these things are true.
Big if.
And if we're playing the hypothetical, like if my dad was watching me being raped, same hypothetical.
Yeah.
And he creates this entire universe and gives us free will, allows us the option to, not have a relationship with him, sin, rape people, become a priest and rape someone in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
It's only because if we aren't able to choose to have a relationship with Jesus, if we're not able to choose to have a relationship with the Father in the Old Testament, God the Father, whatever, then it's not actual true love. If I force you to love me, if I force you to have a relationship with me, then it's just like a form of enslavement.
So what you're sort of saying is
Babies are dying of cancer and there's tornadoes ripping from here and there, but thank God we got free will to love the Lord. 3 billion kids dying with empty bellies, haven't charged God with a fucking felony. Oh, thank God we got free will to love the Lord. Billions of souls are gonna burn in hell forever. Billions of souls are gonna burn in hell forever and ever. Thank God we got free will to love the Lord.
Is that what you're really saying, Coolio?
I'm saying that based off the principle of being able to actually have free will, sin and such diabolical things are like possible.
So what
Someone
you're
asked if that was on Spotify. Sorry to interrupt. I just noticed that scroll by. I thought you
the
might wanna
answer is yes.
No, you're good.
All songs streamable on Spotify. Check it out. Joel sings Christianese. But Coolio, so what you're saying is, number one, God never infringes on free will, and two, it's reasonable to have this free will. So it's reasonable to have children being sexually assaulted for the sake of this free will. It's a worthy trade-off. And by the way, 600,000 people are sexually assaulted every year, and so that's a worthy trade-off. It is on Apple Music. Sorry, you're breaking up all over the place, buddy.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Mezzo, just talk to this guy for a second. I got to get some Advil, to be honest with you, and I can't hear you anymore because I took my headphones off. So
Okay,
I'll be back.
with this guy who's
If
not
it doesn't work, just
really
like I don't know what to
here, so
do.
This is okay. Coolio, you're
Can you hear me? Am I
yeah.
now?
Just Joel abandoned us, and so you're having a hard time because the connection is bad, and then my connection with my friend is bad because he just walked the heck away from me in the middle of this. So I don't know what to do. Do you know what to do? You don't know what to do.
I just persevere, yes, make it work.
Do you want to just preach for a bit?
Am I through though? You can hear me now?
Not really. A little, like it's coming in and out.
I'm driving home from work, so it could be part of it.
Well, now I have to drop. You're not supposed to do that. So okay. This went really bad. Fuck. Can you guys, when Joel comes back, can you all just put in chat? Just be like, Mezzo converted that guy. He did it. It was a great deconstruction. That guy said he's never going to church again, and then he left, and then say something like maybe do something like that. So because I want him to think that I did a good job, and I don't want him to think that I did a bad job. Just when he comes back, if we can do like if I have to say it, he'll know it's not true. But if you all are kind of like as soon as he sits down, just a bunch of like, nice deconstruction, Mezzo. Another tally for Mezzo. Joel didn't get this one. Or like maybe like, wow, that went better after Joel left. Like some of that kind of stuff I think would be good. Okay, I hear him coming. Okay, yeah, go ahead. All right, take care. Hey, Joel.
Cooked?
Me? No.
All right, well.
It actually went really well. I mean, I don't know if you want to look at the chat from it, but it actually was.
What does it say? That was amazing. That went much better after Joe left. Somebody doesn't know my name. One less for Daniel. Wow. Joel. Looks so smooth. Joel. Tally. That was amazing.
I don't know. Like I kind of went into like one of those like
Joel's never
those
deconstructed someone so fast.
where you don't really know what's happening, and I just kind of, get them with everything I got, and I think something good happened. But the chat seems to really appreciate the work.
Gretchen sent 311 to say blame hashtag blame Mezzo. I don't know what that's referencing. And then Tim sent $2 to say Mezzo told us to lie to you about him doing well. That doesn't sound like Mezzo. He's not a liar. He's not a Christian. And then Jeff Peanut Butter sent 2,000 won to say Mezzo deconverted the last caller, Joel. And then in parentheses said lies. Well, Mezzo left, that lying son of a fucking... sorry. I've just got a bit of a headache, so it's hard for me to like take these jokes, be positive about these jokes. Mezzo, you might as well not come up because
those guys are so funny.
I'm just going over to Discord now. And
are you okay?
Yeah, I just have a bit of a headache. So like when you do these fucking, I don't even know what's true now, and I can't like. If I don't have a headache, you can like focus more on like, okay, he's doing a joke or whatever. But right now, because I've got the headache, it's like when you're bullying me, like the normal bullying is like, oh, that's fun. But like right now it's like, well, I can't differentiate.
Feel like all the time when we do jokes and they don't get it. Like, sometimes I'll draw like whiteboard stuff and people are like, how do they never see it? Because they're in that foggy haze of belief.
Yeah.
Are you feeling like, are you coming down with a little bit of Christian maybe?
I feel like I might be becoming a bit of a believer because my head hurts.
Gosh. Okay, I'll try. I'll meet you over on Discord.
If you could be a little bit more like patient with me, as I'm converting.
Are you changing the audio cords right now during the middle of the?
It feels like I'm
5 times before each stream.
Honestly, it feels like I'm becoming a werewolf. Oh, it's a were Christian, right. But ironically less aware because I'm a Christian. All right, we got to talk to a guest now. We've done the puns.
Less a werewolf. That's the best werewolf joke since the last werewolf joke that we did. But it was really good.
It was werewolf.
We were wolves.
Werewolves. Yeah, now wolves. Yeah,
now wolves. Yeah.
All right, let's not rake up old graves. We can reminisce. We can reminisce later. Okay. All right.
I'm aware.
Both of you stop talking. Okay.
Oh, hi.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. But Valor, can you mute up? I'm gonna talk to Brillax because Brillax was here for a lot longer.
Yep.
And then I'll talk to you, and that's how we're going to do that. And then we'll pop back. There's somebody waiting on you TikTok as well. I will come back and talk to them as well. So please mute up and don't I'm gonna mute you as well, but don't talk because that'll just distract Brillax.
Okay. How's it going, dude?
Pretty good, Brillax. We've spoken before, obviously. So I know you're a Christian. Have we talked about the Bible God being like a total meanie?
Yeah.
So are you...
It was a fun conversation.
Yeah, are you coming up to be like, you know what? I agree with you now.
No, so there was a guy who came up and you guys were talking about I forgot what your co-host said. It was something about
well,
he
don't
was
worry
writing
about
at
that.
the back of his Bible.
Oh, that was Mezzo. That's my best friend. It used to be before he's constantly started lying to me. But he has a. Do you know what the word is in the back of his Bible? Is that what you're coming up to say?
No, negative. So it was pretty much to do with kind of like I wanted to understand like that questioning for God, really, like, hey, if you're real, do X, or you should reveal X. Is that what I'm
Well, we're
understanding from that kind of thing?
giving God the opportunity to kind of show that He exists in a fun, meaningful way. So
Fair enough.
yeah, and He doesn't
May
exist. So
I?
yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to. You remember a bit of my story, right? I'm a combat vet from Afghanistan.
Yep. Now it rings a bell. Yep. I don't remember a lot, but
Uh,
like when you say it to me, I'll go, "Oh yeah."
yeah. So, I was under the Biden administration. I was a part of the people who got pulled out. If you remember me telling you that.
I don't. Anyway, either way, like, just what?
Anyway, so
How this
where
is
am
going
I
to
going
show
with
us that
this?
God isn't a meanie.
Right, where I was going with this though, in terms of like that revealing nature thing, because I was kind of like calling up for that part of the conversation. It's just been a while since then, so I've been in here for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of add on to that with my testimony for a bit. Though I don't know how you feel about topics about mental health and suicide.
Well, this is the problem, and as much as I want to like get into your story, and I appreciate you having a testimony, I do really want to talk about the prompt. Like that's what the show is, and usually if we have people like giving those testimonies, they're perfect for church, but they're not as much for the show. What we're doing here is we're going, hey, even if you have like a powerful testimony and you've had experiences, that's not going to change the fact that the God of the Bible is a complete and total utter meanie, right? So that's really what we're hoping to talk about. Are you open to talking about that instead?
Fair enough. Though it was building on the last conversation because you guys were on that topic for what, 5, 10 minutes.
I think that was the because we were talking about like deconstructing, but you're still a Christian. You're a full-on Christian.
Yes.
You know what? I think that this would be great if I'm talking about like why are you still a Christian? I have that topic that's like, why are you still a Christian? Maybe you coming up for that would be a good idea. But by the way, can you hear yourself when you talk?
Yeah, I can. It's fine though.
Because then
that's why I came over here, because his echo was really hard for me to hear what he was
you
saying.
hear him back too.
Yes.
Oh.
I think it's the whole chat.
Because I can turn.
But he can hear me from here now.
Yeah, so I could either turn him off from here or turn you off or whatever.
I don't think you can do that.
Oh, I can.
So, like,
I can shut. Like you can't now.
You have permanently turned me on, is the thing.
No, I get it. But you've stopped hearing Mezzo now, right, Buralax?
Yeah.
And you've stopped hearing yourself. Test it.
Yeah, it's lower.
Oh, you might hear yourself in my headphones, or
Yeah.
you might hear yourself here. Try again.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, so now it's gone. So Mezzo, if you go over there, you won't hear him anymore.
Oh, okay.
It'll probably be better for for you and stuff. So yeah, sorry about that. I fixed that. Okay, so so yeah, like let's look at like something horrific that God has done, and maybe you can tell me how he isn't a meanie. Are you interested in that conversation?
I'm done.
Okay. Let's see here. Which direction?
Check and test. Check,
Oh
check,
my
check,
goodness.
test.
Yeah, that's great.
That sounds fantastic. Almost too loud, but I can turn you down in here, so it's fine. I can deal with that.
Did Borlock say that he has my secret word, or was that a no?
No, that's a no, dude.
It's a hard pass, unfortunately. But all right. So there's a part in the Bible where God says, like he says, and this is kind of like a rule. He's like, go over to these towns, and offer them peace. If they say that they want peace, then make them your slaves. If they don't want peace, then kill them all. Do complete genocides on them. So he's giving people this option of like slavery or death. I think that's mean. I think that's a mean thing
mean.
to do.
That's a meanie move.
Yeah, that's so mean.
All right, so we're in agreement on that one.
Wait, what? Don't. It's so I was. What was that?
Was that the other guy talking?
I think
Okay,
so.
I told you not to talk, Valor.
Hold on.
Mute up and don't talk, or I'll kick you.
No, wait, it's fine. It's fine, dude.
No, I'll kick. Nobody can hear him. He's muted to everybody on the show, so he's just distracting you. So Valor, I'll just kick you if you talk again because it ruins the flow of the conversation. Okay.
I can mute him on my end too. So and also relax if you want. You can just hit mute on him. That way he can go off.
That's true.
He can just pop off and we all won't hear it. It'll be great.
It's all right. So in terms of where we're coming from with asking your question, yeah, it's mean. Though I am a 20th century, 21st century human being, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really too keen on if you want to be historically intellectual and honest, you would use what they used and what they had and what they held to. Though, hey, I guess that's an argument for whether or not that's honest or not, huh?
Well, I guess what you're saying is that like maybe at that time, threatening death or slavery was good, maybe. Like that was a good. Those were good options.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you would say like what the bullet you'd have to bite here is you'd have to say sometimes it's good to subject a nation of people to slavery or genocide.
Well, no, because there's a philosophical term that a brother brought up, which was pretty much like what is preserved and reserved for like uses and like free will and all this other stuff. There's stuff that goes into that we have language for today, which is already in the Bible. But that's if you want to see that or not, that's
not sure what you're saying there. And
so sometimes.
I'm just gonna play
Word
salad real quick.
Nobody is following.
Not understand.
Word salad, it's just annoying. Word salad is not scrumptious like you think. Your word salad, it totally stinks. Good
Word salad Okay, too much scatting. All right, but yeah, so I don't understand what you're saying with that. It's just that like it sounds like moral relativism that you're saying that like morally speaking, sometimes genocide or slavery is morally good to threaten people, but now in 2025 it's not morally good. So that's
maybe instead of sometimes.
Right, but your moral definition of goodness, your objection to the moral definition of goodness is something that implicitly isn't in the text the way that you define it, but you're adding that to it and saying, this is the standard.
Fair enough. So is God good?
Yes. Why?
Well, because God commanded this. So can God make bad commands?
No, why?
Okay, because God commanded this. So by definition, it would have had to be good, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you're saying at some time, some points in history, it is good to threaten people with genocide or slavery, like those two options. That's a good thing, even though it's mean. You're saying that this is actually a very good thing and maybe necessary for an all-powerful God that could do anything any way he wants. Is that your view?
Well, yeah, we had this conversation before where I remember I asked you, I was like, hey, I'm a soldier and I've asked you this, where like, what do you do when you go into a land and take over a land or defend your land and take over said land? What do you do with the people? You keep them alive, you enslave them, you kick them out, they try to come back, they try to fight. What do you do with them? And I remember asking you that. You really couldn't. I don't know what your answer is today, if you can answer that.
Well, in this case,
don't enslave them.
In this case, you don't bother them because these are like cities that are far away. That's specifically in the passage. These are like separate people that live like surrounding. They're not like the Hebrews had to go and do genocide apparently on the Canaanites and kill all of them and destroy them entirely so that they could steal their land.
Contextually, what's the reason?
Huh?
Contextually, what's the reason?
That they did that?
Yeah.
God said to.
God said to kill the land, and also because they were practicing sorcery. So they were doing doing necromancy and all sorts of other things that adults don't believe in anymore. But so for that reason, they had to murder them all to death. But these, people don't believe.
What do you mean?
Fully grown adults don't believe.
What are you talking about?
You're fully grown adults, like mature, normal people, don't believe in sorcery anymore.
So are you telling me like 28% of the population of the world that believe in certain affiliations are also that who
and sorcery?
People
they believe in they believe in necromancy?
Is there not religions and traditions today that practice those things? What do you mean?
Which religions?
Which religions, for example? Okay, so because they're incorrect doesn't mean they exist. Like they exist, and some of those people are smart.
I was just saying, like, reasonable people believe in necromancy. That's your view?
Reasonable people believe in. No, I'm not saying reasonable people do. I'm saying that people do, though. You're disqualifying a population of the earth that exists.
I just sorry, maybe I'm being ignorant. I just thought that like regular thinking people that are in touch with reality don't believe in sorcery and necromancy, but you're defending that sorcery and necromancy are reasonable things to believe in?
No, I'm defending people that do believe in those things. I'm not believing
by the
what
way,
they believe
you
in.
have to, because God had people genocide. God had people genocide whole nations because of it. So you kind of have to believe it's real.
No. So Joel,
wait. No,
he's
we're
saying
not
isn't that
believing
they were
it,
really doing sorcery. He said God had them genocided because they thought they were practicing sorcery. Obviously, sorcery doesn't work.
Negative. Those are two false equations to what I was just saying, though.
So I was trying to help.
I think so. No, because if I'd like to be more clear, I guess these people were doing these things at the time, and there are people who today practice today and believe in those things.
So you believe in sorcery.
May I finish?
Uh-huh.
Wait, that it exists?
Yeah, you believe you believe in the magic of
works.
sorcery, that there is real, like necromancy and sorcery are real powers.
To a degree, yeah.
Let me read what it says here. When you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you, you must not learn to imitate the abhorrent practices of those nations. No one shall be among you who makes a son or daughter pass through the fire, who practices divination, so you believe in divination, is a soothsayer, so you believe soothsaying is real. I don't know what an augur is an augur or a sorcerer or one who casts spells, so you believe in Harry Potter, or consults ghosts or spirits, right? So you believe ghost shows are probably factual and not stupid fake reality TV, who seeks...
Negative.
Okay, well, this is you obviously don't believe
you
the
can
fairy
continue,
tales of
but
the
I would just
who seeks
to that part.
or who seeks oracles from the dead. So I think that's necromancy. So so these are things that you have to believe as a Christian are true powers that people do in the world today, which I think is comical for an adult to believe.
So an augur is someone who interprets the will of the gods. They usually have like a secret little special temple area.
Oh yeah. And so seers.
Augurs.
Oh yeah, like a seer might be another word for it, sure.
Yeah.
Right. Isn't it like an oracle seer type of
it's this thing where if someone goes to like a private place and they have like this kind of like specific revelation that they interpret from God. It could be
Yes.
like stones that they throw. It could be a burning bush, something like that. Like
Mhm.
Moses was an augur, for example. So like that type of thing is what they're saying to
Or
not do.
casting lots. Joshua did that to figure out
Right.
where the Hebrews should
Divination,
live. Yeah.
yeah.
So well, Joseph did divination. So all the things that the Hebrews did, they were also evil, and things that are in fantasy novels.
Why would you
Oh,
insert evil for that though?
Soothsayers. I don't think anybody knew. Is there anyone from the Bible who like foretold the future?
Yeah, tons of people. So this is the thing.
That's what prophesying is,
Okay,
right?
so they're doing soothsaying.
You're nailing it, Beerlax. It's evil only.
So you're
I'm assuming.
two different.
I'm assuming
so
evil.
So two different things have.
Hold on. I'm
Okay, go
assuming evil because God is genociding these people for that. Because you asked me why is God maybe, I think it was implied, but I could be wrong. Why is it justified for God to say, hey, go and do this and like, kill all the men, women, and children of these places? And it's because they're doing this kind of silly magic. And so apparently this silly magic must be evil because it's worth destroying.
The silly magic.
Oh, and God says, God calls them. God, by the way, God calls them abhorrent practices. Because he says in verse 12, whoever does these things is abhorrent to the Lord. It is because of such abhorrent practices that the Lord your God is driving them out before you. So it must be that they're
word
evil.
For abhorrent is silly.
I think it's silly. God thinks
that's
it's
what he-
abhorrent.
Yeah. What kind of atheist are you? Yeah, I mean,
The
in
kind
terms of,
that
like,
doesn't
classifications,
believe in
Can
sorcery.
you give me actual classifications, please? Thank you.
I'm a
thank you.
level 8 rogue atheist.
I don't know the classifications.
You don't know the classifications, but you're
No,
studying
can you give me the option? I don't studying atheism. What I don't know what is there to
or
study.
practicing atheism, or you're peddling atheism, but there are different types of atheism
What
that
are
have
they?
different types of classifications.
What are they?
So well, there are
We're the
mixtures.
kind of like
There-
we're the hot ones that like, basically just like we just like act hot.
There's-
And people
Yeah,
are
like
just
we're
mythicists.
sweet ass atheists.
yeah. Just
So
a really
there's
hot
so
sweet
there's
kind.
okay. So there's like, for example, for a qualification, one would be Jesus mythicist. I already understand that you
No, but you could
hold
be
to
hold
that
on
to a
for a
degree.
second. You could be a mythicist and
Yeah.
not an atheist.
I said Jesus mythicist.
Yeah, but that's not a classification of atheist because you can be a Jesus mythicist and not an atheist, right? You could be
Jesus.
you could be a Hindu, which would be a theist, and believe that Jesus didn't exist at the same time. So you're just like, there's nothing more to atheism than just not being convinced there's a God or gods. And that's the type of atheist all atheists are. And then there's a bunch of other maybe things that different atheists might believe or affirm or whatever, or also not believe. But that's not a type of atheist. Like atheism is one idea, and then we're done. And then there's a bunch of other types of people that, like a mythicist, for instance, wouldn't be a type of atheist. That'd just be a type of person that doesn't believe Jesus existed.
Yeah,
Wait, so
there's
isn't there
atheist.
terms? Yeah, agnostic, atheist, negative,
Yeah,
positive.
there's other words for it, but
There's-
atheist just means we don't believe in God. And it's also, this whole thing, by the way, is a sick pivot away from the original point that you were
Ooh,
making.
that's a good
Well,
song.
no.
I gotta do
I suppose.
this pivot,
Though
Jack.
I suppose.
I gotta keep
guess
these
the original
wheels a spinning. Oh yeah. If the conversation stays on track, I may need to make a
become
point
not an
or
atheist.
state a fact,
You won't
and
be an
I
atheist
can't
anymore.
do that.
Yeah, where were we? Where
Oh,
were we before?
Father.
Where were we before we got that pivot? I can't
Sure.
even
So
remember.
I can back us up. So Bro Relax was saying how they were doing magic and sorcery back then, so it was good to do genocide. So sometimes, in his Christian opinion, it's good to do genocide. Is what I think he was about to say.
I guess that's if you want to boil it down to that and put words in my mouth, that's fine.
Well, just say it yourself. Say,
Yeah,
as a Christian.
well, hey, I'm not here to make that point though.
But it
You're
went.
making
But
that
it
point
went.
for me.
Hold on. But it went. It
That's
went one
okay
step
though.
further.
I would
Beerlax.
also like to say,
Hold on.
do you have
I
to go?
want to. I want to
My
bring
good
us.
sir,
I
I
want
do
to.
have to go though. Like I genuinely have to go. That's why I'm not trying to rush out on you or anything.
Now
Like,
you're
that's
gonna
why I
get the
kind of
runner.
like
Now
I
you're gonna get
asked
the
you
runner song.
I asked you the okay. I asked you the question of you what kind of atheist you were just because I wanted to kind of know and then leave off from there. Like that's what I wanted to do.
We were still finishing this
Genuinely.
last thing.
I'm the type of atheist. I'm the type of atheist what doesn't believe in God.
Maybe if instead of saying sometimes it's good to do genocide, since this is about magic and stuff, you should say once upon a time it was good to do genocide. That might sound better.
But ultimately, Beerlax, what the conversation was that I was saying that like there was no reason to go and threaten slavery and death to the other people. You could just leave them alone because they were far enough away.
You won't answer the question of what you would do though. This is my problem.
I wouldn't go and
Like,
attack them. I wouldn't go and attack. It's a non point, right?
They're
And
coming if they come and attack you or do something to you. Like if they're doing something to you, right?
Yeah, that's
Because
just
this
not
happens a
part
lot
of.
in
That's
Scripture.
not part of the
But
story. That's not part of the story.
Okay,
and
this is
when
not a
you
part of
come
this
upon
story-
a
this-
neighboring nation, offer them wine and food and friendship, and then shake their hands and walk back to your house.
Oh,
which
that's a
you
nice
have
command.
already. Yeah, I would do that.
Yeah. Don't do their naughty stuff. Have a little bit of stick to itiveness, and if they're naughty, then don't. But the thing is that like all of this other stuff doesn't apply to this, and also God's all powerful. He can do whatever he wants. We don't need to go ahead and kill or enslave a bunch of neighboring towns. He could do anything any sort of way.
I mean, that's your view, and I understand that.
If
we
you
can
think
get
God's,
to
if
other
you think
conversations
God
later.
isn't
I
all
do have
powerful,
to go though.
all right, have a good
do-
one. Take care. Have a beautiful day.
All right,
Okay,
God
bye.
bless you.
All
All
right,
right,
bye.
Do you think he understood any of that conversation?
No, but to be fair,
there was
I
no
didn't.
tracking. That's
Yeah.
fair.
I don't know that anyone could have. Yeah, I mean, he that's not the conversation he wants to have. I think because it's he doesn't
wanted
just
to do a
yap.
testimony.
Yeah. We got a crazy, one of the crazy ones. This is one of the ones that's just another crazy GeForce gift. GeForce, you're an angel, and it makes it almost worth to have my head feeling like it's going to fall off. GeForce, thank you for the $101. That's huge. You're incredible. Keep up the good work, Joel and Mezzo. This content works. From a former huge right-wing extremist evangelical and worship leader I deconstructed 10 years ago, my wife and I are raising our 4 kids as atheist humanists. So,
wow. I didn't know that about GeForce.
So there's hope.
So,
Thank you so much, GeForce, and I'm happy you got out. I'm happy. I'm so pleased with everyone that gets out of the cult. And hopefully we do move. Well, we've been getting the feedback and we've been having the good conversations.
the needle is flying off of the scale, Joel.
Man, imagine we like really change the
Course of human
face
history?
in a sense, yeah. You know, because it would be so good to get us cult free. Like, what a great! I know it's like probably impossible. Like, there's always going to be little cults around, people doing crazy things and
It'd be
believing.
nice
weird
for it to
things.
happen however it happens, but if we did it, because we want to be able to, at the end, go
Take
stand in
credit.
front of the world and go, you're welcome.
You're welcome, and we love you. Optimus Rhymes sent $2 to say, "I'm 1/8 theist." That's a fun idea. That's a fun idea that Mezzo stole from me as well, which is this countdown. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. Gretchen sent $3.11 to say, "Joel and Mezzo are sassy atheists." That's a good category.
Sass theists?
Sass theists. And Super Bowl Joel Sounds like my name, but then I don't know from Super Bowl. Sent $5 to say hard/positive equals Gnostic, soft/negative equals agnostic. Simple as that for atheists. I'm a soft negative.
Oh man, I forgot that I used to do this joke where because there's igtheist and these other ones, and I would say that I'm a haytheist. Do you remember that one?
Haytheist?
Hay with an H. It's a haytheist. It's like I don't believe in God at all. I don't think there's any evidence. But if he like came down and revealed himself to me, I would be like, hey.
Valor, are you a Bible believing Bible believer, Christian?
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now. Thanks for being patient. Appreciate it. What we're talking about today is God being a total meanie. I assume that you agree, you realize that, and you're just coming up here to say
No.
No?
Well, but I will digress.
Yeah, please do.
that
Please
most
digress
of the
immediately.
Early in the
No,
conversation.
I'm
Please-
not going to digress that.
Please do an
Well, the first
instant
thing-
night digression.
Wait, are you? I'm not digressing that, but I'm going to digress something else. Most of the so-called Christians or religious people today are not following God. They're not really following the Bible.
Oh.
True.
The other thing is, the Old Testament is a completely different world. It's an eye for an eye. It's kill or be killed. None of us.
There's my AI is just warming up. Fuck, my AI is warming up. Oh no, my AI.
Listen,
That was in the
you
Old
you don't
Testament.
understand.
We don't read the shit in the Old Testament. I'm not even sure why it's still
No.
in print, but that's the dickish God from the Old Testament.
After this
Sure, he
stupidity
told you how to
passes,
keep them slaves, and yes, he commanded you to kidnap babes.
We'll have
Only
some
one small
intelligent
tribe were his
conversation,
personal
maybe.
babes, but no one worships the
let us
God from the
continue.
Old Testament. Do
Okay.
they? Do they?
This
Go
has
ahead.
been a song heavy show. But anyway, what's your point about the OT?
Man, I forgot half my point.
Good.
Good play. You scrambled my brain.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
you were
But-
saying
but
it was a
do you
different
guys want-
time.
you're a
What
Christian.
was I
It's
saying?
already scrambled.
Yeah. Do you? No. You know, even
need that
Richard
clip.
Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is the most famous atheist, in my opinion.
Really?
Someone challenged me when I was 21 to say, "Hey, you only believe and you're only a Christian because that's the way you grew up." So, I devoted myself for 2 weeks. Didn't read any of the Bible. I just watched atheist videos, and what I felt was incredible depression and
Aw.
directionless.
Oh.
Well, we can help you with
And
that.
you know,
we can help you
I
with
did
that.
choose-
We're able to
Richard
be
Dawkins was my
atheists and
favorite.
love life.
Well, you got a lot of work to get on record Richard Dawkins level, but it'd be better if you're like Jesus Christ.
You don't.
He
you
was
mean
the
that
ultimate
He loves
example.
life more than us.
Let me ask you a question.
No.
Let me ask you a question.
Richard Dawkins stated that the Christian way to live is the best way to live. He stated that.
I don't care.
He also
we're gonna
believed
have him as a guest
in
on
it-
our Christmas
does-
Eve show if you want to come talk to him yourself.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. I've always wanted to do that.
He said I have nothing better to do on Christmas Eve because I hate Christ, which even I felt that
Wow,
was
that's
aggressive.
that's sad.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, that's really aggressive, Rich.
But,
we're on first name, but
And the all caps and the emails.
yeah,
like,
fuck that
it's
guy.
always
He put
intense
down fuck that
conversing
guy at
with
the end
him.
of it. So let me ask you this though. Talking about
Yeah.
Jesus, do you think don't you think it's a little bit mean that Jesus made a guy blind for his whole entire life just to heal him to show off later? Isn't that a mean thing to do?
That's the misconception that God created evil. Actually, God put Adam in the garden. There
Well,
was
hold
no
on.
disease. There was no death. Wait.
Hold on,
Well,
but
let me
don't
finish my
yell.
point.
Don't yell.
No,
Your
wait.
point is wrong. I know your point, and it's wrong.
No,
So
no. There's only one rule. If you could go, and I'll tell
There's
you,
a
there's
lot
only
of
one rule.
rules.
There's no disease. There's a lot of good sex. You can make your babies, and you have all the food you need to eat in the garden. And of course, any human would do it. They would screw it up.
Are they allowed to have sex for not babies, or do you only get to procreate?
If you're married, it's all good.
I like the no baby sex.
Adam and Eve weren't
But this
married.
is the deal though. Is that it says in John 9, as he walked along, he saw a man blind from birth. His disciples asked him, "Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" Jesus answered, "Neither this man nor his parents sinned. He was born blind so that God's works might be revealed in him." So essentially, he was born blind so that I could show off by doing magic. And then he spit in the dirt and
Okay.
did the show off. So God made him blind just for the express
No, no.
purpose of
Can I
showing
answer?
off.
Can I answer? Because
You
there
may
was no
you may
disease.
answer now.
Now.
There. Do you know in America we have a lot more sickness? We're one of the sickest nations, and because there's a lot of GMOs
Let
and
me
all
let
this
me
other
let me
stuff,
just
people. Wait.
wait, hold,
Disease comes from separation
Valor.
from God.
This doesn't apply because there
No,
weren't
it
any
supersedes everything
they
you're
weren't
saying,
any
because if you
GMOs in
follow
the
God's
Bible.
laws, there will not be any death.
Hold
There will
on.
not be
Hold
any
on.
disease.
Hold on. I know what your talking point is, so I'm going to ask you a couple questions. The first thing I'm going to want from you is scriptural evidence of what you're saying, not the GMO shit, but the reason why this guy was blind
Yeah.
was because of something from the Garden of Eden. While you're looking for that, I'm going to read you Exodus 4, verse 11, which says, "Then the Lord said to him, 'Who gives speech to mortals? Who makes them mute or deaf, seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord?'" So you might say that it's a passive result of the consequences of the fall. I'd be interested in seeing a verse that describes that, because I don't think it exists in the Bible. But I do have a verse here where God takes credit for it directly. He says, "I do it. I'm the one that's making everybody blind." And then in the verse in question, Jesus says, "We made him blind for this reason, to show off," which I think is pretty
That's a
mean.
lie.
That's
That's
what
a
it
lie.
says. That's what it says.
No,
It's not a lie.
that's a lie.
I'll read
You
it
literally
again.
just read it, and that's not what
Jesus
it says, or
answered,
what-
"Neither this man nor his parents sinned. He was born blind, that God's works might be revealed in him." So that we can show off right now. That's basically what is being said there.
No.
So you now have the responsibility of finding some sort of verse that tells us that the
You probably
reason
won't
this
let me
man is
finish.
blind, you can, that the reason why this man is blind, I'm just giving you your task. The reason why this man is blind is because Adam and Eve ate a piece of fruit.
This is your chance to prove Jesus wrong and prove this Bible verse wrong with
You
what
guys
you
talk
got
way
here.
too much. Answer me this question. Was there any disease in the Garden of Eden when God created the earth?
I don't know.
No, there was not.
Prove it.
Because things were being done God's way. There was no death. There was no disease. There was literally no problems. There was one rule.
Really? Prove that.
No one could prove that besides the information we
Well,
have.
what we do,
You put all the burden on me, and
yeah, because
you're
it's
making all
your
these
claim.
off-the-wall
It's your
claims.
claim, buddy. So I could argue.
no.
I could argue that there would have been disease and there would have been blindness, and all of those things would still come to pass because none of that stuff changed in the garden at all, textually speaking.
Right.
So, do you know the cause? Do you know the scientific and biological? I don't know exactly. I'm not claiming to be
Let's
an
not
expert.
be doctors if we're not doctors.
No, well, us mortals, you and me, will just kind of discover this by what we see in our world. There's more and more sickness and more children born with defects now. Why is that?
Are you talking about naturalism? It can't be that our curse is getting worse. That doesn't make sense. So why don't we stick to the myth that you're trying to say is true? Right? Because we're not scientists, so it's hard for us to go like, this is the science and let's apply it to a myth. That's a waste of time, right? So what you're saying, okay, I'm gonna recap for you. So hold on.
Yeah.
So in John 9,
pharmacy.
hold on. I'm not playing this goddamn fucking game with you about conspiracy theories. We're
Oh,
gonna
you're
be
pretty mean.
we're gonna
Oh,
talk.
you're so mean. You're trying
I'm
to be the god of
shutting
your
you
Discord,
down.
but you're
I'm
whining.
shutting you down. I'm shutting you down
No, you're
on this
talking
topic.
over me.
So we've
You're
got
disrespectful and ignorant.
because you're not talking. You're not speaking to the point. You're ignoring the point and talking about something entirely
of
different.
God making a perfect creation supersedes everything
Yeah. So
you're
just
saying.
prove that God created something perfect.
America is one of the
Prove that God did a perfect creation, Valor. That's your new claim. He made a perfect creation.
I don't have to play your game. You literally are completely beaten.
I wonder
You
if
have
in the
nothing to
Garden
go
of
off
Eden
of.
there was belligerence.
They had that. I have
from the
two,
serpent.
buddy. I've got 2 points of evidence here to show that God's a meanie.
You're taking scripture out of context, and
That's not
literally
true.
lied earlier.
That's not true. I'm using scripture. You haven't used scripture yet.
Don't you know?
Why'd you keep on saying these
that the answer's in the
buzzwords?
context. You're never gonna get it with the context.
My AI is
Either
working
the context. The answer must
overtime.
be hidden in the context. Don't ask me what the context is, but all I know is it's context.
So the point is I've given 2 verses, which there's no reason to believe they're not in context. You haven't shown us that at all.
Yeah, well, Satan
And-
gave verses when he tempted Jesus as well.
Huh? Yeah, okay, but that's still not helping your case. See, I have a case.
I'm giving you
have a
verses.
case.
The first part of Genesis.
What verse? You didn't give me any verses. You just said the first part of Genesis. Nowhere in Genesis does it say that God created the world perfect. So that's a
I think
claim.
it was pretty perfect compared to what we have today.
I think it was pretty perfect. It doesn't mean anything. That's just your opinion
Yeah,
of a myth.
it was
so I'm
really
saying
perfect.
there's.
I would love to
it
go back to
doesn't
that.
say.
Would
okay,
you love to go
so
back
fine
to no
biblically.
death, no disease, and one rule?
We don't know that
Hush.
that's. We actually
Would
don't.
you like to go back to one rule, no death, and no diseases? It's pretty good. I think it's pretty
If that
good
were
deal.
the case, that sounds nice. But the thing is that that's just not biblically sound. So you're making the claim, Valor. Let's slow down for a second. Let's slow down for a second, because what your claim is.
I will if you will.
I just want to focus on the claim here, right? So the claim here is that God created a perfect world, and because people ate fruit, the blind man was born blind. Now, I have 2 verses that seem to be claiming that God made the blind man blind on purpose, for a purpose, to show off.
No,
and
what I'm
hold
trying to say
hold on. And you don't
Just give
have
me-
a verse that shows in Genesis your claim. There's no verse that supports
You will
that.
have to look at the Bible and learn through inference the answer. If you really want me to answer, or are you going to cut me off?
You'd have to bring scripture, because everything else is just like you just yapping.
Well,
bud.
you're a Bible reader. You know.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that what you're saying is incorrect. You have to correct what I'm saying with substance. You can't just
You're
say
not
nuh-uh.
making an intelligent
Because
point
then I
at
can
all.
just say, oh, Mezzo, I can try this now. Yaha.
I got him.
Because he's saying nuh-uh, and then I just
told you. I got him.
Yaha.
I think they think
I'm
you're
just kidding.
saying
Oh my goodness,
Yahuwah.
he's just destroyed. He just like completely stopped. I think he just destroyed him.
Just careful not to say Yahuwah, because that's
Yeah,
religious.
I just laid him out. Yahahushuha. No, but see, I gotta stop. Yeah,
Careful.
Yaha.
So
Perfect.
Nailed him to the wall. Nailed him.
what I'm trying to tell you is that all the sickness, and I can't prove it with some data. You would have to see it and understand it. For example, if you went to Russia, they do things without GMOs. They ban GMOs.
I
they ban
don't
all this
fucking
stuff.
care about
Listen,
GMOs, buddy. What we're
literally,
talking about
listen,
a
your
myth.
brain is not functioning correctly because you're literally not doing what
Well,
God
I
told
do
you
have
to do,
a
and you don't
headache.
even know.
I do have a headache, and if that's God's fault, then fuck that guy. Because
It's
I don't like it.
mind-numbing
Just
trying to
ate
talk with
a-
you guys.
I just ate
Because
a
you don't
bunch
really
of
want the truth.
GMOs.
Do you want the truth? Do you want to live
Well,
the best
you're
life
not,
you can?
You're not speaking. We're
Or
talking.
do you want to run around in circles
Valor? We're
and
talking.
obey the demon which controls you?
Valor. We're talking about this. This is insane. Like, I thought we could have a normal conversation, but we're talking about the Bible here, buddy. We're trying to like unpack what the Bible is saying.
I'm talking about the Bible too. Oh,
GMOs have nothing
do
to
you
do with it.
Do you know where the Greek the word pharmacy comes from?
Is the word pharmacy in the Bible?
Yep. It comes from the Greek word pharmakia, which is from
In the
word
Bible?
witchcraft.
Is that in the
Yes.
Bible?
Very, very cool.
Shoot.
That's very cool. That's actually very neat.
Is that even in this? Is that even in the Septuagint? Let's find out. So what's it?
I can't.
Is
I have
the
a
hold on,
screenshot of
bonehead?
it.
Is the Greek word pharmakakia? Is
Yeah.
that what it is?
Pharmakia.
Valor,
Pharmakia
we're just
is it
gonna look into it.
Pharmakia
Joel's a truth seeker.
in the Septuagint?
I'm glad. I'm proud of you.
Question mark.
So
That's interesting. It actually
basically,
says yes, it is.
Well, that is
And
interesting.
where it consistently refers to, get this, he's not lying, sorcery, witchcraft, or magic, often involving drugs, spells, or enchantments, particularly in passages describing Babylonian occult practices and Egyptian magicians.
That's
Alright,
why. So, like, you used some Advil earlier.
Uh-huh.
That counts as witchcraft.
Witchcraft. So I just did some witchcraft.
well,
Because, like,
well,
what it
let's
sounds
let,
like, Valor, if
let's
I'm
focus on what is
can I be-
best for you. What
can
is
I
a
be-
good way for
hold
you
on,
to live?
buddy. Can
And
I be honest with you? So what it sounds like to me, and I know that you're going to have a different view, but where my mind goes, in all honesty, is that, like, if what they saw as witchcraft were using some sort of, like, I don't know, ointments or something like that would help heal, because they didn't fully understand what was going on necessarily, they would think that, oh, this is magic. But maybe they were just discovering some, like, natural remedies or something. That may be the case. I could see that. And then oftentimes these days, what we do, and this is why, like, the rod of Asclepius is, like, the symbol of medical science. It's because we take things from the past, we take myths and different things like that, and use them in our world now. I think it's a bit tongue-in-cheek. I think it's a little bit fun. So even the word pharmakia or whatever, to use that for pharmacy, I think they probably were aware of its etymology, and they were like, oh, that's neat. We'll just use this word, and that'll be what we use for pills or whatever.
But there's more to it than that, spiritually and physically. And if you lose the spiritual battle, if you're strong spiritually, Satan will come after you physically and just try to destroy your mind and your body.
Sweetie, that's cult nonsense. That's just insane cult nonsense. That's not true. But it also is like a massive.
So wait,
it's
you
a
don't
massive
believe in
pivot
anything spiritual whatsoever? Anything
not,
beyond your sight?
No, babe.
Okay, that's sad.
No, I think it's sad because you're living in a delusion. Like, why would we believe in Satan?
You see the evil in the world, and you believe in an author of
I
that.
always see.
There's got to come from somewhere.
Let me say this: I see human beings doing horrific things. I see human beings doing bad and doing, let's say, horrible behaviors, horrible ideas. I don't think that comes from Satan, because I don't see Satan doing anything. I don't see Satan anywhere. It's just people.
Do you think governments are evil?
Colloquially, I could say that a particular government might be evil depending on their behaviors. So I would say that the behavior is evil. So, like, I might say that, like, the way that the people in North Korea are treated is evil, right? Because but we
can agree on that.
But I don't think that evil is a thing that exists outside of that. It's a description that I give to certain behaviors, the treatment of certain people, right? So there's something different here. You believe evil is a thing. You believe that, like, there's dark arts and magic and evil and spirituality and all those things. I think that that's just a description we give practical, real, horrible things and behaviors that people do to each other. So it's more of a colloquial thing. Does that work for you?
Well, along with this, I had two friends that were on antidepressants in the church that committed suicide. So I have a general hatred for these high-powered pharmacy things, and I think that they open the doors for certain things that
hold on,
God
bud.
doesn't want for his children.
Can I just say that, like, and I don't know what went on with your friends, so I'm just gonna say something here, and I honestly don't, like, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm nothing, right? But I just want to say that, like, there could be, like, their condition could have been exacerbated by being in a cult that isn't real. So you might be, like, blaming the wrong people, right?
I don't. Well,
that we're
you're trying to
harming, that we're
throw all
harming.
religion into a cult status. They're way too lazy for that. I mean, that's not going to fly, dude. They're
No,
way too
it's
lazy
a cult.
for that. They're lax. They just want to worship God as a sky daddy that gives them blessings. They just want to run their credit cards. They don't have discipline. They don't have.
This is
Do you
interesting.
know the
So, are
word?
you a Christian? Like, it seems like you're.
Absolutely. I
So, are you
consider
saying
myself to be a
they?
true Christian, even though if you ask me, I'm a sinner. Yes, I'm a sinner. I make mistakes, but I'm cleansed by the blood of Jesus
But you're
Christ.
talking about the
And
Christians like
I
they're not
repent.
Christians. But anyway, either way,
The people who claim to be Christians do not follow the Bible and therefore are not accepted by God, the Most High
well, you
God.
don't follow the Bible, though.
I do.
Well, you don't know what it says. How can you follow something if you haven't read it and you don't know what it says?
Well, you're not a good listener. That's why you don't know.
No, I'm a great listener. That's why I have not heard you quote one verse to me at all. So I don't know where
can
you're
quote
getting
verses,
off. I don't
but
know where
I
you're
don't
getting
really
off
jump
acting
when I'm
like
told
you're.
to. Well, I did mission
All
work in
right,
Ukraine.
all right, sweetheart.
For the
But this is the thing: is that like going back to the actual conversation we were having before you tried to derail it to talk about nothing. I'm making a great biblical argument, Bible-based argument about how mean God is, and all you can do is say "nuh-uh."
You're
and
lying.
think
You
the
didn't
Bible
even
says
share
something.
the rest of the story of Jesus healing the blind man.
Yeah, he spit in the dirt and fixed his eyes. But the motivation
These are
is
people
what
with
the
no
problem is.
options, and Jesus did something good for that person, and all you can do
But
is
what
twist
God-
it into
what-
something
what
was the
ugly
good-
to
what
try
was the
to
good
make your
thing?
ignorant point.
No, that's a good point. What was the good thing?
He
that
healed the
did?
blind man.
Uh-huh.
He
From
healed
what?
him.
From what?
Blindness.
And
And
how
then
did,
you're gonna say,
why was he blind?
no, we're not going back to the stupidity. You
So
don't have any foundation to make that claim.
You're avoiding the absolute.
No.
Just
We're not
biblically
gonna
what
do
it says.
weakness.
What does it say it is? I know you don't believe that verse.
Oh,
The
we're
one
not
that,
gonna.
like that the red letter text that
We're
Jesus
just
says,
gonna
but
have
it
to
says
agree to
something
disagree. You wanna
with Jesus.
This is the
All
thing.
right.
This is the thing, Valor. This is the thing. I'm reading the Bible, and it is clear as day to me that Jesus is saying they made him blind so that they could show off, so Jesus could show off. And I have that backed up in Exodus where God says, I do this. I make people blind. So I'm convinced.
Your view
I'm
is gonna
convinced.
make
Hold
it
on.
difficult for you to do anything
Valor,
good in your life and be proud of it.
I do good, and I'm proud of it all the time. I'm convinced by the book that I'm reading that that Jesus did this to show off, and it was really, really mean. You saying "nuh-uh, you're wrong" is not going to unconvince me. And that's like, if that's all you want to do, if that's the best you got, then I'm just going to go, oh, here's another Christian who doesn't know their Bible, doesn't know how to deal with arguments, and is just definitely trying to cope with things around them and doing a really bad job at it. And I'm sorry about that, but you should.
I get where you're coming from. I'm a little slower. Like I'm thinking about a lot of things. I'm not necessarily great at conversations. I'll give
Your
you
mind
that,
is
but-
always racing.
Well, I've been a member of the church my whole life. I'm almost 40 years old, and I did mission work. I've read the Bible probably 10 or 20 times, or listened to it.
I was born
but
a
it's
Christian.
Just, when you're asking me these questions, I'm not necessarily that quick in getting an answer.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you that. But I know the Bible.
Just because you
just when I
can't,
get to
just
think
because you
about
don't
other
know
stuff.
the true answer doesn't mean you should just make something up that's not true. Especially if
I told
you're
you the
denying
answer
what
that-
Jesus is saying.
Yeah,
No, you're not making a good point, Ed.
This is the problem. Is that, like, again, you're denying the stuff that I'm reading, the red and white
You are
letter, the
perverting the
words on the
scripture,
page.
and
But
that's a sin.
how? I need you to show me how. I need you to explain how, biblically speaking, or else I just got to take your word for it. I mean, that's what we call a little bit of a trust me,
All the
bro.
claims I make might be made
do you
up
play
in
I can't hear you.
bed,
Hold
but
on.
I
Hold on.
know.
I got a song playing.
Trust me,
Yeah, as if we didn't have enough trouble
these
focusing as
things
it is.
are things that I know. Oh, if you think my rhetoric is tired or I sound like a liar, no. Trust me, bro.
available on Spotify. Sorry, what was your question?
So I maintain to you that the man was blind because of genetic defects that people, his forefathers or his parents, did not do, whether they knew it or not, did not follow God's law, and therefore were not healthy, and therefore there was a birth defect.
Okay, so
That's what I think.
Okay, hold on.
God did
Hold on.
not cause it. No, wait.
Valor,
Can we go back
hold
to
on.
your point? When God's taking credit for bringing evil on a people in the Old Testament.
Valor, pause. You made a point. Let me respond to that. Okay? And I'm going to respond to it not by just saying something, but by reading the Bible again. Okay? So remember, you're the one that's spitballing. This is John 9. It's the same thing I've read the whole time. So you just spitballed what you think is going on. I'm going to read the Bible. And so it's going to say the exact opposite of what you said. His disciples asked him, Rabbi, who sinned? This is what you said. This man or his parents, ancestors, that he was born blind. Jesus answered, this is Jesus speaking to you right now. Valor, neither this man nor his parents sinned. That's not true what you just said. Jesus is telling you, neither this man nor his parents sinned that he was born blind. He was born blind so that God's works might be revealed in him. He was born blind so I could heal him right now and show off how powerful God is. We made this guy live. We made it. Listen, AKA, we made this guy live a life of a blind man begging by a fountain his whole life just so I could show off. That's mean.
No. So my thinking is
just
not
biblically
like
speaking. Just biblically.
They thought that there was sin. See, the Jews thought that a child sin could actually like sin, not like in your genetics. In your genetics, you can't change it. If your parents messed up your genetics and you spawn into life, you're still guiltless. It's not your fault.
What did Jesus think? What did Jesus think was the case? What did Jesus think was the case in this situation?
That he could heal the man and show God.
Yeah, but why did he think the guy was born blind? Because of something that happened prior, or?
And you're beating a dead horse. Like,
all right,
you're not making connections. That is not what the scripture said. You are twisting the scripture. It's super simple.
Valor,
and
can I try something with you? I've been wanting to do this. Just like imagine for a second you're back then. You're like close your eyes and imagine Jesus and the people there. And all of like the setting, it's like dusty, and there's like this poor blind guy, and he gets healed, and then Jesus says these words. It's like, not that he sinned, it's not that his ancestors sinned. It was for the glory of God that that we did this, basically. And then you turn to someone, and Jesus can't hear you, but what you say is, what Jesus actually means is that he means that it was a genetic DNA thing. And Jesus, being all-knowing, he overheard you. What do you think he would say to you? Because just from what we know of Jesus, normally when someone says like something else that goes against what he's saying, he's like, yeah, that's what I meant. He got it right, not me. Or does he usually say, my brother...
Don't speak for me.
I said what I said, and I meant it.
Yeah.
I do not mince words. Like, Jesus said stuff very specifically, very articulately. Like, I'll give him that as an atheist.
You are correct.
Every now and then he drops bombs that are like, yo, the Pharisees just got cooked by you, Jesus, right? Like, that's like part of the thing. So do you think that he would go like, yeah, Valor said it better than me. I didn't mean what I said before. What I meant was the DNA thing.
I'm literally saying this. I realize it sounds like I'm agreeing with the Jews, but I'm not. I'm saying all sin, all pain comes from deference from God's law. God set a perfect path.
That's an interesting argument. I would love for you to support that biblically, which is like ignoring.
The better counter that you made to me was when you called when you read the scriptures. It says God said, "I will bring evil upon these people." In the Old Testament, what scripture did you read a bit ago?
What, Exodus 4:11?
Okay, let me
Yeah,
get over there.
he says I make everyone blind and deaf and whatever. So that's God saying I'm the one that does those things. So
That's like
that's where
that's like a
that's where,
person running. That's like a person running off the road when there's clear marks and they just were being negligent. You know,
no, I don't
it
understand
does say in
you.
the
I don't
Bible.
understand what you're
It
saying.
does say in the Bible that after, so God loves His creation. If what do you do with a person, or what does a government system do with a person who will not listen? They go to jail. And
This
then,
has nothing to do with that. This
it,
guy's born blind.
What is this guy talking
Like
about?
we're talking about somebody who is born blind and why, and then
you're
God
still
says,
on this thing.
"I
You
make."
got to
You
zoom out
haven't
if you're going to
spoken.
follow
You
me,
haven't
because
spoken
you're
to this.
just
Valor. I zoomed out with you when the first time you tried to do we were created perfect, but our sin makes us blind. I zoomed out with you on that, and you can't show me scripture to back that up. So there's no reason to zoom out. You have nothing to offer. So I think I'm probably going to end this conversation because we've gone
That's
around in
fine.
circles. I'm going to get off the scary go round. You have no substance to your arguments, and you should know that Jesus is a meanie, and he purposely made someone blind just so he could heal him and show off. And that's a piece of
You're
shit thing
far
to
more
do.
mean.
What's
And
that?
I
You're a
just have
disappointment.
one last question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What is your opinion on the government GMO laws that are being implemented
I gotta
now?
kick
Can
you. I gotta
can you
kick you. I
detail
gotta kick you.
those?
No, he's
It's been
kicked.
long
He's
detailed-
kicked. No,
Oh.
and I'm muting you. Mezzo, you're muted. Don't even bother talking. Nobody can hear you. This guy, Mezzo, he tries to destroy my life every chance he gets. That's my best friend. And we're going to do a live together, which we will be restreaming on the tubes on my channel, but also on Mezzo's channel. That's going to be Mezzo_WS. He's on YouTube now. If you're not following Mezzo on the tubes, you're missing a trick there because he's the best. And he does a lot of GMO talk over there on his channel. Brain Damage Songwriter sent $2 to say, Jeebus crisp. This kid is so loud and obnoxious. You know, maybe I should have turned him down. I turned him down a bit, but Floss Cal sent $2. Say it, Joel. I don't know what I get. Say it, Joel. I don't know what you're talking about. Brain Damage Songwriter sent $5 to say, shut this piece of shit fuckface down, Joel. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, and he can't handle the truth. Oh man, that's from that great Rob Reiner film.
Oh yes,
that's
and
what about
Jack
Bob
Nicholson,
or whatever? Yeah,
he says.
Yeah.
He says that
you couldn't even. Yeah, you couldn't even handle the cuckoo's nest.
What even is the truth?
Thank you so much, Brain Damage Songwriter, for that. That brought me back. Garbage Man sent $5 to say, I don't hold my cat to human standards. I don't expect it to hold in farts when we have company. If God would be insane, God would be insane to hold us to perfection. Well, that's a really interesting point.
That's a great point, and I love that analogy. That's right up our alley. If it's got cat farts, that's beautiful.
I'm not corking my cats out. Oh, that's weird. Optimus Rhymes sent $2 to say, Joel, you need a coward counter. I think it'd be just count as many guests as I've had. No, there's been a few good ones. There's been some that are just fuck yeah, man, you're right.
The gauntlet down.
I did. I tossed it down hard. Jeremiah sent out 2 Joel Reads Bible gift memberships. Thank you so much, Jeremiah. I appreciate that. Guys, I appreciate all the support. And G-Force, I haven't forgotten about you. Because that red thing is still in front. That's crazy. Thank you so much for that support. It's every time I've been getting this kind of crazy level of support for quite a while, and it is very, 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 very much appreciated. And I hope that you guys, well, it's very validating. So it does tell me that you guys appreciate what I'm doing, and so that means that it's working, and hopefully we are moving the needle.
I'm excited to learn that G-Force used to be like a preacher. I'm hoping that all that money he sends is like leftover tithings that he earned from his like mega church scam that he was involved in.
Let's take it from the Bible, steal from the cult, and give to the not cult. Lord Delaney sent 666 sent $2. That guy denied Jesus more times than Peter.
It is
That's a
like
good
that's
one.
what's so funny about that one in particular. It's like, yeah, like you're arguing with the red text. And I think about that thing that I said where it's like, just imagine if this person was there, how quickly Jesus would have sided with us. You know what I mean? Jesus would be like, no, Joel and Mezzo are right on this one.
Yeah.
They're saying what I said.
Yeah.
You're changing my words.
That's exactly like he's taking credit. He wants the credit. Give the guy the credit. All right, we lost Tyson, but we have Liam. Liam, I'm pretty sure, like you're a Liam that I've spoken to before, correct?
Yeah. I handed you your rear end in my hand after I powdered it and told you that you're not the most special kid.
How squishy was it?
In the sandbox.
Was it a nice squishy?
I've been walking on the treadmill, so like it's not super. There's some firmness to it. Okay, so Liam, you've spanked me once. Would you like to spank me again, hard?
So I would first I want to ask: are you related to Bill Nye the Science Guy and Pee Wee Herman? If they had a child, that would be you. Joel.
That's a good. I think that's good. I think that's a pretty good observation. Pee Wee Herman and Bill Nye. I've also heard this. The one guy when I used to do stand up, he was like, Joel is like Weird Al if he had a day job. He's normal.
I mean, when I say Pee Wee Herman, I mean the Pee Wee Herman when he was touching himself in the movie theaters.
That's not nice, Liam. That's not nice, Liam.
And then the Bill Nye when he was like in his 80s. So 80-year-old Bill Nye and inappropriate.
Is that
Pee Wee
now? How old is Bill? He seems like he's that's now Bill, which is like the smarter Bill, like the wiser Bill. So I'll take that, but I don't really appreciate the public indecency part of that.
It says here,
Well, I do have a
it says
point.
here Bill Nye turned 70 this year.
Oh, so Bill's
I do have a
Bill's
point
still
when
pretty
I'm
young.
not
So I'm
just
not Bill.
trolling.
And then Pee Wee Herman died.
That's not true, Liam. You're trolling.
I'm not just trolling. I actually have a point to why I
He
said
has
that.
a serious point about if these two men had a baby.
A love child, it would be me. Okay, what's your serious point then?
What I'm saying is, if two men like this had a child, because nowadays I'm sure you guys believe that men can have children, right? Prove me wrong. Can men have children?
What's your point?
So two men, one bearing a child, in your worldview. So here we go. We're going to try to logically figure
But not
this
those
out.
guys.
What's your point? Yeah, those guys
I'm saying
couldn't.
Yeah, well, Bill's too old to carry, and Pee Wee's dead.
Right.
Yeah. So
I'm giving you,
anyway,
Liam. I'm giving you a lot of grace here. Like for a complete piece of
you're
shit
not giving-
fuckface.
wait.
Like I've got. I looks
Now
like
you're
I've got
getting
some.
angry.
I've got someone else
Now
in the
you're
box.
getting angry.
I'm
Be angry
bored.
and s-
I'm
be angry and
bored.
sin not. Okay,
I'm
that's what the word
bored.
says.
Land
Why
the
are you getting
plane.
angry? I'm just-
Land the plane.
You make fun of people's
I'm gonna
religion
drop you.
system all
I'm
the
gonna
time.
drop
Wait,
you.
Liam, hold on before he drops you. Liam,
Okay, don't drop
Liam, real
me.
quick.
Let me get to my.
Liam, just
get
listen
to
to
my
this.
point, Mezzo.
This is interesting, though. The Bible God is a total meanie.
Good point.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
So wait a second. I won't disagree with you, Mezzo. I think that as a father loves his child, as Christ loves his children, we don't lie to our children. We discipline them. Okay. So that they don't end
Liam,
up,
I'm going to ask you a question and get a straight
destroying-
answer. I'm going to
Why
ask you
are
a question
interrupting Daddy when he's talking?
because I'm going to ask you a quick question, get a straight answer, and then we'll move on. Do you think it's mean to hamstring horses?
Only if you're not hitting the G spot.
I don't even know what that means. I can't even I can't even rationalize what that might mean.
The horse's G spot?
I don't know.
Or your own?
Is it medically sound to say like a horse? Like, do horses have G? Like, I don't want to be ignorant here, but like, does a horse have a G spot? Like, I don't even know.
Is he talking about a horse clitoris?
Well, it'd be inside. Like, a G spot isn't the clit.
Not the
like
clit,
that's.
But like, what's
We
he
got to be
talking
careful.
about?
Did you know that my my last live was taken down? Oh, you were there for that?
Because of all the horse clit stuff?
Yeah, we got to be careful with horse
Sorry.
clit talk.
Sorry. Oh man, I had a whole segment geared up. Let me make.
Can I just say this is TikTok, not clit talk? Am I right? I was doing a thing on my other channel where like every time I'd say like instead of hey TikTok, I'd say like hey Dick Smack. Like I'd just say something that sounds somewhat like it. Hey clit lick. Hey lick clit. Whatever.
Clit splotch.
Hey clit splotch. What? You know what? We're almost at our 5-hour mark. We've run out of guests. We do literally have nobody to talk to in the box. No human being is in the box. Just
Well, I'll talk
fucking
to you.
Liam.
I have something to tell you. While all of this was happening, all this the clit and the horses and all stuff, I looked at my YouTube and saw someone left a message on my last live where we were talking about the horse hamstringing, and they said that when they were younger, they tried to read the entire Bible start to finish, not unlike yourself, but they were a Christian at the time. They got to Joshua 11:6 and they were like, I'm out. Like, that's too much for me. I can't do anymore. And they left religion at that verse.
That is that's incredible because it's
And
like
I'm thinking you made it through the slavery.
people fine, virgins good, women destroy them. Poor horsies.
But a pony. Yeah, no, I mean, there is something about it that's like, oh God, like you can't. Ugh, just why? It's so bad.
I had a friend that was Catholic, really like. I don't know. They were just like, I don't think they know the cult, but they were really Catholic and probably still. But they
I'm sorry.
They were not really friends anymore, but like they were very Catholic but still like whatever. Anyway, the point is, one time we were stuck in traffic and there was this horse and buggy. In my area, there's some horse and buggies sometimes in the tourist area. And it was just plodding along in some pretty inclement weather, and it just like you could see the horse was just like having a time, and it made her cry. Like she just looked at the horse and was just like, this sucks for the horse. It's not liking it. It's not having, look at it, like just empathize so hard with the horse. And I almost would like to like reach out to her and be like, by the way,
I want you to read this Bible verse about horse clits. It's going to
check this little horse clit verse. It might make you rethink the whole cult that you're in, right? If whatever works, for some reason, I think it's because you can rationalize the cruelty to humanity because humans suck sometimes. So you'll go, well, then they deserve it. I'll just say that they deserve it. You've been told all the time that we deserve it. We're sinners. We're pieces of shit. And I know people are shitty. So, we deserve it. But a horse? The horses are heroes. Like every horse I've ever met is a hero. Like these are just wonderful beasts who are helpful and.
Seabiscuit was a piece of shit.
All right. Well, I don't know every horse. Master Machete, she was racist.
No. Yep.
This
That's what I said.
bucking certain people off. Master Machete sent $2 to say, "I'm sad I missed the horse lit jokes." That's been censored. By the way, I actually have a few super chats here.
It would make sense if we get Eve's thing passed down. Why wouldn't it pass down to horses too? Is it really genetic, or do they say sin entered the world and now every living thing, like trees when they sprout, are sin trees? Like in some of their views, it kind of makes sense that the horse would be
a piece of shit
like
too.
A fucking piece of shit sinner horse. Yeah.
Yeah, Mezzo, keep on making it make sense for yourself. G4 sent 287 to say, so with it. But I think there's a subtext here. It's just like, oh, if Mezzo starts becoming a Christian, I'm out. Noah Lion, this username is always my favorite. It's so funny. Noah's Lions 8 dead babies on the ark.
Right.
Has been a member for 3 months. Thank you so much for the support. Untreated strep B at birth gives blindness.
What's the backing of the Noah's Lions? Is it just like how
Noah's Lions 8 dead babies on the ark? I genuinely don't know.
Because they probably, you get one of those big fishing net things, and because you're on an ocean of them, you know, like basically it's just like it flooded the earth, and so there's just like you go through these like, you know, tens of thousands of just like baby corpses kind of float, and you could just scoop them up and feed them to the lions, because what else would you feed them?
Oh, that's so good to have thought that one out. Bafa Diesel sent $5 saying, happy Festivus to you, Mezzo. To you and Mezzo.
Yes. For the rest of us.
What's a question you wish you would get? What's a question regarding like a question from a Christian? Or a question...
What's a question you wish you'd get?
I don't want people asking me questions. What? I should do one of these because I've been seeing other YouTube channels do it. One of these like ask me anythings. Maybe next year. Anniversary.
Someone one day would ask me, "What question do you want?"
Mm.
And then I would say, "Well, I just wish someone would ask me, what question do you want?" And the loop.
I think the question that I would ask is wishing for infinity questions.
That people ask you?
Yeah.
No, wait, I did it
I
wrong.
don't want one
The
question.
rest of your life questions.
Why?
That's a good Black Mirror episode. Let's write that down and send it to Black Mirror.
So many questions. G4 sent 567, just like the most random amounts. Let's summon the spirit with the holy progression. GDEC. I'm assuming the E's a minor.
Yeah.
I just like it's just a popular. Is it holy? It's probably because all worship songs are written with it. Probably something like that.
Those praise songs.
Master Machete, I already read that one. G-Force again with 234. That caller may not touch my G spot or my G string. KMB coming in with the 20 Joel Reads Bible gift memberships. Thank you, KMB. That's incredible. I appreciate that. That's amazing. You're an angel for that. And then Michelangelo just sent $2 to say Mezzo totally deconstructed that one guy. I don't know what to believe.
Thank you for the truth.
I do not know what to believe on that. It's a mystery.
I'm a truth seeker.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to work up a little bit of a background. I think it's just going to be kind of like the Christmas tree one that I had for the last.
I was going to ask you about this. Now, are we going to do side by side?
Yeah. I mean, if you want.
I would want. You should do. Can you do like a square we both put part of it in the thing to make that nice?
I don't know how to do that. I guess so. I just cut it in half.
Yeah, you kind of cut it in half, but make it like nondescript enough that like if it doesn't line up perfectly, it's not going to look weird.
The restream to YouTube? Will it be able to show that if it's not full screen? It'll look weird.
Well, I'm going to I would
You're doing your own.
see. This is the thing, because you and I are both restreaming, right?
Yeah.
So we're capturing. So this is what I would do if you have the time. This is up to you. Yep. You create basically the square, and then you create.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Hey everyone, welcome to Tech Talk, where we do stream talk.
Yeah, the live's over, guys. So you take the square, right?
Yeah.
And you imagine, okay, you're here, I'm here, and what that looks like. And then you make an overlay with the square,
right?
Transparent, lay over it. So you can make a Joel Mezzo Christmas sort of like nice thing that we can lay over on our OBS that we send over to.
Okay, so we have a background that's for the OBS, and then different backgrounds that's a wide background for this, but they kind of match.
They match. They work together, but then they just kind of, and as far as the prompt goes, that can still be like on your side of the screen, because people will see that.
Because the actual title is, it's beginning to look a lot like a very Jezzo Asmus Eve miracle.
Oh yeah, then use both of us. It'll go right across, and then I would say that the background for the tubes is just stuff. Like, it's not. Yeah, I don't fucking care what you do, Meeks. Do what you want. Optimus Rhyme sent $2 to say Mezzo totally decongested that guy.
That's true.
You had him blow his nose.
Yeah.
You're like, get one of those like
a neti pot?
Is that what it's called? Pour stuff in your nose from another thing.
Or a snot pot.
A snot pot.
Why didn't they call it that? I just thought of that right now. That's what they should
Hannah, I want you to stay. I care that you're here. I don't want you going anywhere. And guys, go into the Discord. Ask Meeks if he's bothered. Because I don't really give a shit.
Good question.
But have a conversation with him about it. I don't care.
Someone in chat brought up that should it be Joezzo. Now, I know Jezzo has taken off,
You
but
too,
I
Leslie.
kind of like Jozo, just a Jozzo, because it sounds like a clown's name, like a clown that can't even, make.
Hey, I'm Jozo the Clown.
Like a shitty clown.
I like that because it gives me more of my letters in there. Makes more sense.
Hey, who's this clown?
Hey, who's this fucking clown?
It's Joseph.
Gretchen sent 311 from that great band to say Mezzo totally decontaminated that guy. Oh, I don't know what to believe at this point.
We did a lot of things. So I, got them all cleaned up and disinfected, and then we did the snot pot, and I just removed religion from his worldview entirely.
Let me remind you guys that, and this doesn't really go for the talk, but tomorrow I will be re-streaming on YouTube, and you guys might want to know this. I'll be re-streaming on YouTube the Triatheism Live that we did the other night, because it was taken down because of the rude things that Zach said on my live. He ruined me and destroyed everything. So I'm going to be restreaming it so that we have it there for posterity, and so that people will always be able to watch those conversations.
When are you going to restream this one after you've edited out all the horse clip?
Hey, only if it gets taken down, because I personally love the horse clit stuff. Mm-hmm. It's like the stuff that dreams are made of.
We should make sure to have a segment in the Christmas Eve special that's dedicated to
this one's dedicated
elephant tits and horse clits, because those come up a lot.
I can't. Where did I printed that off? Where the heck did that go? Anyway, guys, I want to end this, and I didn't even hear what Mezzo just said. I didn't even just hear what you just said.
Well, you'll hear it on the replay.
Well, guys,
everybody, have a good night. Good
night. Good to see you. I'm gonna my headache's going away, which is nice. But it's been wonderful to have you. Thank you all for the super chats and the support. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you all for the comments and all those. Give me a fucking break, guys. Devil's Public Defender sent 50 Joel Reads Bible gift memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't feel like I have to do another 20 minutes. Meeks, just move. Just everything's fine. Han, good to see you. So, guys, that holy shit is right, Beardsley. Guys, thank you so much for that kind of support. That's wild. But it is, like I say, it is very kind. It's very validating. Thank you to all the mods, Critically Crystal J, there's one. Some wonderful mods. Thank you all for your help and being, I would say, very conscientious. And I appreciate that. And everybody that is a dumpling, of course, and then when you engage with other people in chat and everybody's having a good time in chat, and we don't have too many problems, I think, in chat. I'm oftentimes kind of aloof and in my own world here having conversations, but it doesn't seem like there's too much drama in there. So that's like, yeah, crazy mezzo. But thank you to everybody, all the help and all the support. And we will see you on Hump Day, Dump Day, Joel, Mezzos, Jezzos, Jozos. Happy Xmas, Hump Day, Xmas, non-Christian, atheist extravaganza and this sort of thing, whatnot. Thank you, and see you there.
You don't see things the way that I see them, 'cause you gotta look at them using your spiritual eyes. God said, go kill your brother, and that's something you despised. But you gotta look at stuff with Jesus' blood-colored glasses, and you'll never see clearly again using spiritual eyes.
I don't know if there's somebody to raid them. Ooh, if Joyful's on, or the secular perspective, go raid the secular perspective and tell them Joel raids secular perspective. Give them a boost. In the meantime, we'll see you next time.